Good morning and welcome, surf fans. This is the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and you are now involved with the Sambazon Morning Show. That's right. This is where we tell you what we saw yesterday and what we're about to see today. And from the looks of it, our Challenger Series men are ready to rip. Some of these surfers provided some incredible highlights for us yesterday. We will have males and females taking to the pier for another glorious day of action here live from Huntington Beach. Cole Hausman, current world #1 on the Challenger Series, will be out there bright and early this morning. There's Jet Schilling, another standout from yesterday, put together one of our favorite combos of the entire event, and hopefully more to come. I'm Chris Cote, joined by Rosie Hodge and Mitchell Salazar. And conditions out in the lineup looking a little sus this morning, but the good news is the tide's coming up. You know, this morning sickness has a way of kind of chilling out as we get into the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock area. So expect good, fun surfing throughout the rest of the day. Rosie, good morning. Welcome back. We look behind us and you know, we luckily have the best surfers in the world in any conditions, so they're going to make these waves look really fun. They're going to maximize the potential out there.
Like you said, we're going to see improving conditions, but we barely get to take a breath. I mean, yesterday's action was unbelievable. Looking at the stack lineup for the round of 16, there's so many heats to look forward to. Heat #1, I mean, we must be doing something right that we got scheduled on for these first few heats, because they were going to be really good.
Yeah, and it's really crazy to me that we have a lot of matchups that are within their own countrymen, too. Morgan Reef Hazelwood. Heat 2 is going to be Cole Hausman against Nolan Raposa. Unfortunately for them, only one's going to advance. But, I mean, right now, looking at the rankings, a few of the top 10 surfers have lost out already. And I think it's a golden opportunity for somebody like Morgan Siblick to move up a few spots.
Yeah, our top 10 on the Challenger Series is going to have a different look by the end of the day. Well, speaking of the day, let's get the word as to what we are going to see for the rest of today here on Friday in Huntington Beach. We've got Travis Logie standing by now with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Cote. Travis, we've seen the surfers in and out from the Challenger Series. What are we going to start with in the water?
Yeah, AJ, we're going to start off with the men's round of 16, followed by the women's round of 16. Super important heats today. If you get through today, it's considered a legitimate keeper.
And it's a massive moment, so how are the waves? What's the canvas for these guys?
Yeah, pretty similar to yesterday. We've got a bit more south wind on it this morning, but that should drop off and then tend to moderate onshore later this afternoon. Very similar to yesterday, lots of contestable waves.
Cannot wait. The competitors have already been getting out for the free surf. It's time to get the action started. Back to you.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Travis. So as we look towards the ocean, can be a little bit deceiving. You know, it might look flat out there, but trust us when we say there are very contestable waves coming through. Here is your official Surfline forecast, Mitch. Those blobs are good things, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's that swell that's pushing up towards the North Pacific, and as you can see right here, the AM wind has been very light in the last few days. It's supposed to be the same thing heading into this weekend too, but that PM wind has definitely been a lot stronger. That's where I'm kind of seeing the morning sickness right now. But I think we should still expect a lot of fun surf. Consistency has been out there, and I think with the increase of the tide later on this morning, it should be very fun and contestable.
And we've been to a few of these US Opens now, and this week's waves that we've had, super consistent. It's been in that 3 to 5 foot range every day since last week Saturday, sorry. And today is no different. Like, we've got swell in the water. That wind obviously is going to come into play, but the tides are favorable. The sandbanks at the moment are insane. Like, I haven't seen Huntington break like this in a long time. To not have that gutter through the middle, so we've got very contestable surf, and chatting to all the competitors, they've been having so much fun.
It's been a good week so far, and it's going to continue to be good as we head into the weekend. One thing you might notice that will be different today, we're going into man-on-man heats to start this round of 16. That means there are 16 surfers left in the draw. We're going to cut that number in half today. So in the water right now, you've got Morgan Sibilic and Reef Hazelwood. Number 9 versus number 39, so you kind of got the lower side of the rankings going up against one of our top 10 surfers. And again, these surfers know that this is a huge day for the rest of their season. As Travis said, you make it through this round, that's a keeper, meaning it's a good score, that's a good chunk of points for you heading towards potential qualification. And you're going to hear a little bit different of a cadence and see a different style of surfing. When you have 4 surfers in the water, You know, in smaller waves, you see a lot of paddling around, a lot of racing for waves, some jockeying happening. I think today you can see a little bit more patience come into play. You see Morgan Siblick there, Meriwether, New South Wales. He's part of that spirited Aussie crew that's been traveling around the world on both the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. Morgan Siblick probably had the best rookie season we've seen in the past decade, making his way all the way to the Rip Curl WSL Final Fives. Things went wrong the next year, fell off tour, but he's looking like he's on a run to get right back on.
He is on a roll, and he has been one of the standout performers in this event. I mean, from round 1, he's won his heat. Round at 32 yesterday, he won again. He's got one of the highest waves, 817. So Morgan has figured this formula out. He knows what it takes to be on the championship tour.
Reef Hazelwood, known as one of the best aerialists on the planet. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone float in the air like Reef does. But one thing he's added to his act is more competitive knowledge. You know, he's a kid that basically came onto the scene as a free surfer, aerial wizard, but he's really proven that he is a threat in a jersey. Mitch, when you look at this heat on paper, number 9, Morgan Siblick, you would think he would have the advantage, but what do you think with the conditions we have right now? Who do you think has the edge as we start this heat?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised that Reef Hazelwood is going to take to the air, but I think when it comes to competitive knowledge, I'm going to go with Morgan Siblick. As Rosie mentioned, he's on a roll. He's won every single heat that he's surfed so far in this event, but I really like Reef's chances at a beach break. In 2019, when we had the event at D-Bah, he was a wild card in that event, also competed at the Red Bull Airborne, made the final over there, and we're talking about somebody who has something to prove right now. He hasn't really done well so far this season on the Challenger Series. I think he should be going a long way with the conditions that we have out there.
Yeah, and if you're a surf fan that purely roots for the flags of the surfers, I got bad news for you. A lot of friendly fire going on today. Talking about Team USA going head-to-head. In this one, you've got Team Australia going head-to-head. So, you know, this is one of those scenarios where now you're going to go regional, right? Well, I'm from Meriwether, so I'm going for Reef, you know. So it's definitely one of those times where, you know, we even have in the next heat, Cole Houshman, Nolan Raposo, they're both coached by Myers Mentorship. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch for sure.
Definitely competitive, and something about these countrymen going against each other is how well you know each other competitively. You've probably risen up through the junior ranks together. I'm sure Reef and Morgan are a similar age, very come from the same generation, right? So they know each other's strengths and weaknesses really well.
Well, check this graphic out right here. It's very telling. Your men's Challenger Series rankings, Cole Houshman right up there on top. Jacob Wilcox still in this contest. If your name is faded out like that, that means you're out of contention. So for Morgan Siblick, that just adds another layer of pressure and excitement because he knows a big result here and he will be right up there, potentially in the top 5.
Yeah, and for Cole Houshman is coming up in the next heat. He's already got one throwaway result, at least guaranteeing himself a 9th place finish. So he's even going to extend that lead moving forward in this event. But, you know, talking to Brent Power and Britt Merrick yesterday from Channel Island Surfboards, Reef Hazelwood is on a different kind of material right now. It's a eco-carbon technology. I can't really talk too much about it because it's
secrets.
Still on the DL, but it's different technology. It's very eco-friendly, but it works like a carbon wrap board, but it's only working with PUs and EPSs rather than what you normally see with carbon wrap boards. They're usually on EPS epoxy, so this one with a PU, Chris.
You could see things light up here, and make no mistake, I mean, these waves are very relatable if you live in California, Florida, I mean, really anywhere in the world. This is what you're going to be surfing most of the time. And I love, as a small wave enthusiast myself, I love watching and trying to figure out how these guys and girls are so good in waves like this that are not easy to ride. We will hear the T word more than a few times throughout the day, tricky. That's a surfer's way of saying rough, inconsistent, a little bit windy. But the good news is, again, tide's filling in. I am a perennial optimist, and I'm excited to see what the waves will start to provide for these surfers. Nothing yet, with 25 minutes on the clock. 30-minute heats, Rosie.
And it's being the first heat of the day is oftentimes so tricky. When you're out in the flusteriness of the free surf, there's 1,000 people out. Everyone's like, any time you get to your feet, you're stoked. But here in a man-on-man heat where you've kind of adjusted from the four-man situation to the man-on-man, you know, these guys are trying to ride out that rhythm. These guys are the guinea pigs, so to speak, of this round and of this day of competition, as they're the first ones competing. I know that Morgan, watching him through this event, his MO has been to start really early. So I think he's going to want to get that advantage of the first exchange, as we saw him paddling there.
Nobody wants to concede positioning right now either. You want to be on the first wave of the heat. You want to get the upper hand. You want to get a big upper edge over your opponent. But as of right now, you definitely don't want to go into a restart mode, Chris. It seems like Morgan, having a look at that, he's going to let it go. But there are a few waves just further down the beach, too. We still have that wind swell, but that primary south-southwest swell should be lining things up towards Machado's Peak and Middle Peak just to the south.
And for our fresh viewers, maybe just starting their journey as surf fans, the basics are this. These surfers have 30 minutes in the water. They want to try to catch 2 good waves to give them 2 separate scores. Those 2 scores will be totaled up. Whoever has the highest scores at the end of this 30 minutes, they advance through. Second place surfer is out of this contest. And Mitch, you had mentioned the R word, restart. So basically, if there's no waves for the first 10 minutes of these heats, our head judge can say, look, let's give these guys another extra 10 minutes to try to get this thing rolling. But I think from what we just saw, a couple waves that were heavily looked at, even paddled into. No priority just yet. So our priority system, pretty easy as well, especially with 2 surfers in the water. You paddle for a wave, you catch the wave. That gives the other surfer priority, meaning that they can take any wave they want. You can block the other surfer. You can drop in on them when you have priority. Luckily for us, though, we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 interferences in the last 7 days. So good, clean surfing. And full credit to our judges. I mean, they have been working overtime as well. Not an easy job, especially when you have waves like this that really, most of them have a 5, right? There's a lot of 5s thrown out there. So really want to thank our judges. They have been spot on throughout this entire competition. 5 judges, high, low scores thrown out, middle scores averaged out. That's how we get our number. Definitely not an easy job and a thankless job. None of these surfers go up and thank the judges when they get a 4.5, but they will definitely blame the judges if they don't get the 4.5 they need.
That's a good point. The judges, I mean, every single time the hands leave the rails, they have to put a number to it. In those 4-person heats, they had to be on. And that sun that comes through in the afternoon, I mean, these guys are really doing a great job.
22 minutes left in this first heat of the day. The morning sickness out there, but you could just tell these surfers are ready to activate. And this is what you like to see, just a little bit of action out there. Mitch, it must be hard to even really identify which one of these waves is going to give you any opportunity, because with this kind of bump and lump coming through. Here we go. First wave of the day, ridden by Reef Hazelwood. Quick snap there. Gets the backside reverse, whipping the tail out there for a little bit of extra flair. So this is going to be fun. This is going to set our scale for the day. The judges reset everything, every heat, every day. So the number 3 that they throw out right now will kind of help us foresee the future into what they're looking for.
It sets the scale in this heat. And I mean, Reef, that board looking so reactive to get that first wave underneath Morgan and kind of take away that advantage from him. I know Morgan loves that early start. That was a good 2-turn flow from Reef.
Yeah, and he converted on a wave that definitely had some scoring potential. And as you said, Rosie, this is going to set the standard for the day. So decent opening turn right there for Reef, and throws it into the reverse. That's actually a prototype that Reef has worked on with Britt Merrick. Has a lot more volume in the nose, so more paddling power and a bit more forgiving in the pocket, but also has a lot of volume towards the tail. That's why he's able to spin it around so easily. But before he caught the wave, you're talking about positioning and having to excel in terms of identifying good waves. It's tough out there. I'd actually say just catch waves and put yourself into a rhythm. It's one of those days, Chris, where every wave might look the same, but there's certain waves that pop up and have certain sections that will actually benefit you.
Actually seems like conditions like this equalize the field, right? There's a lot of home field advantage when it's one of those proper southwest swells when you kind of know exactly where the wave's going to break. Today, it's going to be, I will say there will be luck involved because some of these waves are going to look like nothing, and maybe you just go, why not roll the dice? And every once in a while, things can perk up, especially with this wind chop. You know, when you have two waves kind of converge with a little wind chop behind them, you can get a really impactful section. And, you know, while patience can prove to be a winning formula, sometimes going on every wave that comes to you can help.
Finding a perky one is going to be key. I think in my experience, surfing at Huntington, and you'll take off out the back, you'll get that chip shot in, and you won't know whether or not it's going to hit that bank and double up and give you those sections. So sometimes you're kind of flying blind on that takeoff. But yeah, you want to activate yourself. You want to get lots of waves.
And as you said, there's not that deep spot either. So a lot of those waves aren't going to do the same thing that you normally have done in the past. You're not catching it from super far outside. You're actually catching it at a point in the bank where it's always standing up because there's never that deep spot in the middle.
Second wave ridden now for Morgan Siblick. First one was a no-go. Now Morgan goes for the front side reverse, goes down, uphill landing. Going to be extra tough today with not a lot of push behind the wave. So Morgan's first wave, a 1.5, and that's the number that we've been thinking about for the last couple of minutes. A 4.17 for Reef Hazelwood, so remember that wave. Quick snap, backside reverse, tail out. So the judges appreciating the flair for the dramatic that Reef showed us on his opening wave. 18:22 on the clock. Pretty quiet down here at the contest so far. Plenty of fans at the water's edge. But the athlete zone right now is as quiet as I've heard it yet, so maybe some nerves rolling through, and luckily for us, we've got Pete Mell right in the zone.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and you're right, it is a little more quiet down here. Very serious. We're at that pointy end of the event, and of course, a lot on the line. And you think about those first four heats, a lot of friendly fire there. So, I mean, you've got the Aussie contingency. They've been here all week down there in the front, putting themselves right in the mix. Very loud, not this morning yet. Hasn't had a lot to cheer about. But I mean, friendly fire, 2 Australians in there. Next heat, you've got 2 Americans. All the San Clemente crew directly on the stage right here. You can't see them, but they're there. And then they'll get loud once this next heat gets underway. Was talking to Matt Myers, and he's working with Cole as well as Nolan Raposa. And of course, friendly fire. You know, here's the same coach, and he's kind of talking to them at different times. He was mentioning today, stay busy, get out there and just catch a lot of waves. Have yet to see that really happen in this first heat. I don't see the Brazilian Storm yet. They're actually the same thing. You know, the friendly fire. You got Mateus Herdy and Rodriguez up against each other. And then, of course, the San Clemente event, you know, they're actually separated. You got Jet way over here in the corner, earphones on by himself, running solo. So it's kind of fun to watch and see how everyone is taking off, because this is really where it gets very serious. This is where those points are on offer for, you know, especially if we get through this next round. It's very important to get into those quarterfinals, and yeah, it's a little serious down here.
Thank you, Pete. I really appreciate that investigative report right there, because it really is, you know, a whole different ball game. When you can just wholeheartedly cheer for your surfer in the water if they're going up against not necessarily someone that you're not cheering for, but you know, when you have homies in the lineup and homies on the beach, can be I don't say awkward, because you know everyone's got the same goal here, but it's just going to be a little bit different of a vibe. I'm interested to see what happens next with, you know, you've got 2 surfers from California and Cole Houshman and Nolan Raposa, but Long Beach and San Clemente are vastly different places, and there is a red line between those two, so that will be a fun one to see who's cheering for who. So with 16 minutes to go, pretty quiet early on. Reef Hazelwood still sitting there with that 4.17, the highest single wave score of the day. Morgan Siblick getting a little bit busier with a 1.5 and a 2.5. This is really going to be more of a, I would say, a chess match style. You know, yesterday was a wave catching contest. Today is going to be about patience and finding these diamonds in the rough, and it looks like Reef may have found one. Nice quick turn to start things off here. A couple good sections to work with. You know, nothing's going to be easy today. You're really going to have to put maximum effort on a minimum size wave, which, you know, again, I've said this every single day at least 15 times. Watch and learn. We can all learn something by watching the world's best surfers in relatable waves. You know, this isn't Teohopo, which only about 1% of the surfing world could go and have success. This is our everyday style of waves, and Reef is making this wave look real fun.
One thing I noticed with Reef surfing is just how flexible his hips are. Watch the way he pivots and keeps his center of gravity over the center line of that surfboard, and that's by going back and forth and weighting and unweighting on his hips.
This is a real decent wave right now, and especially when you talk about that morning sickness too, but you were talking about that extension from his hips. It's really impressive the way he's able to bring it all the way around in a real short pocket too, but that's because of that volume of that board, Chris. It seems like it's working great and kind of the perfect board right now given these conditions. Personally, I'd be riding an epoxy myself too, and I think having that extra little bit of flex, you want to overcook the chicken rather than undercook it. You know, you need to be a little bit more active out there today, and just being able to garner those points, those little extra points with a little bit of extra body language, go ahead and do it because it seems like it's going to work out for him with a decent score here.
Yeah, Shakira said it best, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hips don't lie, and you know, you talk the best of the best. It's a kind of an underrated topic of conversation. I've actually talked to the GOAT, Kelly Slater, about hips. I know it sounds kind of weird, but you ask Kelly about hips, he lights up. Because especially in small waves like this, I mean, that is going to be the difference maker. Staying loose, you know, this is a dance, really. So you got loose hips, you're going to sink ships. And Reef Hazelwood is doing just that. A 5.33 on his last wave. Rosie, why was that wave better than his first one where he had that one big dynamic move?
I think when I look at the rail work from Reef, it was less messy, and he had 3 maneuvers that were very powerful as opposed to the 2. Here he goes on his backhand again.
Just a quickie there.
Yeah, but I also think it's the combination of major maneuvers that we're seeing on the left in comparison to the right. His initial right, the 4.17, really just a setup turn at the beginning. Good looking wave here.
Decision made to fade right. Nice opening carve there from Morgan. Now he's got some good, clean, open face to work with. Here's where he's going to have to deal with that rib. That wave kind of coming up underneath the wave, and it really just kind of ends whatever forward motion that you had. But I like those 2 big turns there. So now you think about what Reef did on his last really scoring wave, that 5.33. 2 or 3 turns out the back on a bigger wave. I feel like this wave is going to potentially match that score from Reef.
I agree. I mean, he looked left, went right, and it did have 2 cupped out sections, and this is the brand of surfing that's gotten Morgan up into the excellent range. So this wave, I don't think it's going to go excellent, but it is going to put him in the picture. Will it go higher than Reef's 5.33? We'll see. He had a clean kick out, 3 turns there. Reef kind of fell on his last, but that was kind of the foam climb. So it's going to be interesting because this is going to be it's going to paint the picture for these surfers. How does Morgan's wave compare to what Reef's doing, and how do the judges appreciate their brand of surfing?
So we're inside of 12 minutes now, waiting for the last score for Morgan Siblick, which really may be a difference maker. He's had 3 waves ridden. None of those scores are going to be numbers that he wants to keep, and here we go. Will that last wave prove to be a momentum shift? Nice turn to start. Quick snap there. You see Reef in the background. The bird's eye view of the action there. So a 3-turn combo. Now the Aussies are lighting up a little bit.
They don't know who to root for. They're like, oh, should we just clap for both of them?
I just hope both
only-
teams have fun.
There's also Team Ripco on your screen, so he's got some sponsor support down here, Morgan. And I think when I look at Morgan surfing, the fast on the rail connection that he's having with the flow in between is very pleasing at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and I really like the energy that he's bringing to these small beach break waves as well. Unfortunately, can't ride out of the last turn, but this is what I would be doing under priority. Maintain activity. You're only going to surf once today, and especially in the first heat of the morning, don't leave anything up to chance. Make sure that you go out there and you dominate your opponent. And right now, trailing by just a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, that last score is the best score of the heat so far. Morgan Siblick with a 5.43. We've got 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. One more score to come through from Morgan, but you're going to have to wait for it. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. You're watching the first heat of the day here at the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We'll be right back.
The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
Hey, good morning, surf fans. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We're into our first heat of the day. Some beautiful sand art that is ephemeral, that will be gone soon because the tide is coming up. The good news there is usually when we get a tidal push, the waves just get a little bit better, but things have been escalating out in the water right now. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar. Yeah, Morgan Siblick in the lineup and in second place with a 5.43 and a 3.87. He needs a 4.07 to advance through. Reef Hazelwood with a 4.17 and a 5.33, and this was during the break. Rosie, good start for Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, just wanted to see if he completed that last maneuver, but two great turns, and it looks like Morgan got to answer back. Bigger wave that we've seen through this morning, set wave. Goes a little sleepy after that first turn. Man, that's the thing about Huntington is you kind of rolling the dice on all kinds of waves, and you get that first section, you're like, oh, this is going to be the money. And then it can taper off or it can stand back up. So you really are rolling the dice on different opportunities and trying to see what sticks.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Morgan right there, that wave only gave him the one section, but still a pretty decent score for the one turn. As we look at Reef's score, the best of the heat so far, Chris, a 5.6. It extends his lead. Real good way of using the pocket right there. But this score to me was real interesting because he was needing a 5.51. One judge actually said it was enough, and those are the moments of quality and the significant moments that we're going to see out there in the lineup. It was a bigger wave. It was a larger section. There was a lot of commitment on that opening turn, but they decided that the commitment and the combination of two maneuvers on critical sections from Hazelwood was enough to extend his lead.
Hey, Mitch, I know you have a background in judging as well. In layman's terms, what's the difference between a 5.43 and a 5.6? Because that is a very small percentage.
Not much, really. I mean, you're splitting hairs when it comes to those scores that are very similar. It really just comes down to the nit and gritty and the intricacies. Which one did you like a little bit better than the other?
Some movement, some action from Reef.
Wow.
Sliding his tail around there. I like his maneuver selection.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit different. You know, everybody's always going to love, myself included, you know, Morgan's power, his use of rail. It's beautiful, powerful surfing that will never go out of style, but it is refreshing. It's fun to see Reef Hazelwood just leaning in towards a bit of excitement, you know, giving us something fresh.
And even that transition maneuver that he does on the opening exchange, like he comes out of that with so much speed. It's like, you know, a linking maneuver, but he's put that extra emphasis on it, and it's really given him that boost that he needed for that end section connection, digging into that deep bag of tricks. It's so fun to watch him surf because he keeps it exciting for us.
Mm-hmm.
The judges agree with you, Rosie. That last score comes through with 6.4. So now Morgan Siblick needs a 6.57. I like Reef's. I guess both of them have a similar strategy. You know, Morgan has 6 waves, Reef has 5 waves ridden, so it's not necessarily panic mode going out there and just scratching for everything that comes through. But they have been rolling the dice a little bit on some of these waves that maybe didn't look great when they were paddling into them, but provided a little bit of a canvas to work with. Inside of 5 minutes now, little separation between our surfers in the lineup. It looks like Reef in the blue paddling up the beach a little bit. Morgan has the P next to his name on your scoreboard. That means he has priority, his pick of waves. Reef changes his mind, get right back into the mix here. Inside of 5 minutes, Mitch, is where you start to see a little bit of chippy behavior in the lineup, some paddle battling, and that's great. It's fun to watch.
Trying to pull your opponent off of the main peak too and get them to be out of position, but it seems like a wave approaching the lineup right here. Reef going to have a decision, and he's going to be up and running on the left.
So we'll see if that was a priority error, letting Reef have this left. So far,
wow.
Man, he chopped that thing up for parts. 3 big turns on a wave that Morgan didn't even really look at. That could be an even better number than his 5.6 at least. His judges, they want to see controlled radical maneuvers down the line, multiple maneuvers, combination of maneuvers, and he gave us kind of something different with each and every turn.
Well, you know, Morgan had that split-second decision of whether to use his priority or not. I definitely think Morgan's looking at the rights, where Reef is just eating these lefts for breakfast. 3-turn linkage through there. Like you said, it could improve his situation, which would leave Morgan needing more of a requirement, but I do think that Morgan is in search of one of those bigger right-handers.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Rosie. It definitely seems like his recipe for success in this heat has been to select those right-handers, but there you see, Chris, best wave of the heat. That was excellent judging, by the way. The creativity and the maneuver selection that you mentioned earlier has been on point on every single one of his scoring waves so far, so bettering and improving with a monster heat total given how the conditions are this morning.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's how you do it. So he has 6-4 in his last wave. Great show of sportsmanship. Right there, you saw Cole Hauschman. Quick little high five and a hug to Nolan Raposa. These guys are friends out of the water, but they are going to be a fun matchup, that is for sure, as Reef Hazelwood's last wave comes through a 7-1-7, and he is back at it. Obvious momentum shift there. Morgan is really just hovering in that mid-range score mode, while as Reef seems to have cracked the code. You know, our judges right above us, international panel, male and female, and I can guarantee you all of our judges rip at surfing, so they know how hard it is to do 3 big turns like that on a little left-hander. So solid number there for Reef Hazelwood, and I think the scouting report that the rest of the surfers on the beach are probably looking at right now is, okay, where do I take off? You know, which waves might not look great while you're paddling for them, but end up gems. And a perfect example of that was Reef's last wave.
It was, and I think, you know, when you think about your preparation going into the heat coming up, standing right on that shoreline and getting that kind of sea view level of what the waves are doing is so important. Just spending a half an hour looking at it, because on your screen you can tell there's different undertows and undulations in the water at the moment with the different swell directions, the wind that we've had overnight, the tide coming in, as well as the pier rip coming through. This is an important ride.
Yeah, you saw Reef there kind of testing Morgan a little bit, making sure that he paddled for that wave. And again, I highly doubt that wave looked any different than the 7-1-7 that Morgan just, or that Reef just got. But things change quickly. You see some tense moments from the Rip Curl camp right there. The legendary Kekoa Bakalso down here making sure Team Rip Curl has everything they need. You don't want to have to worry about where you're staying, where are your boards, you know, where's your fins. That's why we have these corner men, we call them, or corner women, just making sure the details are sorted out so the surfers can just go out there and do their job.
We're inside 1 minute right now, and obviously the pressure's on Morgan, but when I look at the playbook or what Kakao or the coaches are looking at and how are we going to digest this heat, I mean, Morgan, if he holds Reef off on the 7-1-7 and hands over priority to Reef, like there's so many scenarios that could have played out, so I don't know where it went wrong for Morgan, and Reef's up and riding again on a great looking left.
Quick reverse right there. Pretty cool shuffle on the deck. So contrary to what we saw in previous days in longboarding, shuffling is totally fine and actually rewarded in shortboarding. There's a Team Merrick, Britt Merrick, as Morgan now flaring up a little bit, leaning on the power. Quick look to the judges. Yes, they saw it.
What did he do on the outside?
He's looking for an 814. That would have to have been a pretty magical outside section.
He would have had to do a similar to turn as what he got for the 490 and then got that linkage through the inside if he's got a hope of doing it. Let's see, Mitch, talk us through this one.
Yeah, well, gets the setup floater right there, and this is what we saw. Great combination at the end. Wow, that explosive turn at the end was just beautiful, especially in a beach break as small as it is right now. Real impressive stuff. I don't see the first second score of the morning, though, here, Chris. Good effort, though. I mean,
it's closer than my first reaction was. The first reaction was that was cool. That was fine. Second reaction during the replay,
you're like, wow.
That was pretty radical. I mean, that was pure power surfing at the end of that wave.
I just feel like he needed a bigger maneuver on the outside section. That's the only thing that's may handbrake the score, but it was good. I mean, he made something out of nothing.
For real. But so did Reef Hazelwood. I mean, he didn't make a single mistake all heat long. He's throwing away a 6 and a mid-5. Every single wave that he was on, he was able to convert on a good score and props to Morgan Siblick, too, for just not leaving it up at the end and got a great score. And, you know, an 8.14, I talked about, you know, maybe not getting the first, second score of the morning, but even still, if it comes close to it, it is well-deserving. If it goes just over and he gets it, like, I can obviously see it. It's a combination of strong maneuvers, a lot of power, and I think the element of speed in that wave, too, was really impressive for a right-hander right now.
That radicalness on that last turn, I think the judges, like, it's...
It was probably the turn of the heat.
Yep.
Was it enough? We're going to have to wait and see. Either way, you know, I feel like Morgan Siblick did everything right in that heat. I just think the slight edge was with Reeve. And there you see it scores across the board. And, you know, obviously that one's going to hurt Morgan, who was sitting in the top 10 before this finish. But the effort he put forth, you know, the surfing he displayed, definitely has to be proud of himself. But Reeve Hazelwood moves through this round of 16 on to a keeper result and more action to come. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We've got Cole Hauschman and Nolan Raposa coming up next. Please stick around.
Cole Hauschman from San Clemente, California. I'm 22 years old. It's been my dream since I started competing, since I was 6, 7 years old, to qualify.
Cole Hauschman, welcome to the championship tour.
Is it official? Yeah. My dad's, he's played the biggest role out of anyone in my life. He was at the beach today and it was unreal. I hadn't seen him tear up in a while, and that was the first time he was tearing up. It's just cool to see everything paying off, and you know, I think I've had a lot of losses in the past and good and bad years, and it's just cool to see, like, I think everything happens for a reason, and my time kind of came now.
Well, good morning, surf fans, and welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing. Big heat in the lineup with two exciting surfers about to compete in a duel of will. You got Cole Hauschman versus Nolan Raposa. I'm Chris Cote, and I'm so happy to be joined by Rosie Hodge and Mitchell Salazar. We had a fun Heat 1 here in the round of 16. It was Reeve Hazelwood that got by Morgan Siblick. And Morgan Siblick, who was sitting at number 9 currently on the Challenger Series, is going to have a lot to think about between now and the next event. That was a shot for a big result, but you can't count him out. He's been on an incredible roll this year. We will see more of Morgan in the next event. And if you like airs and high-speed radical surfing, get excited because you'll see more of Reeve Hazelwood as well. He'll be moving through.
That was a really good heat.
Yeah.
And the good thing for Morgan, I mean, this is like a bittersweet, but there were lots of shaded names above him that lost out in the round of 32. Yesterday, obviously, you wanted to make more ground, make it into the quarters. He was on a precipice of a great result, a keeper result. But yeah, on to the next one.
Well, this is going to be a telling matchup for the future of the Challenger Series and the U.S. Open of Surfing. Cole Houshman has had the best week of his life, the best year of his life. He's won 2 Challenger Series events in a row, which is a very rare occurrence. Can't remember it happening in the last 5 or 6 years. He's on his way to a potential 3rd. If he does that, that's history in the making there. So Cole Houshman, top of the world for the moment. And, you know, he's just, he's worn it well. Very calm, relaxed, you know, obviously excited. Obviously this is a dream, literal dream come true for him. He still has work to do because Nolan Raposa has put on some incredible performances here at the Huntington Beach Pier. He's out there on his trusty Paisel 5.6 Red Tiger Epoxy. So a new-ish board model from Paisel. And I think one of the trademarks of Paisel surfboards is they're easy to ride. You know, there's not, you don't have to spend a lot of time figuring these boards out. Right when they get under your feet, they go. So this right here, you know, and this is a matchup that goes way back. These two guys have been surfing against each other for a long time. They probably started surfing against each other when they were 10 or 11 years old. So they are friendly rivals. And there you see out the back, Nolan Raposa looking in, and all he sees is spray. One thing you know you're going to get from Cole Houshman is big, powerful turns. That's going to be a great start for Cole. That first turn sent spray to the sky, and that's a feel-good moment when, you know, you watch that last heat. The first 3 or 4 waves from each surfer, kind of a little weird.
Yeah,
but
and
this is a great start.
2 beach break specialists, by the way. We saw that in Reef Hazelwood in the last heat, and Cole Houshman trains a lot at lower trestles, but his home break has always been T Street, and for the first time this event, riding that Black Dart surfboard from Mayhem underneath his feet. Great transitional turns right there. Should be a decent opening score, but you know, coming from T Street, which I have to say is one of my least favorite waves on the planet. It is super hard to surf. If you're able to surf there on any given day, you can come to Southside HB and compete with the best of them.
Yeah, and these guys grind out there. Talk training. Yes, they love surfing. They're having a ball, but they're also very serious about it. You know, Cole Houshman and all his homies from San Clemente are constantly running mock heats. And it's always so incredible to me that a kid this big can surf waves this small that well. And the board under his feet obviously has a lot of pop. I mean, that thing is flying across the water. 2 big turns for Cole. His first score is going to come in, probably a mid-ranger, a great start, and he just backed it up quickly. Rosie was still 23-18 to go. I feel like, you know, his recipe for success is grab waves, smash them, repeat.
Yeah, that's a good recipe. It's foolproof. Well, Cole, I mean, when I look at his run through this contest, his kind of MO has been to get that first wave. It's always kind of been in that mid-range, the 5, so he's been doing that again. He couldn't believe his luck, though. He was looking at Nolan like, I can't believe you're not going to take this wave. And I think when you watch Cole in real time surfing this wave, the obvious statement is the power, but when you slow it down and actually look at the intricacies of how low he is and just how much torque he's getting through that lower body, through that surfboard, that's where you really start to feel just how technically sound this man is.
Mitch, you have a similar build to Cole. You guys are around the same height, strong, powerful surfers. What is the key element for big guys in small waves?
Using your legs, and that's one thing that he does super well, and that's why you see the extra spring and the pop. A lot of tall surfers tend to use their upper body. Cole uses his lower body very well.
And here we go, the answer back from Noel Rapp. Big snap to start. And just maybe a little overeager on that second turn. That's something we have mentioned with Nolan Raposa that makes him so many people's favorite surfer. Unpredictability we have with this guy. He's all or nothing. That wave right there is a kind of a proof in the pudding type of moment. He didn't have to go that hard in the second turn, but I appreciate that he did, because, you know, that could have been the difference between a 5 and an 8.
I'm seeing shades of, you know, if you put this in the mirror, Felipe Toledo for Nolan Raposa, just the speed that which he carries and the lightness that he has. I mean, he really glides through the water, where I feel like Cole cuts through it. So that's like a contrast that you'll see in both of these styles, and it's really cool to see that quickness that Nolan has.
So 21 minutes on the clock. The first score comes through for Nolan Raposa, a 2.5. Both surfers ready and waiting. And while we wait to see what they do on their next wave, let's go to the glass. AJ is with Reef Hazelwood.
Reef, all smiles on this morning. A fantastic heat for you, but a slow start. So what was your mindset paddling into the water? How'd you want to attack it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Morgan's such a tough competitor, and so going out, like, I just wanted to be sitting with him at the start, trying to have as much control as possible. And yeah, slow, but then was able to get the first wave, which was a part of the plan, and was just hoping to put him on the back foot, and yeah, ended up being that way, which was really awesome. And yeah, just stoked that the plan all came together.
As you should be. It's a plan that was well executed, and it got you your first heat win on the Challenger Series this year. Your smile is so big. Why is this moment so important to you?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's been a bit of a tough year. Yeah, only made a couple of heats, and then finally actually a first heat win. So just feel like I'm building, and really excited for the rest of the year, and to hopefully have the start of a good rest of the year. So. Excited and just building confidence, and you know, stoked to get a heat win like that. Really kind of boosted confidence, which is maybe something I've kind of been lacking a little bit in the previous events. So stoked to just get it going this one.
As you should be. Congratulations. Carry it forward to the next round.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, AJ, and congrats to Reef Hazelwood. Proving right there that a positive mindset is indispensable. If you're looking for success on the Challenger Series, you will lose a lot. It is the best job in the world, yes, but it's also an emotional roller coaster. Every surfer, men, woman, children who compete on any level will tell you that surfing can be cruel. Competitive surfing can be cruel. Well, normal surfing can be too if you're not catching waves.
Yeah, it is.
And here we go. Cole Hausman with a 5 and a 5.17. Steady, solid start. And he's going to be adding to that number. This board is bending to his will. On demand, big backside hooks. The crowd goes wild. Cole Hausman, even with this much time, I mean, you have this feeling, right? Is he unstoppable, Mitch?
Look, I've known Nolan Raposa for a long time. I've seen him grow up through the rankings. Same thing with Cole Hausman. Rosie, Peter, and I went to the Partner Summit here at the Shorebreak Hotel yesterday, and we all had the same pick to win 3 events in a row, and it was Cole Hausman. And dude, I just don't see anybody beating him right now. It seems like he's just oozing confidence. Every time he stands up, he's improving on his score. And you mentioned that he drives through his turns. Look at that second turn in the pocket. His timing is so good. And for him riding that board for the first time this event too, and feeling so confident and comfortable on it, we're talking about a kid that I feel is going to be Rookie of the Year next season. He's going to be unstoppable in the first 5 events before the cut too, and he has a good chance of winning his first CT event either at Sunset Beach or Bells.
Something that I've found remarkable too is you tell this guy you've just qualified, there's all this noise, friends, family, there's media commitments now, sponsor commitments, but he is a competitive cyborg. I mean, you look at his face before he takes off on that wave, and he is like got his eyes rolled back in his head, and he's just full like attack mode.
Look at this run too. First event, he was probably kicking himself knowing he had so much more to give. Comes back in Sydney, huge win and big gnarly waves. Same thing with Bolito. I mean, absolutely tore through the field. He's on pace to do it yet again. His last score comes through a 7.17, a massive number. And kind of what you can take away from those opening waves from Cole is he's amplifying on every wave that he catches. The 5.17 that he got was really similar to the 7.17. It's just both turns were bigger, more spray, faster, more power, fed right into what the judges wanted to see. So another one of your highest single wave scores of the morning coming by way of a right for Cole Hausman. So it was all lefts in the heat before. Now we're seeing things start to flip.
And the agility of Nolan Raposa, it's what I think gives him an advantage at a beach break like this right now. But he had a mistake on that 2.5. Say he converts with a 5 or a 6 at the beginning of the heat, he's right back in it right now. He needs close to a 10, and unfortunately for him, 16.5 minutes sounds like a lot right now, but it isn't enough time to get really 2 good waves that'll put you in a position to take the lead. Cole's going to build on that 5.17, and especially he got that score underneath Nolan's priority too. What I'm seeing right now is the control of the peak and momentum in a lot of the heats that Cole surfed so far in the previous 3 events.
I still think Nolan can do it.
He can.
Definitely.
I mean, just like knowing his, I mean, he is underrated in my opinion. I think Nolan, he's coming off a 5th in Bolito, and that's his only result. He actually didn't know that he was an alternate in Australia at his brother's wedding, so he's got a 5th place now. Then this could, you know, a 9th place or going into the quarters is a big result. I think he's way hungrier than he lets on. So there is, obviously, he's starting from scratch. He's going to surf a 16-minute heat, and he's got to start now to make it happen. But I still think he's got the mongrel in him to do it.
And if you kind of look at the strengths of both these surfers, you got to give the power and the consistency to Cole Hauschman, but you have to give the explosiveness, the speed, and the progression to Nolan Raposa. If he finds a ramp, he can do something really special. We've seen it time and time again right here in similar conditions. If anybody can find that curb cut to launch off of, it's Nolan Raposa. I doubt Cole, being 6'3", 200 plus pounds, is thinking air, but Nolan probably has that in the back of his mind, and he has the ability, he has the talent. He's gonna keep Cole Hauschman honest for sure. And right now, I think you can kind of see that he's leaning more towards the patient side of things, waiting for a set, and maybe hanging his hopes on one big wild maneuver.
Well, historically, this is a good event for Nolan. 3rd place finish in 2021. Barely lost out to Jake Marshall right at the end of that heat in the semifinals as well. But Nolan's been a great performer throughout Challenger Series events. As you mentioned, Rosie, coming off of a great finish over at Bolito, a 5th place over there. And, you know, only being 2 events in, a 5th and a 9th, that puts you right into the conversation of potentially qualifying yet again. He does need to match at least a 7 right now of Cole Hauschman, so I think patience is going to be a big virtue for him in the last 14 minutes.
And he's gone into these events. He actually didn't regionally qualify, and he obviously didn't qualify in his results last year from the Challenger Series. So he's, you know, he's looking at all of these events that he's kind of snuck into as an alternate as such a huge opportunity.
Yeah, he didn't even look at this left. Leaving it for Cole wasn't a good wave, so no problem there. Nolan Raposa out the back with priority on the move. Hunting a ramp. Here we go. Straight to his backhand. Big turn to start. Blows the tail. Wild surfing from Nolan Raposa. That's just what we wanted to see. I love that he's just right on the edge of out of control.
That's what it is. Hey, like you watching him and you're like, whoa, his foot's redlining. He's got it back on. He's into his next maneuver.
Now, I know that control is actually in our judging criteria, but when a surfer pushes the limits, I think the judges seem to love it.
Yeah, you lose control, but you're in control the whole time. It sounds almost like it's a contrast of opinions, but that was radical at the beginning of this wave from Nolan Raposa. Look at the amount of commitment that turn took, too, as well as, I mean, you're risking a lot at the beginning of this wave. If you go for a turn like that, imagine if you fall and you have the rest of the wave that you just blew on. And as of right now, with 13 minutes to go, easily going to be his best wave by a long shot, Chris. Puts him back up into the heat.
Yeah, you know, you can kind of see the musical references here. Cole Hauschman is kind of that heavy metal style surfing, you know, Black Sabbath, big, heavy riffs, whereas Nolan Raposa right now is looking straight up punk rock. The first turn on that last wave, I love that he just let it all hang out. You know, there was no holding back there. So I'm really curious, excited, concerned, wondering what that score is going to be, Rosie.
I think it's going to be a good one. And even watching his foot placement there, he had to do some subtle adjustments mid-turn on that first one because his footer got bumped all the way over the mid-section of that stringer to that inside rail. So there were so many things happening on that first turn that he had to adjust and adapt to as he went into that second move.
And boom, just like that, Nolan Raposa right back in this heat. A 6.67, just under the highest single wave score set forth by Cole Hauschman, that 7.17. So Nolan Raposa is right back in it. Now needs a 5.68, a much more digestible number. I feel like anything 7 and up has to feel daunting out there, especially when the waves are like this. But if you got a 5 requirement, that's just a little bit nicer. It makes you feel a little bit better.
It's attainable, and as soon as Nolan got that wave and Cole saw the reaction of the crowd on the beach, he moved over, and with priority right now with 11 minutes to go, needs to manage time and positioning out there greatly.
11:15 on the clock. Surfers finding their spot in the lineup. Nothing coming for right now, so we're going to take a quick break. Let's pay some bills. And when we return, the culmination, round of 16, heat number 2. Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We've got an epic matchup going down right in front of our eyes. 9 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Cole Hausman in the lead for now. Nolan Raposa, second place, needing a 5.68. During the break, we had a split peak situation. Cole going right, Nolan going left. And neither one of them really mattered. This just in, special updated news report. Said earlier that you had Nolan Raposa on a Red Tiger. Well, that's the backup board he has on the beach. He's currently riding a Pisalian 2, which I can attest to being one of the friendliest surfboards on the planet. It's one of those boards that just lets you do whatever you want, and I think we're seeing that right now with Nolan Raposa. 8:30 to go. Cole Hausman with the edge, but well within reach of Noel Rapp, representing the LBC just up the road.
Yes, sir.
I think that's an equal drive, actually, from Huntington Beach to San Clemente and Long Beach. It's about a half hour. They meet in the middle.
I feel like it's way closer to Long Beach from here. You can take PCH.
Depending on traffic.
You'll be, well, you take PCH, no traffic, you'll be there 15 minutes. San Clemente will take you, what, 35, 40, I would say, Rosie?
Yeah, it's been about that. And on the toll road.
Half a podcast.
Yeah, I kind of sit in my car just listening to the rest of it.
When you're listening to the world's greatest action sports podcast, the Monday Mass, and you pull up to your house and it's not over yet, do you wait in your car and finish the episode?
I do.
Thank you so much, Rosie.
Always.
7:43 now on the clock. And, you know, you're looking at this overview and, you know, probably I'd say about half of the surfing world would show up to the beach with their coffee and their board today and go, I might wait a little bit. But when you're one of the world's best, you look at waves like this, and you just want to get out there and have a feeding frenzy, and kind of seeing that right now. There was plenty of waves ridden in the first heat. In this one, you got Cole with 5 waves, Nolan with 3. 2 impactful scores for each surfer, 7.17 for Cole, 6.67 for Nolan. So with 7 minutes to go, you might ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Here's how we did it, Mitch.
Yeah, getting off to a quick start was Cole Hausman. His best score right here is 7.17. Excellent timing for the surfer from San Clemente, newly qualified. And as you can see right here, just the way he's driving off of the bottom and through his turns, really appreciating this surfing I hear from a big boy in small conditions, but obviously capitalizing on some good performances so far this heat.
The answer back from Nolan Raposa was what we were waiting for. He'd been pushed into a corner, and he's clawing his way out. The 6.67 from him puts him in a fighting chance.
Coming up next, so the 2 surfers we have in the water, they've been friends for a long time. The next heat, though, we're talking about homies. 2 real good friends. Jet Schilling there in the red. He's going up against Crosby Colapinto. Tons of history between these two. You know, they've traveled the world together. They've grown up together. They've probably been competing against each other since they were single-digit ages. So just when you thought it was safe to have a relaxing Friday morning, think again. Things are about to get radical, Rosie.
I'm really sad. All of
Don't
my
be sad.
favorite surfers have been matched up together, like a Jet and a Crosby heat, and then the Cole, Nolan, and the one from this morning, Morgan up against Reef. These heats are so stacked. They're like kind of heartbreaking.
Want to point out something that happened during that split peak. Cole fell, didn't improve on the 517, and Nolan was smart enough to recognize that Cole wasn't going to make it out in time, recovered priority, and I think that's a key moment right now with 5.5 minutes to go, because it's coming down to requiring just one score. So I think what's smart right now from Cole Hauschman, he's moved a little bit away towards the south from Nolan Raposa. And Nolan, it seems like he's going to select that pier bowl right once again, right here. Wait for a set wave. Imagine you match the 7 right now. The requirement for Cole Hauschman is going to be something in the mid-6s too. So I think this is a very smart strategy for the local surfer here in the blue jersey.
Now we are inside of the 5-minute mark. The beach is starting to come alive as a lot of people's favorite surfers are competing bright and early here on a Friday morning.
Yeah, and another note about that heat that's coming up. Griffin is coaching both Crosby and Jet. Let's see if blood is thicker than water or how he divides his attention.
How long, both of you guys have been in enough contests. I haven't been in an event since the mid-90s here at the U.S. Open, but how long do you know before who you're going to be surfing against? Like, how many hours do you have to think about who you're going to be matched up against?
Depends how early the heat draw comes out. I would always love to know who was in my heat before.
You did?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I'd be like, okay, cool, and then I could contemplate
Scouting
like the
report.
different. Yeah, I liked it.
Really? I never even looked at the heat until the morning of. Like, if I knew that I was surfing against a friend of mine, I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, or sometimes I come up to you in the parking lot, oh, we're together. We're in the same heat. And I'd be like, right on. I try to go out there and focus on myself most of the time. Once I knew I was in the top 2 spots, maybe I'd start strategizing a little bit. It would change a lot for me when it came to man-on-man heats. Four-person heats or 3-person heats, I try to just focus on myself. It's just not enough time. 20 minutes goes by real quick in QS heats.
I think also it's like the black and white. Like once you see a heat draw, you see your name on paper, you know you're in the event. Like it starts getting those feelings going.
Yeah, and even more so, you never forget who you surfed against in your heat. My last heat at the U.S. Open was versus Bruce Irons and Barry Deffenbaugh. It was 10 foot. We paddled out a mile up the beach.
Where's Barry now?
And I ended up under the pier. I don't even know what happened. I lost. Well, thankfully I did, because now I get to come and hang out with you guys. 3 minutes to go. Cole Hauschman in the lead. Not by a long shot, though, because Nolan Raposa is still in the conversation, needing a 5.68. Cole Hauschman hunting up the beach, trying to find a wave that will kick that door shut, lock it, slam it, nail it closed. He knows that Nolan has the firepower, right? He knows that even on a medium-sized wave, Nolan can do something outlandish to excite the judges and get that big number.
And you are so right, Mitch, about the priority here for Nolan and how important it is. And there's something about the sun hitting the conditions, and it just seems to clean up the ocean. So these last 2.5 minutes, conditions are looking prime. Let's see what Nolan can do. Can he capitalize?
Oh,
That was that was a cat and mouse, right? Little string pull right there. Are you going? You should go. I think you're going to like this one.
he pulled him off the peak, though. And Nolan needs to be moving back right now with 2 minutes to go. You still want to go on a wave. I mean, regardless if it's a good wave or not, you still want to give yourself a chance to get that mid-5 that you're needing. But don't fall into the other person's strategy right now and get pulled off of the main peak. And with 2 minutes to go, look at this. See how Cole's pulling him to the other direction?
And he even looked over his shoulder,
Yes.
too.
And right now, then he's looking towards the left, trying to make him go left, which, as of right now, isn't the best wave that Nolan needs.
And being pulled off the sandbar, you watch that wave, it goes into deeper water. Like, it's never going to be a wave. But if Nolan can pull off, if Nolan can pull this off, if he can find that wave and get the score, which he's definitely capable of, it'll be one of the most clutch performances of this event.
And an underrated virtue for an elite level surfer is acting. Everything that Cole did just then, he did not want that wave at all. But he made it look like it, right? Oh my gosh, look at this one. This is my score. And he's looking over his shoulder. He's kind of over-exaggerating his paddling. Oh, yeah, his eyes like saucers. Whoa, look at this left.
He's injected some adrenaline into Nolan, too, so he's having these energy spikes.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw Nolan really thinking about it, too. So I take it back. It did work. Here we go. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Under a minute to go, 45 seconds on the clock. Both surfers having a good look at this wave. Nolan lets it go. Cole, can he shut the door with this right-hander? Quick start, big backside reverse, goes down. The door's open.
Ooh.
Nolan Raposa having a look. Will this wave wedge up enough? Looks decent on the takeoff. Here we go. Nolan Raposa looking for a 5.68. Big start there for Noel Rapp. Another massive backside whip. Has he done enough? Well, ask him. He says yes. Was that the buzzer beater that Nolan wanted? The crowd is going wild. It doesn't get much better than that for a finish.
My heart is in my throat, but it is. I mean, a 5.68 is what he requires. The question is there enough like critical section for him to gain that score? Let's have another look at it.
Young MC, break it down for me, fella.
Oh, I mean, that beautiful bottom turn, top turn combo at the beginning was critical, and a lot of commitment right there. It was an excellent maneuver, comboed it up with the second one. Section wasn't as big as the first one, but look at the commitment right there.
That first turn was money.
And it's a lot of risk right there, too, just like the 6.67. He went for it at the beginning of the wave. Once again, what a heat, by the way.
Speed, power, flow.
Da-da-da-da-da. It's a 6.43 for Nolan Raposa, the buzzer-beating finish. Taking out the #1 surfer on the Challenger Series. The Cinderella story starts right here. Congratulations to our surfer representing Long Beach. Nolan Raposa gets the edge over Cole Hauschman, but what a great performance by both surfers. Cole with a 12.34 total. Noel Rapp with a 13.10. Surf fans, you asked for it. You got it. Action all day long here from the Wallex US Open of Surfing. Whew. We got time to take a quick breath, but trust us, we know you're not going anywhere. The US Open will continue after these brief messages.
It's summertime in Southern California as we welcome you to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The round of 16 continues, and what a moment for two longtime friends. Nolan Raposa. Breaking it down with Cole Hausman. What a rad moment for Nolan. Tough one there for #1 on the Challenger Series as Cole will move on to Portugal, Saquarema. We already know he's on tour, and with an all San Clemente battle, Jet Schilling taking on Crosby Colapinto. We had to bring in more San Clemente into the booth here. So Joe Chappelle, Pete Mel, and Cade Madsen. Cade, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Wow, this is a fun one. Jet, Crosby. And you're going to be critical in this heat.
I'm going to be critical,
You're going to be breaking it down. Two of your best friends in the whole world. I mean, this has to be a fun moment for both these guys looking for a shot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, yeah, these guys surf with each other every single day. We all do, like, mock heats. So we were talking about on the way up, it's insane that, you know, we could have all this, like, practice together and then it happens in an actual contest, so it's super cool.
Really cool. I mean, for a lot of these guys, Jet's been coming up strong through the junior ranks forever. Super smooth, light on his feet, goofy foot, and then the tall Crosby Colapinto, who continues to improve. It feels like every time he hits the water, real balance with power, and also above the lip as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a sick heat. I mean, they're kind of like opposite surfers in a way. So it'll be interesting to see like how they go about it, but yeah, it'll be sick to watch.
So Jet now ranked 10th, Crosby 13th, so still in a great spot to be in this season on the Challenger Series. Here at stop number 4 out of 6. You have 2 throwaways throughout the year to try to make the championship tour. Jet had a great start to the season opener, Pete, and really got himself in a great position on finals day at Snapper Rocks.
So cool, you know, and you talk about the friendly fire through these first 4 heats in this round, but ultimately you think about rivalries, right? And we think about rivalries through the years. Mostly in your hometown is really truly where your rivalries kind of come to fruition, really. I mean, yeah, they're friendly, but I'll tell you right now, Jet wants to beat Crosby so bad, way more than he'd probably want to beat Matheus Herity, you know, if he had him in his heat, literally, because of the fact that they're hanging out together, they're always pushing each other, and that's how you do it. That's how you get better, is when you're pushing by your friends, right? I mean, you can back that, right?
Yeah, these guys want to beat each other more than
so bad, right?
Now.
So that we are all going to benefit from that because of it, right? There's going to be a full-on battle.
A lot of great stories there. I mean, just go straight to Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson. You know, when they were fighting for the same thing, they're best of friends, but there was actually a period of time on tour when they actually couldn't hang out with each other because they had the same goal.
Yeah.
And anytime they had a heat, like their final in Tahiti.
Same goal right here, dude. Amazing. They both want that championship tour bid, right? And this round right here, round of 16, you know that the points at quarterfinal is what you need. That is the goal. And so, again, like these guys are going to want to rip each other's heads off.
Okay. For Cade Madsen.
Not really, but you know what I mean.
Who would you favor in conditions like this, Jet or Crosby?
Oh, that's a hard one. I don't know. I mean, I think Crosby's pretty consistent at frontside airs, and it looks pretty good for them out there right now. But, you know, Jet's backhand is gnarly and fast. So, yeah, I think they'll play to their strengths, and, yeah, it'll be really close, I think.
Huge opportunity for these guys to move into the quarterfinals as we check out the Challenger Series rankings. Jacob Wilcox, number 2, is still remaining in the top 10. And we see Jet at the bottom of that list. We'll have Crosby on page number 2. We've got your name up there, Cade, as well. So you see where Crosby's sitting. Obviously a big heat win into the quarters. More points potentially could get up into the top 10 before heading into Portugal. Michael Rodriguez coming up next against Matheus Herity. And I really enjoyed your post, Cade, the other day, opening up with your journaling there and going through that frustrating moment, talking about the emotional roller coaster that you're experiencing on tour with a loss you had out here the other day when you felt amazing and how hard that was to walk away and turn in your jersey.
Yeah, it was really hard. I mean, this sport's so crazy, you know, how we go through like the highs and lows, and yeah, the other day I just felt like at the best I've ever felt, and like boards felt amazing, everything felt good, and sometimes it just goes like that, you know, and you got to roll with the punches and, yeah, keep going.
We've seen that a lot, kind of leading the charge with Griffin Colapinto being really open with his journaling. Was that easy for you to kind of make yourself vulnerable and to share that with the world? Was that an easy decision for you to make?
I think so. I kind of like just wrote down everything I felt that morning, and it kind of came out as more like angry that day or like bummed or whatever, and then the next day I found myself like writing, and it was more just like acceptance, you know, like accepting the fact that like this is a part of my story.
That's really cool. Everyone takes losses in different ways, Pete, and I think we're in this era now where, for athletes, they don't have to act like the Terminator all the time. You can actually open up a little bit, which can actually be more healing.
I would say that in this day and age, right, and we talk about mental health a lot, and this is something that is so cool to be a part of, especially as a kid this young right here, being able to experience that and understand it and talk about it. And it's, this wisdom that comes from,
Wow. Of course they were going to battle, weren't they, Pete?
Oh, that was sick.
Look at that quick whip, always light on his feet, chilling. Ooh. Throwing down a cool frontside hack and then right into a backhand wrap. He's been doing a lot of that this week where he has a big section to hit on his forehand and still has so much room on a backhand reform. But what a paddle battle there.
Big time, and again, I talked about these two wanting to beat each other very, very badly, and it is, it's funny, we touch on, look at this, he thinks he's on the right.
Oh, this is a let him have it.
Yeah, kind of.
He kind of let him have it right there. Oh.
But the fact that they're able to kind of, journal and all these things, all these tricks to be able to show such great maturity, watching Jet and what he's been able to do, I'm going to just switch gears completely and go back to talking about analyzing this way, but what Jet's been able to really, truly accelerate through his moves, the fact that he's a little bit lighter build, very strong, and the fact that he's kind of tall and lean, he has that ability to accelerate through moves. And it's a definite point of difference if you're able to do that with flow, right? Because sometimes it looks a little jerky if you don't do it, but he's been able to do it with flow, and that's why he's had success here.
Okay, we're putting Cade Madsen on the hot seat, coming in here number 5 in the world here at the U.S. Open. Jet versus Crosby. Let's break it down. Power, who has the edge?
You'd have to go with Crosby there, I think, for sure.
And then moving to the air. Who's better in the air?
Wow, they're both really talented at airs. I don't know. I'd have to say Jet has maybe a little more of a repertoire with airs.
Pop.
A little more pop,
more pop.
I guess, and he did use some alley-oops this season on the Challenger Series.
Almost took me out with one.
Here comes Jet. Yeah, little fin ditch.
Dang.
A little messy section. Hard to really punctuate that final turn, but a 4.5 already. Crosby might get a start here.
Good-looking wave.
Cros on the right-hander now. Ooh. Throwing down a big power hook. That's what we were just talking about from Cros. And nice. A cool little jam for a 2-turn combo. Petey's on the board.
Yep, and it's exactly what we saw, a little more power, right? So basically Crosby will go through his maneuver with a lot longer time on the rail, right? But still acceleration through it, but that's kind of showcasing that power. He sinks it a little deeper, whereas you see Jet a little more on top of the water, but a little bit more pop and spark, right? So look at this, though, just drives through it. And again, a lot of water out the back. Got there, personally, too early. He should have just been a little bit more.
Too,
yeah, it did. But at the same time, if he'd waited just a little bit more, it would have been a lot better of a final section for him. He got there a little too early in my book.
Talking about yourself, Cade, on the road to come back to where you're sitting today, a lot to be thankful for, from being sidelined for a long time with an injury when all your friends are surfing and spending time in the water. I know how hard that must have been, but how thankful you are to be where you are today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just grateful every day to be here, be surfing every day with my friends and, yeah, just enjoying it because obviously that was a hard time. I had to miss all of last year. Like watching every event was super hard. So
any residual pain or anything going on? Are you good? 100%?
It's probably right there at 100%. It kind of bugs me every now and then, but it's for the most part I'm able to surf every day, so train and do whatever I want. So I'm stoked.
And just so everyone knows, it was a back injury, right, that you went through?
Yeah, back injury, low back.
And that's one of those things, I mean, it's such a wild card injury, right? Like, what if it could injure it again? Like, what are you doing to kind of keep strong so you don't have any issues going forward?
As we watch Jet now check out a right. Oh, he's smooth through his turns and hammers the finishing move there. And just like Crosby having a brother here with Griffin, Malik showing up to back up his younger brother Jet in this matchup. He started off with pocket 4.5s, and he'll look to build because Crosby opened with a 6.33. What'd you see here, Pete?
Well, again, that's that little bit of extra zest and pop that he carries. He's able to drift over the top with speed, get that release very easily. But I feel like it's going to be kind of something right in that same range where he's already had. Crosby showed a point of difference by digging that rail in, and on a day like today, where it is soft, right? If you can showcase, utilizing the speed that you have and digging that rail in, there's a little point of difference there. I think for Jet, personally, he's going to have to do You know, his quickness is such a big role. Like, pack it in, man. Pack in some spark. Get like 3 turns and 4 turns. I think he'll be able to do that much easier than Crosby would. And that's where he could showcase a point of difference. Right now, he's been able to get these 2 turns and kind of similar, but I think he needs to find a way that he can get like 3 and maybe even get above the lip, because I feel like with the fact that he carries, he's lighter, he's able to have that little extra speed. He can get above the lip a little easier than Crosby would today.
Previous heat was a fun one, too. Longtime friends. It came down to the wild card. Nolan Raposa on the final wave, upsetting number 1 on the Challenger Series, Cole Hauschman. Nolan is with AJ.
Nolan, no better way to start your Friday morning than a little bit of high anxiety, high stress for that heat, but you pulled it out in the end. I want to talk about just your strategy throughout that heat. How did you stay calm going against somebody like Cole?
It's funny, I actually didn't stick to my game plan. Myers, my coach, was like, get active, you know, build your house early, build your house for the first half and then get patient. But then once I seen Cole like take off in the first wave, I didn't really want to go for like a smaller wave like that. So I kind of was like, well, that means I'm going to be the guy having to sit and wait for the best waves. So I tried, you know, Cole definitely got one of the best waves too, but I got one, and then I literally felt like I only caught like 2 waves that heat, like until the last 30 seconds or whatever. So yeah.
I want to talk about the last 30 seconds because you know you need a score. Cole takes off on a wave and the clock is counting down, hoping and praying another one comes through. What's going through your mind as you see that wave standing up?
Yeah, my heart was pumping for sure. That's funny because there was another set before, like maybe at like the 2-minute mark, where like my heart was pumping even harder. I was like, oh my God, here's my chance, here's my chance. But then like the wave fizzled out and I was like, okay, catch your breath, catch your breath. And then like the set came in and the first one came through and it was the big one. I was like, well, this thing doesn't have a wall on it. So I was like, I can't really get a score on this thing unless I go for an air. I was like, I'm pretty sure the second wave is going to be the one. It's hard to know if there's going to be a second wave or not, but sure enough, I turn over and there was a really good wave behind it, and I was like, all right, got the 5. Stress levels were slightly calm, definitely heart was racing, but yeah, I just knew I just needed to finish the wave, so stoked.
As you should be. You come in, this is a beach that is near and dear to your heart here in Huntington, being from just up the road in Long Beach. What does it mean for you to move on out of the round of 16 here?
Yeah, it means a lot. Like, I mean, I love Huntington. I surf here all the time. All my friends and family came to support, and it's just rad coming in after each one of your heats, and like everyone's giving you hugs, and like you can hear them chanting after your waves and stuff too. So it gives you that little extra motivation. And also, like 2 days ago, I had my movie premiere with Tyler Gunter over at the Salty Bear, and like it was cool to see like all my friends and everyone from like just all over come and support. So I'm feeling a lot of love this week. So stoked.
As you should be. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Nolan. Right into Jet, setting up a nice top turn. Another little snap through the foam. Nice rhythm on the 3rd effort, and a cool-looking nose pick reverse, but he gets tangled up riding away.
So that's one thing I think with Jet is that he can get that style of wave, that little left double up that's going to give you opportunity for 3 turns. It was unfortunate that he didn't get the finish, but that was the wave right there. He gets that finish, all of a sudden he's in there with a 6.33. You know, he's leading the heat still, but look, yeah, this is a smaller wave, but you see the little double up section, and that's where he can pack it in.
I think he's able to like create scores too. That's what I was telling him yesterday, at least. I think like, whereas Crosby kind of wants to get on the better waves, I think Jet is able to ride these smaller waves and get bigger scores.
Well, it makes this such a good heat because they've got 2 different ways to potentially take out the win, as we see Jet just get caught trying to rotate out of that reverse. So that doesn't factor in. 4.5's his low score, 5 for Jet Schilling's best, but Crosby already started with a 6.33. Being selective, this is wave number 2. Went right on his first wave. Here's his first look on the back end. Great connection off the lip. Flowing through the whitewater. Quick little wrap back into the pocket. Now we'll jam it over the foam. So working hard down the line, only chasing a 3.17, Pete.
Yeah, he'll get it, and he'll turn the heat. That's not going to be a high scoring wave, but like he surfed it well. You know, again, he had to wind up. It was almost like the first snap, kind of getting an extra speed here, and then the best turn was the second turn.
What do you think, Cade?
I think it was nice. He had a couple good turns there, and then it seems like the wave just let him down in the end. Didn't really give him that like solid finishing section, but yeah, I like the patience that he's showing.
Yeah, open with a 6.33, so didn't need too much. And now Jet Schilling will choose his back end. His 6th wave so far in the matchup. First turn, throws down the snap, tight space, just a little whitewater hack there to try to better a 4.5. So this one heating up, all San Clemente battle. Jet Schilling versus Crosby Colapinto for a shot into the quarterfinals. And still plenty of time to work this one out. Two longtime friends, but they want to beat each other with everything they've got. We will see what happens in the back end of heat number 3 in the round of 16.
Crosby Colapinto, 22 years old, from San Clemente, California. I think the tour is definitely the pinnacle of surfing. All the best guys are there, and it's the best waves. You get to surf incredible waves. You know, it's a dream tour, and you just get to really like show how you surf in good waves. So that's what I want to get there for. Getting older on the Challenger Series, I think I'm really starting to kind of know myself and know where my level's at and know that I'm ready. It's been a dream of mine to be on the championship tour ever since I was super young. Me and my brother have talked about it ever since we were little, and to be there with him and traveling with him and bringing my family along, it just is like a dream come true for sure.
Exciting time for Crosby Colapinto in round of 16 here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Getting coaching from his big brother Griffin. He'll be competing for a world title this September at lower trestles, as Griffin's just standing tall. He did a little freestyle rap this morning. He's always just engaged with humor, but also extremely focused.
Got a little quote today from Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Thanks, Pete.
What lies behind you and what lies in front of you pales in comparison to what lies inside of you. Now that is from Troy Eckert. Text to Crosby Colapinto this morning. Spiritual advisor Troy Eckert for both Crosby and I think probably a lot of the crew, but kind of cool to see that there's a lot of tools in the toolbox coming from these surfers now at such a young age. Literally having someone who can just bring you something, just give you the right quote at the right time to kind of inspire you. You know, also have your physical coach. You have parents and what parents can bring to the table. Like there's all these things that you can have, and definitely pull from that toolbox. That was the quote today for Crosby Colapinto. See what happens.
What does that mean to you, Pete?
It means a lot of things. That means presence is a gift, right?
If you walk across the street and check out the Hall of Fame over by HSS, you can see Pete's big handprints and footprints, but the coolest part, the quote, presence is a gift. I went and visited that yesterday, and
they're putting some more prints in there today.
I stepped on Fig's feet. It's really cool to check out all the heroes of surfing right here in Surf City, USA, as we've got Crosby looking under priority. His wave before, he just got a 2 Ranger, but still has the lead. Schilling needs a 6.76. Let's get into heat strategy, Cade. You know, it just jump into Jet's corner. I know you love both these guys, but what would you be thinking Jet should be looking for right now?
I think right now what he needs is just a good wave. You know, he needs to wait, post up, and I think there's good enough waves out there to the point where he can be patient. And I think, yeah, just wait for a solid wave where you could do a couple big turns.
Does he need to switch gears, do something above the lip, or can he just...
I think he can do that, of course, but I think for him right now, I think he wants to focus on more just doing his big surfing.
How cool is it to be around his energy after the season opener? I mean, going all the way to the final series as we stick with this one. Live action with Jet Schilling. Backhand float. There's the fin throw, reverse. Nice technical move, but real small, soft section. You can tell he's really inspired to finish off on his feet. Chasing a 6.76 on that one, Pete.
Yeah, it's not going to go there, but it could improve on the 5, maybe just ever so slightly. But yeah, you're right. You mentioned the section that he had to do that maneuver on. It needed to be a bit more critical. It looked like the way it was going to be cool because the way he was able to scramble into it, it looked like it was going to have a little bit of extra energy in it, a little double up. And that's where he was picking up speed. He was telegraphing an air section there.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to try an air, but
it just didn't come for him. And that's the whole thing about being presence is a gift, right? Like you can't necessarily think in your mind, I'm going to go do an air, right? Because the wave may not give it to you, and all of a sudden you've wasted an opportunity that you could have maybe done 3 turns on. So you really are literally presence is a thing. You got to react to what's in front of you. You know, whatever wave's been given to you, you got to make that choice. Hey, is this going to be a good enough wave? But not necessarily thinking maneuver choices at this point. It's literally got to react to what is gifted in front of you.
There's something that happened in pro surfing when Gabriel Medina won a world title in 2014. It gave the belief in his crew that everybody could win. For Felipe Toledo, he said he was in the world title race and he had never won a CT event at that time. But Gabriel winning gave him confidence. He won 3 events that year. So that was real. That was a super crazy momentum shift. And even though Adriano is older than Medina, he's go, wait, Gabe just did it for our country. I can do it too. They went for Brazilian titles back-to-back, and we're still living through that era. And I'm kind of seeing that with you guys, Cade, with you guys are able to celebrate each other's success and then feed off it as well. And you're a great example of that, moving up all the way to number 5 after the event in Bolito, as we'll watch live action, little snap, and kicking out quickly for Jet. But what does that feel like to actually succeed with your friends?
Yeah, you know, it's crazy because they both started off, obviously, with equal thirds, I think. And me and Cole lost first round that event. And I think me and Cole looked at each other. We're like, oh, they can do that. We can do that too, because, you know, we surf against each other every day. So it's like, yeah, it kind of gave us that motivation to be like, oh, we can, you know, be there. And yeah, I think those next 2 events, we brought that with us kind of. And yeah, that helped out a lot. I think just being there, watching those guys compete through that event was just super inspiring.
Really cool seeing the energy coming out of San Clemente right now, especially with the world title event to look forward to this September. That includes Griffin Colapinto. Michael Rodriguez, one of the fastest surfers in the draw, taking on Mateus Herdy coming up next. Just like this, Pete, all San Clemente battle, all Brazilian battle coming up next.
And yeah, again, we talked about the 4 that, you know, unfortunately it's friendly fire, but the reality is the fans actually get to benefit from that because the rivalries within their communities is really what fires everybody up. You're going to get to see these fireworks. You know, you had touched on the fact that you know, there's a draw that comes with you know, having success of your fellow surfers in either your country or hometown, like these guys have in San Clemente. But that truly is something that all of us as surf fans and surfing as a whole is going to benefit from. I mean, you've got the Aussies doing the same thing, man. They're all over there in that corner. They're all supporting each other. You get this national pride happening, and it lifts the game to a level that, like, I'm getting chicken skin just talking about it, how cool it is to be, especially with the Challenger Series. Like, you're going to see 80 surfers from all around the globe, and you've got these great superpowers in surfing, and they're all together. You know, there's what? How many guys are? There's like 7.
Got to be at least 7 or 8.
7 or 8 San Clemente guys on tour, right? They're from one town. This is a small town in Southern California, right? Let alone, you know, countries that are all coming together. And again, I think that that's just, it's elevating the whole sport. You know, especially with the Olympics coming up, right? That's the whole national pride thing that's going to be happening. I mean, again, we're all benefiting from it.
Oh, it's so cool. And you guys have brought some crew in, like from Hawaii, like Brody, Josh Moniz, Eli Hanneman as well. As we look at the recap, 2 good friends fighting for the same cause of moving into the quarterfinals. Crosby, more selective, 6.33 opener on the right, 5.43 on the left. Looking strong, powerful, comfortable, and still controlling his lead out front. He only has 1 throwaway, so really efficient heat so far for Cross.
Do you think strategically this is exactly what they would be thinking in their heat? Like, Crosby's going, I'm going to go out there and get the 2 best waves, whereas Jet's going, I'm going to get busy. I'm just going to make it happen on whatever is gifted to me. And, like, sure enough, 8 waves for Jet, 3 waves for Crosby. You know, right now, slight edge is with Crosby. You know, with 2.5 minutes to go. You know, I guess the the strategy of Crosby is working.
They're in such a similar spot on the rankings, so a very crucial heat on the road for qualification. Top 10 join the championship tour, and we have 9 spots left after Cole already clinched, as we got the snap on the backhand from Colapinto. Little wrapping cut back, frames it vertical again, soft shoulder, but still some speed to burn. We'll see if he fits that one into his top 2 at 2 minutes on the clock.
Pretty similar to the 5.43 in my eyes.
I'd say under. He claimed it too.
Walk us through the start, Cade.
Yeah, it looked like a good wave here. He did a nice turn there. It just kind of went weird, kind of wobble right there.
Is that out?
That was a nice turn right there, but yeah, the wave kind of, again, just let him down a little bit, I think.
And then this angle, Peter.
Straight up. You know, again, that was a tough section, being that there wasn't a whole lot of punch there, and I love how he unweighted and let the wave, whatever power was there, to keep him out in front and didn't lose any speed. But, you know, it didn't, the next section just did, you know, he would have loved to have carried that speed into the next section. You know, a little selling there with the little fist pump. But there you go. That's the crew, right? They put themselves directly on the stage, so right underneath the judges.
You feel
strategic
energy.
placement of the crew.
You feel real energy off that crew when you walk by. As you got a minute on the clock, Schilling always light on his feet. I love how fast he can get through sections, but unfortunately, maybe
Crosby's
a big
gonna get on
mistake
him right
there
here.
with Crosby having priority. Does Jet have any options right now, Cade?
I think Crosby's going to nail the heat down right here. I mean, unless there's a 2-wave set, you never know. Oh, he got a 6.53.
Wave coming in quickly. So Crosby did improve on the left under the pier. So Jet on this one needs a 7.86.
Oh, he let him have it.
Quick snap off the lip, some momentum for the fin throw reverse, and he already congratulates
That wasn't a
Crosby.
finger, that was a thumbs up.
Yeah, that was a thumbs up.
Yeah, a lot of great crews that built each other up through over the years. Pete, I mean, your crew from Santa Cruz, you guys might have been a little bit harder on each other.
A little bit, but I mean, again, it's
definitely lifted
it's
the level.
The community, yeah, and that's what it's about, right? I mean, yeah, we were a little bit harsh. It's funny, like, you know, we had touched on, like, there was never the tall weed was able to grow up. It was always like that tall weed started going up. You think you're getting a little bit of an ego, poof, you're getting knocked down pretty heavily in our town. Not necessarily the case in San Clemente. I think that they see a tall weed, they're going to go, hey, I'm going to latch onto this tall weed and grow with you, right? And
Yeah,
they
exactly.
end up growing the whole crop, gets all nice and tall.
Yeah, 100%.
A little different way of doing it. Probably a little more successful being, you know, and I think we all can learn from it. And I guess the moral of this story is that, hey, there is a plethora of a toolbox, right? Get all the tools you can, and that's what surfing is doing right now. I think the world should learn from this, because the reality is, right, if the world ever did what the surfing groups are doing right now and supporting each other the way that they have, we'd be in a much better place.
I'm inspired. Crosby getting the win over Jet. Cade Matson, can't thank you enough for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
And we're really
Have fun.
enjoying your run on the Challenger Series. Best of luck at the last 2 stops of the year.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cade Matson moving on to Portugal to compete, and also Saquarema. He's in a great spot to potentially qualify for the championship tour. We've got Michael Rodriguez and Mateus Hurdy coming up next. What's the plan for the rest of the day, the morning?
Yeah, I mean, watch probably the rest of the round. Got to watch and learn.
Awesome. Taking notes.
Take it all in.
He's in school.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Not going anywhere. The U.S. Open's on. Coming up next, we've got heat number 4. Emrod taking on Mateus. All Brazilian battle here at the Huntington Pier. We'll be right back. The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. By Hurley, born from water. And by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open. To get in the win over Jet. A lot of people to high five, including his big bro.
Oh my gosh. I was hoping it was gonna like play, but didn't break it. Yeah.
Crosby on the breakdown with Griffin Colapinto. They've been surfing together their whole life. Beautiful surfing family.
Your dad's documenting over there too in the corner.
What was that?
Dad's documenting in the corner. That was Mitch over there with the video camera.
Mitch is great. He actually will jump into podcasts. He'll interview people as well. He's definitely like the
I just had a good
team
moment.
captain.
Yeah, I just had a good moment with you know, it was like, you know, team dad, right?
Talking to Mitch.
Yeah, with Mitch. I mean, it was a really actually very nice moment to be able to share with someone that I have a lot of respect for, because that man lives a very great recipe of life, right? Ultimately very positive throughout it all, even through losses, through you know, whatever, you know, family crisis, right? Like, you know, deaths, whatever. He's always got this really great way of dealing with things. So it's a nice person to be able to kind of bounce stuff off of. And so, like I said, I had a nice moment with him. And, you know, that's, you know, you think about it as a parent, right? You want the success for your children, but you've done the work already, right? Now, so he's kind of in that thing of like, hey, I'm now enjoying it and supporting. You know, I've been the parent of, you know, teaching your kids how to, you know, clean your room, you know, the restroom, all sorts of stuff you got to learn how to do to teach your kids. But like, all you want is the best for them. And, you know, the work that he's done as a parent has been great. Watching the replays here of Michael Rodriguez quickly. He picked up 2 quick waves here, 2.33 and a 3.0. Probably not going to stay in it, so you can obviously see where Michael Rodriguez is working this heat. Stay busy. Get out there, get as busy as you can. Start trying to create opportunities. Mateos, on the other hand, now has been gifted priority, so he's going to kind of park it. I mean, that's your strategy in the heat is almost like, you know, everyone wants to have that first wave, that first good wave. You know, and then once you get priority, you're like, okay, well, now I'm just going to wait for the set, right? And sometimes it comes, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes your choices get stressed because you're like, okay, I've got priority. Like, do you pull the trigger too early, right? You're like, is this a good enough wave for me to waste my priority on? And all of those choices end up creating the outcome of the heat. So they're important.
Very important, as we'll see Michael Rodriguez get back into position. Let's catch up with Crosby Colapinto with AJ.
Yeah, Crosby just getting out of the water. That was an interesting heat in terms of the different strategies that we saw. You caught half as many waves as Jet did, 10 to 5. But what were you looking for on your waves that you knew that was the strategy that would work?
I was kind of just waiting for the waves that when they would come in, I would just be like, okay, this wave is going to give me a score. So I kind of just based off that. And then Jet and I are best friends, and we grown up surfing together, and we were doing mock drills like the whole time before this event, and so we knew exactly what we were gonna do, I feel like. So it was kind of funny. So like, I knew what he was gonna do, he probably knew what I was gonna do, and I guess I think just starting on that 6 and starting strong is like really important. So I was really happy with that. And once I got that, I was like, all right, it's on. Jet, you're my friend on land, not in the water.
I was gonna ask, obviously that's a huge thing, especially when you roll with a crew like you guys are doing here in Huntington Beach. But the mock drills is an interesting additive to that. It's not just, oh yeah, we surf together, but we actually drill for comps together. Were you able to get in each other's heads at all, or like how does that play out in a heat?
Well, it's nice now we're like actually meeting up in man-on-man heats, so it's kind of cool because last year we weren't really making it to these rounds. So now we're like, once we get here, we're like, okay, cool. One of us is going to be in the quarters. That's pretty cool. But it was funny at the beginning of the heat, the first like 5 minutes we didn't say anything, and then we both look at each other. We just started losing it. I was like, love you, Jay, man. This is gonna be fun. And then we both started laughing, and then it kind of like lightened things up after that, and then it was kind of on.
Makes a lot of sense. And one of the things that's so cool is watching you come in and talk to your brother every single time. Just what is the advice that he keeps giving you that you're hearing out there in the water?
Just kind of, we kind of just break it down before the heat, and then once we just make a plan, and he makes sure to ask me questions, so I'm kind of on it with like my mind kind of like firing and wiring. So So yeah, just, I don't know, breaking things down and just making a game plan with him is just, I think it's huge. And then once I get out there, I'm like, okay, I'm doing this. Griffin told me to do this. I'm wired.
Well, it's certainly working out for you. Congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Sweet, thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Well done to Crosby Colapinto, and I think that's a common thing you hear around the tour and the championship tour. The coach wants you to tell them what you did well and what you did wrong. It's sort of that the understanding of those moves in real time, of being able to break down a heat, and they want it to come from you to show that you are learning what's working in the water right there. A couple of quick moves. Michael Rodriguez, one of the fastest guys in transition, especially in small surf. The guy can whip around a full rotation or a big vertical, and if you blink, you'll miss it. He's that quick. 3 and a 3-1-3, just continuing to build, while Mateos has taken the patience role. So Mateus maybe playing a little Crosby, Michael playing a little Jet Schilling at the moment, Pete.
Yeah, sometimes you're forced into that moment, right? Like, you don't get the first wave, so all of a sudden you're put into priority. But I feel like Michael, you know, I don't know if you saw in the very beginning of that, he was looking right, looking left, looking right, looking left, and you're making that decision while you're paddling into the wave. What is going to give me the best opportunity? I think he made the right choice here, because I don't think he knew that that last final second was going to come up, but he was able to pack it in. I thought, oh, this wave's done with these 2 turns, and then he sees that there's a little moment over the 3rd turn, but like gets over here and like he created another half a point by getting to this section and finding a critical section next to the pier there and getting that float. I mean, that's 5 turns on a wave. That when he took off, it was a 1.5 foot wave, and created a number out of it. And so that's the kind of thing that surfers going to have to do today, is sometimes you're not going to be gifted the best waves, but being able to go out there and have that kind of surf outside of priority, which is what Michael's doing, feels most comfortable probably doing that, creating opportunities. He's done that, because that wave there, I think Mateus looked at it and went, yeah, go ahead, take it. But he's going to get a pretty good number out of it.
Mateus Hurdy from Florianopolis, and now Emrod living around those parts as well, so they probably see each other when they are at home, but both of them pretty busy traveling. I will say that with the new format, with the Championship Tour, Mid-Season Cut, Challenger Series kind of highlighted, it does allow more opportunities to get on some trips. And for Emrod, if he wants to work on anything in Hollow Wave specifically, he's got time to now spend some time improving.
Yeah, it's so true. It really is truly, and it's important too, because I would say that Michael, you know, as he made it to the championship tour and had, you know, the opportunity to try to make the mid-season cut, which he didn't, there's some work to be done, right? I mean, obviously, you're going to know that going forward, going, okay, wait, do I need to go and spend more time at Sunset Beach? You know, when this thing ends in September, he's going to get that opportunity. If he does make the, you know, the cut for the championship tour again, hey, go park it in Hawaii, man, and spend some time at Pipeline. Maybe enlist, you know, some guys who live in that zone that can help you to get better at those spots. Sunset Beach and Pipeline are very difficult, and those are the first 2 events of the season, and they are very important to make that mid-season cut.
Here comes Mateos on his opener. Quick snap using the whitewater well, getting back involved in the wall there. Quick fin ditch, great transition for the final turn, and just places it over the foam.
Silky, and that was beautiful. That was, you know, there was a little power involved there. This is a brand new board that I think he picked up after his first round. I watched him on an older board in his first round, and this one, it has a lot more flow to it. He doesn't have to work as hard to get that board gliding down the line, and that was a prime example of that. That's a number that's going to be right there matching Michael Rodriguez for sure. And again, patient, made the right choice, and I think this is a great choice for him. Nice little right-hander. You can see the glide he carries there, up and over, a little punch there. Carries the speed well into this section. Boom, little drift there, straight to the bottom, and a finish. 3 solid moves. Feels like to me now, watching it again, this would be probably one of the best waves of the heat. Or actually, it will be the best wave of the heat.
You can see just being on the right wave too, how much easier it was for him to perform compared to the hard work for Emrod on his last 2 waves.
Yeah, that 2-turn combo there was awesome. He did get stuck slightly on the first one, and that will be, you know, taken note by the judges. But, you know, again, made up for it on the last 2 turns there. Solid.
What a fun matchup. Mateus Hurdy versus Michael Rodriguez. Let's get more insight on this battle with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, first of all, gentlemen, what a heat out there. And how about the conditions so far? They've been consistent all morning long. But talking about the Brazilian storm, we have 2 athletes out there from different parts of the country, one from Florianopolis, and Michael Rodriguez, originally being from the northeast part of Brazil, eventually moved down to Florianopolis because he saw better access to more potential. And I think the biggest storyline in this heat is the comparison of their styles. Very similar styles, and they both had to deal with a lot of injuries in the past. And I know, Pete, you can talk about these injuries yourself because you've been through a lot of them, but the consistency that we've seen so far on the Championship Tour when he was on there for Michael Rodriguez was stellar. They both made it deep into finals day before, semifinal performances at CT events. But for Matheus Herdy, looking for his best result so far this season, he's just dealt with a lot of injuries, and unfortunately for him, if he doesn't make it out of this round, he's only looking at 2 more events to qualify for the CT.
Very true, Mitch. Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about Matheus Herdy to a lot of his good friends. They're always telling us, hey, he just hurt himself again. I feel like I've heard that conversation.
Both of them.
A lot with Matheus. We'll stick with Matheus with me, Pete, for a sec. But remember the wild card he had at Saquarema? He was like nursing an injury years back. He just couldn't really unload like he wanted to. Then he was finally 100%, got the call up to surf in the event in Barra in Mexico. And he was lights out, going for giant airs, and he was like so happy. He spent like 30 minutes talking to us because he was like, I couldn't wait to show the world what I had. I feel great. And the hard part was more injuries kept coming his way. So right now, this year, he's still trying to get to 100%.
No, it is. It's true. I mean, he spends a lot of time in the medical tent over there getting some work done.
And that's hard when you're just a young bull trying to show you can qualify for the tour. I mean, we've known about him for a very long time. The Herdy last name is established in the surfing world.
And you said young bull, right? And that's the funny thing about a young bull, right? Sometimes they do things that are a little bit reckless, right? And the young bull, doing 6-foot airs every single time you get in the water, generally you're going to find yourself going into a situation where you're going to get hurt. When you're flying 6 feet above the lip a lot, you're going to land and you're going to have hard landings and you're going to get hurt. I mean, we already see Italo Ferreira is another prime example of somebody who likes to go above the lip and has had to deal with injuries. So, where does that young bull kind of mature into the older midlife bull? That is able to kind of gauge when you can do those types of maneuvers and when you want to do that. But as a youngster, you're always just going 100%. That's all you really truly know. Testosterone's going through the roof, all of that. So being able to kind of dial it in and get that happy medium, knowing when to train and how to train, so that you don't get injuries.
It's so true. Last to Michael Rodriguez here.
Left-hander into the pier, gliding through. That turn there was a little bit tough because he tapped it and then just kind of redirected off the lip. So not a ton of points there. Maybe carried the good speed into that next turn when he got the little whip. But happening very inside, right there next to the pier. So again, not the critical sections that the judges want to see, but it is most likely going to go into his 2-wave total and keep him out front. But advantage to me right now is with Matheus with that 5.93, so he's almost got a full point over the best wave for Michael Rodriguez. And, being a little bit more patient, and I guess that's the maturing of Matheus Herdy a little bit, being that he's not trying to chase every single thing that's in the water right now.
So true. I think the interesting part, too, when you think about being an athlete or being a world champion, we talk about the mental space that you need to be sharp, the type of maneuvers you need, air game, barrel riding, carves, power, but it also just keeping your body intact and being a true athlete, making sure you're going to have a complete season. As we look at a snap, then a float, getting down the line for that end section little jab is Michael Rodriguez, way before 4.93. That's what he's trying to improve on. So still a very close battle. Herdy just barely out front with his 5.93 as a single high score with priority, so he's just being patient and selective as we look at the last for Emrod.
So first wave of the set, little crinkles on the face, and it helped, or actually hurt him have that flow. It was a little stuck on both those two turns there, just ever so slightly. And again, as an armchair judge, as we sit in here and we do and analyze waves, that's going to affect the score. It didn't have quite the same flow that we would have liked out of Matheus's wave, that's similar style of wave, 3 turns. Whereas Matheus was able to keep that flow, especially the last 2 maneuvers. Michael's wave here could go into his top 2, but again, it's very even Steven. Right now, it's going to be kind of in that same range that he's already carrying.
When Michael Rodriguez was jumping on the QS in the early stages of his career, Matt Biola saw the talent that Emrod had. And at the time, Matt said he was the best surfer on the QS and wanted to support him. He's been riding mayhems ever since, as we got a runner for Matheus Herdy, throwing the tail high to the sky, solid frontside air reverse, and he likes it.
Yeah, we do too. Again, that was a great read on that wave. I mean, he could have sat back and fit in 2 turns, but he saw an opportunity because it had the crease at the end where he goes, hey, I'm just going to go get speed. I'm going to showcase my air game, which he did very, very nicely. We saw that earlier in this event that he was able to get that kind of a move done, getting in 6s for it. Again, same style. This one way cleaner pulled out of it. He was much more on the face, rides out of it with speed. Look at that, gets the grab, the release out of the end of it. Rides out clean, good rotation there. This is going to be the best number of the heat in my eyes. Again, he showcased that innovation and progression when we haven't seen it all day long. We've seen attempts, but that was the highest and most dedicated air we've seen so far today. Feels like you have to reward it.
Enjoyed that punt from Mateus Hurdy, famous for a solid hair game. We talked about the CT wildcard he got a couple of years back in Mexico. He did a lot of different airs. It was never the same type of air. It was never on the same section. It just showed his depth of what he can do above the lip, and he spends a lot of time at home surfing with Iago Dora, who I think is maybe one of the most consistent guys on the championship tour when it comes to airs. Judges love it. 717 for Hurdy, and now he's way out front. Michael Rodriguez needs an 8.10 now.
Yeah, basically he needs 2 waves. I mean, Michael, you could break it down, 13.10 points. You know what? That's a pair of mid-6s. You know, that's what he's got to think about, not necessarily try to, you know, go out and just find an air wave. But although he's got that same type of firepower, and so he would learn from that style of wave. Hey, I can race the wave a little bit and get enough speed to do a big air. I can get myself a pretty good number because I can do that same style of air.
Yeah, Rodriguez has one of the most vicious rotations when he launches above the lip. It's such a quick full road. We'll see if he goes to that because he's chasing an 8.10 because Mateus went to the sky. Watching the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Mateus Hurdy and Michael Rodriguez battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. Alistair Reginato is coming up next, and it's time for a Hurley board breakdown with Waxhead.
Morning, guys. Down here, Alistair's about to paddle out for his next heat. We know what to expect from Jake Marshall, but if any of you have been following the Australian Regional Series, you'll notice that the waves out here are pretty similar and very similar to the sunny coast where he's from. He's going to be riding the Subdriver 2.0, which is not an unfamiliar board here. And with that Triax carbon, surfers have really been liking it with some flexible fins. It's that combination of stiffness, but also release and pop that these boards are giving them out in these conditions. And notice the wider point forward around that nose area and more increased area in the tail. And that's going to give the board a lot of momentum and to get through those flat spots, but then coupled with that stiffness, when they lean into those turns as we saw him do yesterday, the board reacts super positively. Can't wait to see him out there. It's going to be a banger heat coming up next.
Thank you so much, Waxhead. I really love the board breakdowns, and especially in these smaller conditions. You're always looking for that little edge. that can really respond well and give you a lot of speed in these conditions.
Yeah, and you think about like EPS technology and where it's come. You looking at that board right there, that subdriver, no stringer on it, right? So in EPS with no stringer, we've seen EPS with stringer, we've seen carbons across the board, and now we get to see Michael Rodriguez.
Michael Rodriguez goes to the air, throws down his frontside reverse. I had a feeling he wanted to answer to Mateus. Mateus was well rewarded with a 717. So the air show is on.
Yeah, it is. And I love that, Michael basically going, hey, I got the same type of firepower, and if you're going to see a 717 there, I'm going to go for it too. Look, and he is in his mind looking down the line and all that speed. That was a very dirty section to be able to get some pop there, but that's why Michael is so good. It doesn't matter the section. Very different type of air. A little more rotation without the grab. So let's see where the judges feel like this is going to be in comparison to the 717 of Mateus Herede. Very similar style waves, basically one big move.
Oh, it's time for Mateus to ramp up. He's got some speed. First section forces him to float. He's got to climb. He'll get stuck. Ooh, right by Michael.
Yeah, Michael sank and got out of there pretty easily. No hindrance at all there. Looked like a nice size set wave. It was hard for Mateus to actually not pull the trigger on that because it was one of the bigger waves we've seen in this heat. But it did run down the line, didn't give him any opportunity there, so no change. And he's going to give priority back to Michael Rodriguez. I'm waiting on this score because I feel like this is going to be Michael's best number. And it's going to put him right in this heat because, even if it doesn't go as high as Mateus's or higher for that matter, we'll see. There was a little more rotation, very similar in amplitude. Very clean exits, clean landings for both surfers. In my eyes, kind of darn similar.
So now 6:20 to go. Both have gone above the lip. Mateus 717. If Rodriguez takes the lead, it has to be at least an 8.10. So we'll see how the judges react. So Mateus had a real clean section, got a nice loft as well. They always look at the size of the section to make their comparisons.
Yeah, I guess that's a good note because I think that the section that Mateus was able to get it was a little more critical. So there it is.
Michael Rodriguez 6.4, his best so far. And since Mateus took that kind of mushy closeout, he does have priority. Now only needs a 6.71. Let's now compare the airs, Pete.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mateus 717 compared to Michael's 6.4. Let's have a look.
Yeah, okay, and looking at the section, a little more pop, a little more amplitude for sure as well. So good read by the judges on this airs. I mean, that's dissecting them and having to do that off of memory, really, truly. It's not like they get side-by-side replays up there and the thing. They do get replays, but not side-by-side. It's going to be very similar, but I love it. They separated it by 0.67, right? That's a pretty good way to describe that and actually to score these waves. So good job there up there in the judges.
Michael Rodriguez heading left. Big sweep, nice connection on the backhand snap. Chips it, but runs out of room. So really just completing one move. Priority back to Mateus.
They're claiming sitting. Now with priority, they're going to basically take opportunities away from Michael and just keep him close, right? I mean, it's just at the 5-minute warning at this point. It's not like, hey, don't let Michael run down the beach, right? Let's stay with him. They would have seen that number or heard that number 6.4 brought him back in the heat. But, you can take a 6 away. As we watch the replay here of this smaller inside one, first start, nice little hooking snap, but this wave just tapered off very quickly, energy gone. So not going to factor in for Michael.
Rodriguez under priority, so Mateus will take this small wave off of him. And he's got some drive. He's looking for a big section to lay it down, carved a tail release.
Filet.
Enjoy all the types of moves this guy can lay down in the ocean. Mateus is always looking like he's making a movie part when he's at 100%. From big carves to huge airs. He's got his manager with him on the beach that's really supporting him in this event. Let's see what he did here again.
Well, I will say he probably didn't listen to his coaches properly. I don't think that they would have liked him to take off in this smaller wave like that because, you give that opportunity to Michael. I don't see that being the ability to get the number to turn the heat, a 6.71. So we'll see how this turns out because now he's given the opportunity and didn't better his score. So a bit of an error right there in my eyes.
Priority back to Rodriguez. score in for the carved tail release, 4.07. Doesn't change anything. So keeping the door open for Emrod, who spent a few solid years on the championship tour, and that's where Mateus is trying to get for the first time full-time. Couple of hooks on this inside corner. And now stepping off, so he's trying to move a little bit, sucking some energy under priority. Down to 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, keep interest, right? Like make Michael think about it. But at this point, Michael is just looking for one little wedge right that's going to give him a nice big solid section, and he's hoping that the ocean gives him an opportunity here. 2:45 to go. You'd say that he will catch another wave here at some point before this heat's over, but he wants a nice solid set wave, and I would say that he's probably looking for a maneuver choice above the lip. Get up there and just punt one, you know, because it doesn't take much, you know, of a section to do that, especially with the consistency in which he can pull those moves off. You'd have to say that's his best odds to get the heat turned for him.
Pretty fiery start to the morning. Nolan Raposa took out #1 on the Challenger Series. Cole Hausman on a buzzer beater on the final wave. Clutch performance from the surfer from Long Beach. Reef Hazelwood, the goofy foot, had the win over Siblick first thing in the morning. Just came off Crosby getting a win over Jet Schilling. Winner this heat joins Cross in the quarters as we have Mateus working on this left. Snap to start. Trying to put a little bit more into turn #2. There's the fin throw to change gears. And one more tight jam in a small space.
Creating something there. I like that, you know, outside of priority, why not? Roll the dice a little bit. You know, can you add a 1/10 of a point onto the 5.93? I mean, sure, he's gotten him thinking about it right now for sure.
Let's have another look.
You know, smaller wave here, lefts into the pier, going away from him, but top to bottom, and carries the speed pretty darn well. And there again, getting creative, a little tail whip, reverse, and somehow gets a little tail chuck on the foam. So you think about small wave surfing, this is some of the best right here, watching these Challenger Series surfers produce. That was creative, like I said, just he didn't see that section. You know, when he took off on that wave, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to be able to have the moment and have the speed to be able to do that. We're still waiting on this number, but you know, he adds, like I said, he adds 0.1. You know, if he gets a 6.01, oh, there you go. Look, 6.1.
How did you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mateus Hurdy building.
I didn't actually call it, Joe. I was just kind of describing it, hoping that it would go that direction. It felt like it could do that, and it did.
I think you're connected. You're present. And that's what we're all aiming for. 25 seconds to go here. Michael Rodriguez is hoping that he has another chance to get a 6.88. Sitting 14th in the world on the Challenger Series. Remember, Crosby got the win, so he'll be separating himself from Emrod if Michael goes down here in the round of 16.
Yeah, and every round is a substantial jump in points. You know, literally it's another like 1,000 points you add on top of all of this, and every time you're getting further into the draw, the gap even gets further.
Michael Rodriguez runs out of time, and it will be Mateus Hurdy moving on to the quarterfinals. A solid performance there. 7.17 was the big air, and then built under priority to turn in the 6.10. Great all-Brazilian battle coming to a close, and Mateus moves on. Alistair Reginato coming up next for Australia, and Jake Marshall from San Diego will be looking for a spot in the quarters. We'll bring in Cote, Mitchell Salazar, two-time U.S. Open champ, local hero Brett Simpson for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. There's your visual of a triumphant Mateus Hardy coming through with a 13.27 heat total. Good signs of things to come with numbers like that coming across the scoreboard. I am Chris Cote. That's Mitch Salazar. We are joined by two-time U.S. Open champion, Brett Simpson. Welcome back to the booth, Brett. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing already this morning. Big numbers, big performances. The waves are improving as expected. Sun's out. It's going to be another classic here in Huntington.
Yeah, well, we got that wind swell. That last heat turned into a bit of an air off, which with those guys, Mitch, you kind of thought so. With these conditions, it's somewhat hard to find the two big linking maneuvers right now, just with it being a little softer. So they were trying to capitalize on those big moments, and Mateus got the edge of, you would say, the veteran, the young guy and the veteran of Brazil.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be a big matchup of firepower, and I do like that things are starting to ramp up. Literally, mind the pun, air sections are out there, Mitch. We know everybody left in the draw has the capability to go big. Heat we have in the lineup is another fun one. We got Alistair Reginato way down in number 67 on the Challenger Series. Jake Marshall at number 23, but has had a lot of success here in Huntington Beach. Had a second place finish back in 2021. And just yesterday, I had the opportunity to do a post-heat interview with Alistair Reginato. And we talked a little bit about the Cinderella story, and I feel like Jake Marshall was that surfer who kind of lived that story in 2021. Surfed all the way from day one into the finals, got second place to Griffin Colapinto. But you know that memory is still with him, and of course, where do you go from second place, Mitch?
All the way up to the top to first, and nearly 30 years since we've seen a surfer from Encinitas on the championship tour, up until Jake qualified in 2021. This kid has impressed me, though. Both him and George Pitar, I feel like, have been standout performances throughout this event, and Reginato brings a lot of power to the game right now with the wind swell that we do have out there in the water, though, Brett. I feel like Marshall's got a good chance in this heat.
Yeah, he's got to be very comfortable. I mean, if you leaning on edges of, like, being comfortable in these conditions, it's not like it's big or anything, but Jake's probably surfed it more like this through the NSSAs, the USA Primes, and he's spent a lot of time in Huntington Beach. And Alistair, I will say, the last couple years I've been hearing his name, like through the, Oz qualifiers, and now he's on the Challenger Series. They're very similar, kind of not like in a sense they kind of fly under the radar. Jake doesn't want all the Shazam and all the, social media stuff. He's very, athlete driven, wants to win, and that's what I respect about both of these guys. They're pretty guru when it comes to heat. So I'm sure they got a plan. Today's, the waves are kind of all over the place. So it's similar to the last few days where your plan might have to go out of the books real quick and just kind of got to find those waves. Just got to surf into rhythm if you can.
And surfers that got here early and had their eyeballs on the water for a couple hours, of course that helps. You feel comfortable with it, but this is vastly different right now than it was 2 hours ago. Yeah. So how do you try to figure it out and project what kind of waves you're going to see in your heats?
Well, you got to use your imagination first of all, and speaking about somebody who got here in the dark was Jake Marshall. Pulled up to the parking lot, saw Nolan Raposa, but he was in one of the first two heats of the morning. Jake wasn't in the water until heat 5, so he had a couple of hours just to rest and be able to analyze the conditions. But I think Brett, touching on his experience here, especially on the amateur side, should bring out the best of his surfing. And we talk about a very consistent performer in a jersey. Jake Marshall's that dog, and I've really enjoyed seeing him mature and grow over the years, but he's really looking for a good performance here at home.
Yeah, and I know he's working with Chris Gallagher at this event. He's worked with him a lot over the years, and I'm sure they've chopped something up to find a way in this heat. It looks like Alistair right now does have first priority. Jake's first wave was a 3.17, so not a crazy score. Looks like Alistair right here going to go left, and nice snap right there, and then comes off the bottom, another jam. So 2 good turns. I mean, that for out there right now, that's quality. Two bigger moments. Be interesting to see. The wave did have a lot of bump on it, but I mean, he maximized that ride.
I mean, obviously, you got to have a very high skill level, but to me, timing, placement, and precision going to come into a critical role here just like that. Not an easy section to attack.
And the quality over the quantity phrase today is going to be essential to a lot of these score lines. Gets a little hung up after the first one, but the timing on the second one, just beautiful. And in the pocket the whole time. Great use of positioning right there for that left. Should be the best score of the heat, Chris.
22 minutes on the clock as we wait for the score to come through for Alistair Reginato. Let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodges with the winner of that last heat, Mateus Hardy.
Hey guys, well, I'm here with Matt. That was such a good heat. You came in and one of the first things you said is you finally made a heat. The season has been a little tricky for you, but guess what? You're in the quarterfinals at the US Open. How good does that feel?
Oh, yeah, my best result here. I always joke around with Sammy, and when we were younger, we used to, watch this event, and we were so excited to compete this event, and we never got a good result, so finally got a good result. And yeah, I'm stoked. I'm, still want more. I know I got Crosby now again, and yeah, the 2% crews, they all have been ripping so hard, so I know it's going to be a tough one. And yeah, I just love man-to-man heats, man. It's just so fun.
Definitely bringing out your best. I love the progression, the element that you brought into that heat, but going from rail surfing and then realizing you had to dig deeper with the 717. Talk to us about the strategy behind that heat.
Oh, Michael is a really tricky guy to compete against. He lives in the same city that I live, and I already knew. I woke up this morning, I saw the wind going to the right, so I knew it was going to be good for airs, and the waves were smaller. I was like, I got Mike, so it's going to be a hard heat. And then he kind of did exactly what I thought he would be, what he would do. He actually got the first two waves, really small waves, and because he's a guy, he likes to get busy, and surf. And then I was like, all right, he gave me the priority. I was just going to sit here and wait for the good one. It took me like, I think 10 minutes to get one wave, but then worth it. And then after that, I just kept building, just actually choosing the right ones, I guess. Yeah.
And what's it like growing up with someone that you look up to, then surfing against them in such a consequential heat?
Yeah, Florianopolis, where I live, we have such a good surfers. Michael, he's been a really hard worker guy. And Yagodor is my neighbor there, so I always watch him do, everything he does in the water is so amazing. And we have Lucas Silveira, the world champ Adriana Souza lives there as well, and we have all the OG guys, Fabio Gouveia, Teco Padrat, and yeah, we have a lot of good guys out there since I was really young, and yeah, so it's just to good city and yeah, good crew.
Thanks for your time. We can't wait for that matchup against Crosby. Back to you guys.
Mateus Hardy rolling through, and in looking at his 2023 on the Challenger Series, pretty surprising, nothing over a 17th place. And a side note to that, the San Clemente Cyclone has had its way with Mateus. He got bested by Crosby Colapinto at the Boost Mobile. Cole Hauschman took him out of the Sydney Surf Pro, and Cade Matson took him out of the Bolito Pro. So he's back here for revenge.
Definitely
in their backyard.
You could tell it was in his mind because he said the 2% cruise kind of had his number, so he knows. Here's Jake, little speed float right there. Then fin drifts,
yes.
Spinner, which was nice. Had a lot of torque right there.
That was exciting. And after seeing a lot of power turns and all that through the day, which you're always going to love, to see something different, a high-speed reverse right there. Yeah. I call that I'd say that's a tail whip reverse, not really like up in the air, but can be actually even more difficult sometimes when you're picking the nose into the water like that, and he was flying around so fast. That's going to fire the judges up for sure as we see scores coming through now. Alistair Reginato with a 5.83. Jake now backing things up, a 4.33 and a 4.93. Not a bad start. The judges throw out that just under mid-range score for Jake. So that's kind of the equation, right? You do something big like that, there's a 5 in it, and if you can add something before or after, that's how you get up into the 7 and 8 range. And here we go again. Jake wasting no time on his backhand. That right there is the type of wave that when he's home, he's surfing a lot down at Seaside Reef. That is a little mini pally bowl all day long.
Yeah, on the inside. And, I like the strategy right here. I think activity, especially knowing that you're only going to surf once today, is very smart, Brett. And you look at his scoreline so far, nothing better than a 4.93. Looks to be, at least from my perspective, his best wave so far. Great combination on the outside. but really like the slide of the fins at the end too. Brought out the variation and some creativity for a section that really wouldn't be consequential for most scores.
Yeah, the judges love when you get a finish off a maneuver. Those first two were solid too, a bit more vertical. This one he kind of wraps it back into the pocket, let it build up, and then drifts the fins on the little, flatter section, but ultimately got the finish with 3 or 4 quality maneuvers. So we'll see where that comes in, and I like the activity. I mean, he's building. He's went 3, he's went mid 4, now he's high 4. He's most likely might get into the 5s. Who knows?
17 minutes left here in the round of 16. Again, that just means there are 16 male surfers left in this contest. We've whittled down the field since day one. This 9-day event has been packed. Incredible performances, plenty of consistency in the surf. And scores starting to roll through for Jake Marshall. Brett, you're spot on. It's right there just above that mid-range mark, a 5.57. Jake Marshall extends his lead. Alistair Reginato now needs a 4.67. To me, it looks like a kind of a contrast in strategies. Alistair further out the back, waiting for those big sets. Jake sharking around kind of midway out.
It can be confusing though too when when you have priority and the surfer that doesn't is kind of skating around you. You could, like, sometimes you want to surf that same heat and you want to be by the guy, but Jake's doing a really good job at like creating distance and kind of making him think. Alistair's kind of like, shoot, he's getting scores and I'm kind of bouncing around, not getting waves. I have priority. The man-on-man ones in a peaky beach break, there's not much trickier like in a heat. It really makes it hard.
But the way it works out the most is that Jake's got him to score over by the pier bowl. He's got him to score in the mid-peak, and then he brings Alistair over to him, leaves him over there when you know that the next set's probably going to break on the other sandbar. So this is real good stuff and a real intelligent competitor. In 2021, and when he made the final, most heats, Jake Marshall was only catching 2 or 3 waves at the most.
Yeah, he has no problem at sitting and waiting, but this one he knows, I think there's more consistently mediocre waves, so why not get a few, put, what has he got, 10 plus points on the board, at least now he's got Alistair chasing. If Alistair gets it, then he's got priority and he's got to wait it out.
Yeah, it's almost like at the moment Jake Marshall is completely ignoring Alistair.
Yeah.
He's doing his own thing, and so far it's working out for him. We're halfway through round of 16, heat 5, as these surfers get set for these next, hopefully, set of waves to roll through. Let's go check in with Pete Mell in the athlete zone.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough. Chris Stone, who is working with Chris Gallagher Stone down the bar down there, I was able to just chat him up and talk about this morning. They were here in the dark. Matter of fact, Gally was here in the dark. Right after that, that's when Jake Marshall showed up. Mitch, you had mentioned that the kid is dedicated, right? Looking at strategy-wise, they actually wanted to start out on the south end and get a quick start over there on that end and then move over to the pier bowl. Didn't really work out, but you know what? That last wave ended up coming there. So they saw something over in that south end, which is very challenging to be able to make it roll the dice over there. And Brett, you will attest to that, to be able to move over in that spot and have a wave come there. So ultimately, he got the job done and got the best of the first exchange. And now he's over at the pier bowl. So strategy-wise, it worked out kind of right. It took a little bit, but it got it done. I love what Chris Stone's been doing with Jake. With Jake Marshall. They've got a property there on the North Shore, so they're able to spend a lot of time together and work on technique, which is Gally's one of Chris Stone's best assets is really technique. But ultimately, strategy today worked out just as well.
Hey, Pete, we talk about the preparation, so maybe you could look over right now. What are the coaches doing when the surfers are out in the water? Is there signaling? Is there whistling? Are they waving flags? What's the interaction between coach and surfer from where you're at to where they are in the water?
I'll tell you, it depends on the athlete. Some athletes demand a little bit of extra, wanting to be steered from land. Example being Dolan Raposa. Loves the yellow hat, telling him what he's doing, giving him a little bit of direction. I would say Chris Stone, none of that. He's here just, the work has been done. He's here enjoying it, hoping that everything comes out, analyzing what's happening, maybe talk about it later. But no steering from Chris Stone, but it depends on the athlete, really.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pete. Brett, I know you've been on all sides of the equation, commentator, event champion, coach, free surfer out here. What are you doing when you're working with a surfer in the lineup when you're standing on the beach?
I'm telling them to do this. Go vertical.
Just go vert and rip.
Wait, hammer it again. Wait, hammer it again.
Oh, you just say all of that from the sand.
Get yourself the best score of the heat. No, yeah, it's weird. I find myself as a coach, I get super engaged, and I start, like, I feel like you can guide someone to the right spot if there's more waves, but there's guys like Jake who have a really good feel of the ocean more so, and he's just got this kind of guru feel. So you got to let him roam free, and every waves he's built his score. So everyone's a little bit different. You got to know who you're working with and what they like, don't like. I think if Gally was doing go left, go right to Jake, he'd be like,
I'm good.
We're
yeah.
not.
And you know, it's interesting in other sports. You know, Mitch, I know you're a huge baseball fan, football fan. Obviously, tons of signaling. You know, misdirections, different change-ups on what they're doing. We see it in surfing a little bit. You know, specifically, you think pipeline, right? Somebody's waving the towel. That means go right, go left, panic, and paddle as hard as you can. Do you think there will ever be a time where there's specific hand gestures, movements that, you know, are secret between coach and surfer?
It's a great question, and I think there is, and I've even seen it before in the past. We see it with Mason Cohen, his dad Michael, over at the Vulcan Pipe House. I mean, they use certain towels and certain waves in order to identify sets coming through, but it's like a 3-2 count in a baseball game. You know that the pitcher's going to throw a heater right down the line, and it's going to be a strike the whole time. So say you're using priority right now, you need a score like Alistair Reginato. Perfect waves comes through, you're going to use priority to that. It's all about you performing and having the best swing of your life and getting it out of the ballpark. But when it comes to the heats right now, Jake Marshall has been running the bases super well, and he's almost all the way to home right now. But in terms of the consistency of the rhythm and the coaching aspect of it, depending on the signaling, it really depends on the spot that you're at too. Here, Huntington, you can be on the beach. It's way easier for you to see. There is a lot of wind swell though, so sometimes they'll be going over waves and you can't signal as well. But at a point break or a difficult wave like Sunset Beach, you definitely can't do that, Chris. It's a lot more difficult to get the message across to the surfer.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest difference would be if you're looking at the beach towards your coach, set could be coming, you could blow it. Well, we got 10 minutes to go here. Jake Marshall into the lead. His last score comes through at a 6.73. That means Alistair Reginato needs a 6.48. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we'd like to ask you to stick around because we will be back in just a minute.
The Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Hoag Hospital, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California, by Just Chill with DeVille Vodka Soda, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the U.S. Open.
Let's jump right back into round of 16, heat 5. This is Alistair Reginato. Australian, Italian ripper, currently in the depths of the Challenger Series, but already making improvements on his previous results. He finds himself here in round of 16 going up against Jake Marshall. He does need a 6.48 if he wants to get into that top spot. First place surfer advances through. Second place surfer has to get back to the drawing board. I mean, this is going to be a solid resort for those kind of middle ground surfers making their charge up the rankings. But for the guys who have either been on the championship tour or have been in the top 10, you know, round of 16 is not going to cut it. You got to get through this one.
Yeah, that's a ninth place, right, Mitchie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's good.
At the end of the day, you got to have a win or win in some quarters. You know, if you had a win, this might be one of your, you know, keepers at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, they want more, you know, and now we got a wave right here. Interesting, choppy one. You know, it was a set wave. Some of those sets could break a little farther out, you know, on the sandbar. And with all that, the kind of onshore wind, it's definitely making it a little tricky to find those little wedges. And Alistair used his priority on that one wave, which gave him a what did he get? A 3.97, you know, and he started to feel the pressure a bit, right? He felt like he had to make a run. The drop was good because it looked clean, but the wave just went really soft.
Sometimes when you give priority up like that and you get an okay number, it's a pressure relief valve. Now you can do what Jake's been doing this whole heat, just find something through the inside.
But then your time management changes in a man-to-man head-to-head matchup, excuse me. And I think Reginato recognized that he was around the 10-minute mark. He probably wanted to get the score right there and then just manage time and priority afterwards. Up and riding again, though, still needing the same score, Chris.
Kind of went over that lump, up and into the lip. Tough wave to surf. You know, a lot of these waves that look like they're going to be a nice peaky wedge just turn all shoulder and then die completely. So I feel like
he's in a tough predicament.
Yeah, those split-second decisions where you're looking at the wave and everything inside you is you're free surfing. You just roll the dice all day long. But here
you got the beach marshal all over you, and he's looking at he's looking at like, hey, I'm gonna go on the next best ride. He knows what the waves are looking like and what he's got his scores on, so he can kind of gauge like, hey, is this something that I've ridden and I've got 5+? So yeah, Alistair needs what does he need, 6.48?
Yeah, and you see now Jake Marshall with 5 minutes to go. Now he can start to apply the pressure a little bit.
Little rail bumping.
He completely ignored Alistair for 25 minutes, but now he is going to try to be the nemesis that Alistair did not want to face.
Well, that's what would have happened if Alistair got on the 6.48 on the wave that was the 3.97. It would have been flip-flopped. And at this moment right now, this is where we're seeing the activity at the beginning of the heat translate into a momentum shift and now be played defensively right here from Jake Marshall. Some great stuff. And as I said before, the efficiency of Marshall has been spot on in previous events. But here with a lot of wind swell, Brett, activity's paying off.
Yeah, well, and I think, this is a good, if kids are watching at home, see where Jake's underneath him. He's got unconditional right away. Mm-hmm. So if you're outside of your competitor with priority, it makes your decision a little harder. So you want to sit underneath. You want him to know you're there. Even if he turns around and bumps into you, you have control. Yeah. So Jake wants to be able to see that wave a little bit longer, and when that decision has to be made, he's going to either utilize priority or he's going to not go on that wave and let Alistair go because he doesn't see that potential. So, yeah, this is the technical side. I think some people always just want to see surfing, but, surfing competition is technical. It really comes down to, who puts himself in the best spot, the right waves, and the decision-making, down this last 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
And the very, very basics. When I think of Huntington Beach, especially when we get those big south swells, the current is just heavy duty, ripping you up the beach. On days like today, I'm seeing slight rip currents, maybe pulling out a little bit, but what does the water feel? What's that tactile element that these surfers are dealing with that we may not see from the beach?
Well, I will say Jake's utilizing his priority right here. Big hammer, pokes the nose. So this is Alistair's chance with, 3:10 to go. He will have priority. Couple little bumps right here. Which way is he going to go? A little fade. So nice turn there, a little more vertical, but this thing looks like it goes flat. And that's what you do have, Chris. Like, they're over by the pier a little more. And those waves end up, it's a little deeper over there. So you do get a little ribs and chops, and the water has to go somewhere. And when it goes out through the pier, you get all that reverberation. So you're looking for, a lot of times, like the second or third wave, we might have a foamy little takeoff, but it has that like cleaner face. And they're not always there, but you're looking for something like that.
What happens towards the pier bowl too is that if your timing isn't perfect on that wave, you're just off the whole time, and you're so close to the pier that there's no time to readjust either. So Alistair gets the first great turn, but unfortunately for him, that wave was so far up against the pier, it never really rebounded off of it and was able to get him another good section to get that 6.48. Don't see this being the score, Chris.
Yeah, he had to come around that big section. Nice effort on that opening snap, but you just saw that wave just lacked the power to really give him the push down the line. He kept trying, which I do appreciate, and never give up. You know, anything is possible in these last couple of minutes. We've seen heats won and lost with 4 seconds left, so you got to watch down to the wires. We see Alistair Reginato at it again, this one in second priority. Not a great wave, but I don't think it's going to really get him too far out of position or anything like that. You can just kind of tell with the body language that this one is slipping out of his hands.
And if you notice, like, they're going to their backhand a lot. They're both regular footers, going to your backhand. I tell kids, I tell everyone, like, especially when you're competing in smaller waves, you want a good backhand. It's seemingly easier to get scores, tighter pockets and sections where you can get a little more vertical. You may not have as much drive at times, but you can kind of get up and down quicker. And I think we're noticing that. So Jake's going to utilize 50 seconds to go. Usually under
defense right
anything under a minute, you typically kind of have to do it. But he's ripping the bag out of this thing.
Bonus.
Wow, go through that tee. Holy mackerel. It was a nice wave. It was actually a flatter, soft wave, but he was zipping around. That board looks nice.
That epoxy.
Yeah, it looked like Jake almost like forced the form, right? He had a bunch of waves, got momentum, built it quickly. Alistair waited maybe a little bit too long. Of course, that's all in hindsight, but whatever strategy Jake went out there with absolutely worked. His fourth wave was a 5.57. His fifth wave was a 6.73, and the rest is almost history as we have 15 seconds left to go. And it looks like surfer out of Encinitas, California, Jake Marshall gets the win over Australian standout Alistair Reginato. Do not forget that name, because there will be some big things in the future for this young Australian. But congratulations, Jake Marshall moves on. We're starting to stack our quarterfinals. Things are getting exciting down here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing. Coming up next, another great matchup. Jacob Wilcox will be going up against Eli Hanneman. Umbrellas are out. It's time to surf. See you soon.
My name's Jacob Wilcox. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26. This is definitely my best year on the Challenger Series. I've had a few years in the past where I've been close to qualifying by about a heat and stuff, but this year I've never had this good start to a year. It's been hard not making the championship tour. It's probably taught me a lot. Like, I don't think I would have been able to have such a strong start if I hadn't taken lessons away from all those times when I've got close and haven't succeeded. So I want to be on the championship tour because I'm a professional surfer, and I feel like that is the top level of professional surfing. It's something that every kid dreams of. As soon as they do their very first competition, they look up to people that are in the championship tour and be like, that's where I want to be.
We are back. This is the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. You got big Jacob Wilcox in the red heading out against Eli Hanneman in blue. Australia v. Hawaii. Jacob Wilcox sitting in a great position, currently number 2 on the Challenger Series by a long shot. He's got 17,000 something points. Third place surfer Federico Moraes with 14,000 points. So that just gives you analytical display of how good his year has been. Eli Hanneman's right there in the mix too. I mean, 27 at halfway through the Challenger Series. He's still well within range of contention. You got to be in that top 10. And if you are in the top 10 at the end of the Challenger Series, guess what? Your dream just came true.
And his best competitive season so far too, especially when you include the semifinal finish that he had at the World Juniors in Seaside in January. He's been looking great, had a good result over there in Bolito, some strong performances, and we can't forget about his air game either, Chris. That onshore crumble right now, especially with the northwest wind, look for him going to the air on the backside.
Yeah, our scouting report is pretty clear on this one. Jacob Wilcox, a lot of power. Eli Hanneman, a lot of firepower. His air game is among the best of the best, but we're gonna lean into the rail surfing right here from Jacob Wilcox. Nicely done there. That's just a good solid opener. It's not gonna be a anywhere near the 9-10 range, but what that is just a foundational opening score. Jacob Wilcox really knows how to play the game.
Yeah, nice little pace right here. Kind of wraps it. Wave, like you said, Chris, it's much flatter, but he's getting his feet going. Little jam right there. It's not going to be anything super major substance, but like you said, sometimes you got to get going. That's kind of what Jake did last heat. So we'll see if that is, well, Eli's up. Nice snap. So this looking a bit better right here. Hits it again. So a nice 2-turn combo for Eli. You could tell he didn't really want to push too hard to make the mistake. Put something solid on the board and then could just kind of build from there. Sometimes if you fall early, the wheels could fall off,
Don't
and then you
show
start,
all your cards on.
And you start thinking a little too much. So this was nice. Little pocket jam, holds the rail, snaps it right there. Yeah, like we know Eli, he can go big fins up and over, spin. So we got more to come.
24:45 on the clock. It's going to be Jacob Wilcox there. He did have priority, so Eli could not make any effort towards that wave. And there you go, progression. Of course, you got to have it all. You got to be extremely well-rounded as a surfer on the Challenger Series, and Jacob Wilcox showing us and the judges his fins with a brilliant display, backside reverse with speed, 24:23. As Jacob makes his way back out, we've got a special report from Pete Mel.
That's so true, and this is a huge heat for Jacob Wilcox because he can clinch a spot on the 2024 Championship Tour if he gets through this heat. I do not know if he knows this information, but for all you folks out there, this is a gigantic heat. This kid has been knocking at the door for so long. He's had opportunities as wild cards on the Championship Tour, but he's never had a full-time bid. This is a big heat for Jake.
Yeah, no, he knows. Yesterday in a post-heat interview, you asked the first question, how you doing? Yada, 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 and then you ask the big one, well, Cole qualified, what are you going to do? And he got a look in his eye that was pretty menacing. So,
well, Jake's got his work cut out.
Yeah,
he
that's
does.
for sure after that last one.
3-turn hammer, and you know what? I think he's, like Chris, you said, he's at 17,000 points. So I think last year it was around like 15, and I think is there less events or?
There's one less, yeah.
There's one less. So, whether it's going to be more or less, he's, Jacob's probably there, but you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, and I'm sure he wants to win this heat, and he probably knows that, but hey, Eli's up for the test. Like you said, he's got a chance to really solidify. I think he got a 9th place in North Narrabeen. And so he has a little result, and he's got a taste of it. So he wants more.
I think for Jacob, too, it's like, and for surfers that are up in that upper echelon, the elite level, I think he's got to be having that feeling. He probably knows most likely he's going to make it, but until you're told with no doubt that you are on, you're not on.
Yeah, and with like the few years he's had a few close years, he's always had the ability, like the movie parts, the wild cards, he's shown like he can compete at that level. Now it's like this season has been very fun to watch Jacob, where like the consistency at every event he's showed up with, he's getting results, you know, and or in the finals. So, but this wave right here, nice snap, jumps that one, and that's his first wave. That was his 4.83.
It was a hard wave to surf.
Yeah.
He made the most of it for sure.
And he's up again. So just kind of finding these lefts, spins the doctor right there, jams it again. So the footwork, that's the thing with those spins, where if you can recalibrate really quick and get into that next turn, I think that's what really makes the judges go, whoa, you know, that was technical.
And that ups the fun factor too. When a surfer is looking foot loose and fancy free like this, you know, that's when you start to get your roll. And for Eli Hanneman, his second wave that came through, we were talking about Jacob Wilcox qualifying, and Eli said, excuse me, watch this. Boom, drops the 6.50, the highest single wave score of this heat.
You know what's so funny is that there's a major contrast in styles out there in the water right now, but Eli Hanneman's backhand has been so underrated over the time of, you know, his entire career. He's done well at Ala Moana Bowls during the regional qualifying series event. And on the Challenger Series, you mentioned the 9th place finish. I actually thought he surfed better in Bolito, but his result wasn't as great. And that's why I feel like there's certain results where you're maybe getting a better overall result, but your surfing's better at a certain location, but you're still losing those close heats. And as of right now for Eli Hanneman, there hasn't been that one stand-up performance, Chris. I feel like with these kind of conditions and him proving a lot of different people wrong, especially on the backhand, he's looking great out there right now.
Man, it's hard to get a 7. These judges are tough, man. Look at that. Nice combo. Bang, again.
Third turn was money.
I mean, it was, you know, it was kind of on the face, but he was carving through those turns, sprays flying everywhere. It's a good look.
The question about Jacob, he's kind of one of the masters of the wild card, and he deserves every wild card that he gets. I would say him and Mikey Wright have probably had more wild cards than anybody. Does that equate to success if and when he does make the championship tour? He's got probably more experience than any other rookie would. Is that going to help him a lot as he makes the big jump?
Yeah, I think anytime you get experience at that level, it's going to help you. I mean, you know, being sometimes a wild card, the pressure is a little different because, you know, like, oh, if I lose, I'm not going to the next event, so it's all in on this. But when you get on tour, your expectations change a little bit. There's certain things that you might expect out of yourself, and sometimes, you know, you have to kind of, this is a nice wave right here for Jacob. Gets that first slash. And look, and what we're noticing too, nice finish. And everyone wants to find that backhand. You know, Jacob's a goofy footer. He's finding these little right-handers. Eli's regular, he's going left. So, but yeah, I think Jacob will recalibrate with his team and kind of be prepared for next season when he does qualify that, hey, these first 5 events are so crucial. It's so important to stand there because you can go so high and then go so low really fast.
Quick look from Eli there. So if Eli's out the back, he has priority. Jacob caught a wave. He's paddling back out. Usually if they were both out in the water, priority would have gone to Jacob, but since he wasn't in the takeoff zone?
Primary takeoff zone, yeah. It wasn't fully outside yet, so Eli with just this little sniff right there. And there's 2 major equalizers in the heat. We mentioned Eli Hanneman's air game. Obviously, with these kind of conditions and being playful out there with a little bit of a higher tide, he can bring that out at any time with the right section. But let's talk about Jacob Wilcox's backhand. And you talk about being able to fit it in the pocket a lot easier, getting up to the lip a lot quicker, too. That last wave proved it, and he's needing a 7.16. Should be his best score, Chris, with 18 minutes on the clock.
The judges right now deciphering what they've just seen. Our fans made their picks earlier on today. Your Pacifico fan picks are leaning heavily towards Jacob Wilcox with 71%. Eli Hanneman right there with 29%. And these picks generally switch up a little bit, right? When you see someone's name more and more and more on your screen, you're going, wait.
Yeah, when I
like this guy.
when I log on, whoever's winning, I put
That makes it easy.
I don't want to be on the wrong side.
This is a score we're waiting for the judges. The opening turn was massive. Solid finisher there going vertical. That's going to be a good number for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, they got a good comparison. You know, they've had Eli 6'5", so they'll be watching that, and I think they did a great job. It comes in about a point and, 1.2 difference there. I think Eli was, coming out of his turns a little more precise. That last turn had a little more verticality, but it kind of rolled back into the wave. Wasn't really boom,
Yeah.
And so
you got to do them all, right? Speed, power, and flow. Obviously, he had the power. The speed maybe called into question a little bit for Jacob.
Yep.
You could just pretty clearly see Eli was going faster and cleaner between the maneuvers. So, I mean, still a solid score, a 5.33. He earned every bit of that. But to me, that was the difference there, right? Jacob had the power. Eli had the speed and the flow. Judges went with Eli. Well, more exchanges like that certain to come here in Heat 6, round of 16. Now, Jacob, the one staying busy, he goes left. We get to see his forehand in action.
Wow. Ooh. Sometimes even if you hang on to those things, you either pop your hamstring or it doesn't score that well because it was kind of like if you come out of the layback really quick, but if you're hanging on and it's kind of smaller section, they don't really get
I like that. The judges have kind of made a point to do that. I mean, you watch any skate event, snowboard event,
you can't touch
somebody
the
drags
ground.
their hands.
They don't even score you.
Stay standing.
They call it a non-ride.
Ooh, deep bottom turn into the backside whip reverse for Eli Hanneman.
Oh, no. Couldn't get up and over that little hump right there, but that was cool.
Where did the judges go with one big wild move like that?
Say he does better by a little if he does improve, and if not, it's probably still in the upper threes, lower fours. I mean, decent sized wave, and we talk about the size of the waves. I think the size of the surfers really matters in this heat too. As you see Eli there, deep bottom turn, progressive maneuver, wasn't really that exciting though. It's kind of a maneuver that you could see every day from him. So
yeah, a lot comes down on those sections. If it's a little more vertical and bowly and you do that, it's obviously more critical. That one, he timed it really good, kind of flung it off the top. I mean, if he gets up and over that hump, and hammers it again, then, the combination. But, yeah, it's – I feel like those maneuvers they're hard to do. Sometimes they don't get rewarded as maybe well as I think.
Depends on where you're doing them,
yeah,
too.
exactly.
I think if I think about historically a one maneuver wave here in Huntington – similar size, a day like this, you've got to do something really special if you want to get in the excellent range. I think about Seth Moniz, upside down air when nobody was doing anything even close to that. So for Eli, he remembers that. He knows that if you do something spectacular, the judges, they're all surfers. They know how hard this stuff is. They get excited just like the rest of us. So if you do something that blows their minds, big numbers follow.
For sure. Yeah, and I mean, I guess remember Jacob's second wave, he got a 4.17 for a pretty cool one on the back end. And maybe the wave wasn't as big, but it was maybe like a little more off a vertical section.
Ooh, this is more like it. Nice opening
turn there.
snap for Jacob Wilcox, driving down the line, hoping this wave perks up a little bit through to the inside. It does not.
It looked like I like when guys surf. He had really good patience there. He was surfing the wave like it was a bigger wave, and I think it looks cool if you could hold those lines on small waves, but that one just didn't really. Sometimes you'll get this little reverberation or shallow spot off the pier where you can kind of get that finish. That one didn't allow him because his first turn was nice. Clicks it right there. That feels good. When you get the fins just over the back and it's drivey.
That faded bottom turn on the second one, though, is so hard to do on a wave like this, especially it being so small. They'll take that into consideration as well, but we're talking about a 6. That would have to be touching the good range, Joe. Excuse me, Chris.
Look at these guys.
The Aussie boys.
Literally on their feet, on the edge of their seats. Top blokes right there. What a solid crew.
Big heat.
Eli Hanneman trying to keep the Australians sitting down as he winds up for a second turn. Eli just having Seemingly tons of fun on these inside left-handers. He had a bonus, double reverse.
Wow. Does he ride out? He does. I mean, I'm giving it to him.
That was cool. That was cool.
His fins are grabbing the sand.
He's skateboarding out there.
That was disco fever right there. That was rad.
Little John Travolta.
Yeah. Found this little grower right here. First turn, little on the face, slash. I like how he's bringing it back, holding the rail off the bottom.
How do you do a deep bottom turn on a 2-foot wave?
Slides it, and this one, a little pop. I mean, it was flat, but it was well, executed. And that, back to back, and
I think chop hop and then proper reverse.
That's pretty darn good surfing for what was that, a 2-foot wave?
Hard to see if he fully rode out of the last one, though. So, I mean, say he does improve on the 4.83. If you do, your goal is accomplished right there. Now the surfer in red would be needing a little bit more, so good stuff.
Here we
Wilcox,
go.
though.
What's the answer back? Backhand snap. Starting things off. Deep bottom turns down the line, trying to get things moving. The wave kind of fades away. So Jacob Wilcox now just has to wait and see what the judges throw out there for Eli Hanneman's last wave. He had to hear the cheers, the whistles, so he knows something potentially big could drop. We're all waiting to see what Eli Hanneman gets on his last wave. And when you return, you're going to find out too. See you soon. Oh, it's on in so many ways here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We've got Challenger Series men and women, Longboard Championship Tour surfing for men and women as well. We've got Brap Life with Nitro Circus flying over a school bus. Tons of games and activities and, yeah, free stuff on the beach. Sun will be out all weekend long. We've got waves on the way, so if you're anywhere within the near vicinity or got a couple extra sky miles, I don't think you're going to get a hotel room as we are in the peak of summer here in Huntington Beach, but plenty of options here, and why not? Strike mission to the U.S. Open of Surfing. I can pretty much guarantee you will have a good time, and guess what? That guarantee stands, or your money back, because it is free to come down and hang out here.
That's the beauty of it all.
You can have the front row spot on the beach for free.
First come, first service.
Got to get here early, though.
Yeah, you better be here about 5:30 a.m. if you want that spot.
Or get a parking spot.
There's no parking after 8 here.
Yeah.
It's so crowded already, it's not even funny.
It's really cool. I feel like it's been a bit of a resurgence. You know, a lot of people coming down. We've always had great stuff going on, but a lot of people coming down to watch the surfing, and it's beautiful.
Surf focused.
Yeah, I like that.
8:12 to go. Eli Hanneman applying the pressure by way of just fun surfing. pair of backside reverses on the inside of Eli's last wave. The judges liked it. They gave him a 6-point ride. That's the highest, second highest single wave score. He started off with that 6.5. That was just, you know, pure quickness and power. And Eli now, I feel like this would be, if he can hang on, still a lot of time to go, this would be a big statement victory for Eli Hanneman, but he's got his work cut out for him because Jacob Wilcox has had the year of his life, competitively speaking, currently sitting at number 2 on the championship tour. But you got to think, pressure's on, stakes are high. If Jacob makes this heat, he's going to make the championship tour.
Yeah, and as of right now, it seems like he's trying to get Eli off of the peak, and with priority, Hanneman's going to be on the defensive mode here, Chris.
He's got to go. You know, this wave right here. Nice snap there for Eli. And again. So this thing has a nice little double up, and he's staying as tight as he can in that little pocket. Wraps it. Can he get the finish on the inside? And he does. So well-surfed wave. And I mean, you look at that. He had priority, 7 minutes to go. You know, you give that wave to Wilcox, you could get the score.
Yeah.
Eli's camp's growing, too. You see Sean Ward in there, Chris Stone.
Yeah, I know. I think Eli is working with, I mean, Sean's team, or his manager, Chris Gallies helps. Chris Stone's helping him. So, yeah, look at this wave. Nice little check. Slows it up. Cracks it right there. Holds the rail. Slashes again. No hops, bobbles. It's nice surfing.
That was a good example of defense, offense. You know, it was a defensive move, keeping Jacob off that wave, but he might have made him pay a little bit extra there by just ripping that thing to bits.
I don't know if he betters, though. It was a bit repetitive, and it's really hard not to be repetitive on a wave that size and when there's the really only steep section in the pocket the whole time. But still, as we talk about defense, I feel like this is one thing that we see a lot more on the Challenger Series now. You need to be like Mookie Betts. You have to have a gold glove outfield kind of defense, and you need to be a silver slugger at the home plate. And as of right now, I feel like that's what kind of Eli's been bringing to the table a lot more. He does improve a 6.33, so just slightly, but as of right now, if you're on the CS, you're close to qualifying, and you don't have these kind of capabilities moving into CT competition, you're not going to survive there for very long, Chris. So good to see the evolution for a lot of these young surfers.
And the fun part of this, and of course, you know, with a guy this powerful taking off on a decent-looking wave, I was just going to say, at the moment, we've nearly wiped out the entire top 10 of the Challenger Series. Not a lot of names left. Cole Hauschman, he is out. Jacob Wilcox currently sitting in that second spot. So if, and it is a big if, Eli Hanneman can take Jacob Wilcox out, that top 10 picture is going to be refreshed in a big way.
It's going to get tight.
Yeah.
You know, going into Portugal, there's going to be a lot of guys in the hunt and girls. You know, I think that's the fun part about the Challengers. You're like one big result away from just having a crack at it.
Jacob Wilcox back at it again, throws the fins into the air. A little bit of a languid pace on that air reverse, but still damage done out the back. And can he get the strong finish? The pier piling, blocking his run.
Could have done a rail slide. What would they score that?
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for somebody to do the the kick off the pier.
Bing.
Little
judo.
Plant.
Oops,
Yeah,
I lost a fin, but I made my heat.
Yeah, I made the highlight package.
Yeah, that way. I think he's kind of feeling the urgency now. That wave Eli would have went on 100% of the time, but he's actually he's competing smart. He knows, why go on that wave? I have the commanding lead. If I go on that wave and he gets priority and gets a score, you'd be kicking yourself.
I was surprised that Wilcox went on the previous wave, though, when he tried the air and didn't ride out of it. That was a throwaway score for him, but I just felt like it never really had the potential to be a good one. And this is the 4.3, his last. Little bit of a forced air right there. The section wasn't really capable of getting him a good score.
Yeah, I think even if he pulls it, but even if just the way he rode out and how slow it gets, that makes it really tough to go excellent.
Yeah,
or close to
being the best score of the heat. Definitely not seeing it there, but that's where I felt that right. If he would have waited a couple more minutes, he would have had the chance to get a 2-bank combo on the backhand, easily getting an opportunity for the 7.5, and it seems like he was feeling the pressure a little bit towards the tail end of this heat right now. And let's see if Eli Hanneman can close it out and get his best result so far this season, too, because you mentioned people already losing out of the top 10. We only have one surfer left in the top 10 in the event.
Yeah, this is a big, big moment for Eli Hanneman. He's sitting out the back with priority. I cite that 3-minute mark when you're holding priority as probably the most difficult time to kind of figure out what to do with your priority. Are you going to lean heavily on the defense? Are you going to keep catching waves and potentially give your competitor that option to take any wave they want? Brett, what's your best advice? 3 minutes with priority.
You got to be right next to him. And when you're in that position, like you're in the driver's seat, like the job's almost done. You're almost there. You're almost to the finish line. And you can't let them create too much distance. And your goal is, you know, the next best ride that comes in, you're looking at that wave. And that's the hardest part. It's the toughest decision is like, hey, is this a 7.5? You know, Jacob needs a 7.5. So those decisions, you got to make them quick.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, these waves are moving however fast. And all of a sudden, he's going to be scrambling to it and makes your decision a little bit harder. But it's got to, that wave's got to look pretty good. And when it gets under, you know, 2 minutes, a minute for sure, and they're making a move, you got to go.
Yeah, I feel like Eli's in a great position here because if Jacob needed a 3 or a 4, I mean, that has to be a real complex equation to figure out. But when you need something in that 7.5 range, I mean, you need probably the best looking wave of the whole heat, and Eli will be right there next to him. Okay, so Eli thinks this is not a 7.5. Jacob might think different. Well, Eli was right in that one. So Jacob not able to get it, but Eli went as well. And that was the first kind of mistake we've seen from Eli Hanneman, but I don't think he's going to count it as a mistake. I think he's going to count that as just a little celebratory backside whip.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Eli's my boy. I'm interested to see, like, he let him, I don't know, it looked like it was a split peak, but he let him go right. The wave obviously wasn't good, but for you to go...
I'm taking the right. I'm taking the right off of him. I'm not going left and splitting the peak.
Watch out. With speed, with intent.
I'm being super critical, I guess, but I just don't leave my guy out there when it's not a good wave. I want to have control.
Well, this is
as much as I can, but he went on that wave, and now he has priority again. So 40 seconds now, don't blow it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point that you made, though. Win or lose, there's always feedback. There's always takeaways. As Wilcox releases the tail, whips it around. Great surfing. Might be just a little too late with 25 seconds on the clock. So the big news that dropped when this heat started was that if Jacob Wilcox won, he was a lock for the 2024 Championship Tour. But with what will most likely be an Eli Hanneman win, that means our entire top 10 on the Challenger Series is out of this contest.
We got to shuffle. We got to shake and bake right here. I think going into Portugal, here's Eli. Oh, in his sleep.
Eli Hanneman, huge statement victory there, taking out number 2 on the Challenger Series and solidifying his name as we move towards the quarterfinals. That was a great heat. We got to see Jacob Wilcox ride 12 waves. We got to see Eli Hanneman blast about 15 backside reverses, high-speed surfing from Eli Hanneman. And if I'm another competitor in this contest and I just saw that heat, I'm thinking, watch out for Eli Hanneman, Chris Cote, Mitchell, Brett Simpson. That was really fun to talk through those heats with you guys. More action to come. I can't wait to see what happens next here from the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The round of 16 will continue after these brief messages.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change.
Drive your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
Enjoying all the work with WSL 1Ocean and all the work from Eli Hanneman, responsible for knocking out some big names throughout this Challenger Series event. Mom on hand to support, and he loves all the support from all the young fans around the world. He took out guys like Cowley Voss, Federico Moraes, and now Jacob Wilcox. When we thought we were about to celebrate another confirmation on tour, we'll have to put that on ice. Obviously, Wilcox still in a great position heading into Portugal and also Saquarema. Thanks for being with us. The Condor, the Wax Head, and the Lion. Nah.
Yeah, I love it.
I can't give myself
We'll
my
put
own.
Jacob Wilcox in the Yeti here. He'll be fine.
No, he's going to be great. Yeah, gosh, what a warrior.
Ninth is okay. Like, it's going to be a result. It's going to go into a score line. He's going to stay up there in the top 5, no worries. So.
It's crazy, though. I mean, for Wilcox, you just want to get it over with.
Yeah.
You know, for what he's been through in the last few years, Wax.
And just so much travel still ahead. We talked about it yesterday, just the preparation that's going to have to go into the championship tour itself. You just want to get on there and get your boards ready in your mind,
Yeah,
but
put the order
not
in.
there yet.
Not there yet. We'll see how that one unfolds. For Jadson Andre taking on George Pitar, you guys, this is a big one. A veteran named Jadson who's always wanted to win this event and kind of built success later. Got a semifinal finish in 2018 when he lost to local hero Kano Igarashi. But you kind of have to remember the old U.S. Open days, there was a lot of early rounds you'd have to get through.
Big time.
So there's some results Jadson had where he lost in the round of 24, but he'd already surfed 5 heats,
Yeah.
you know, just to get there. It's changed a lot, obviously, now with the heavyweight points on the Challenger Series, a much smaller field than the old days.
Yeah, and the boards that JD rides, in the last few years, I really feel like are geared towards these types of waves too, just playing with epoxies and lighter constructions. And it kind of suits JD with the roll the dice atmosphere that he brings to each heat.
And one thing just to note, that this board that he actually has under his feet was brought by Italo just the other day. It's literally brought from Italo, brought him aboard. And how good is that when you've got a crew? That's one of the laws, and I'm going to call it a law, of something. Is like when your competitor asks you to bring a board, you bring it, right? That's just how it is. It's a law. It's like almost maritime law. When someone's calling for help, you're going to go help, right? If a competitor calls for help, you're going to go deliver a board.
I like that.
No matter what.
And the reason you're going to do that, Pete, is going to bring you good karma, good energy.
Well, if it's a situation, it's going to come back to you.
You're right.
And you need a board and you need something to get through heats.
Things do happen like that around the world. This is George getting started, representing Manly Beach. Snap off the lip. Nice, cool vertical. He's been loving that left. Yesterday afternoon, he just had a big sigh of relief. He was just like, I can't believe I'm standing here. It's one of those scrappy, kind of windy type moments. He's hoping to make a clear cut in this one. George already with a 4.5. 2.5, 6.33 already for Jansen, so already a lot of rides to talk about.
How
But
crazy is that?
representing Manly Beach. Gosh, such an important beach break when you think about the history of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether or not he realizes the shoes that he's filling there, the Northern Beaches does have that long lineage of world champions. And here he goes here, teeing off on that CI Fever and finishing nice and strong. And I mean, Pat Kadauskas recommends this board for 2 to 3 foot California, and it's kind of what we got here, just a little bit messier. And here goes Jaddy.
Jaddy, always solid. He's always got speed, always has energy. He's a popular athlete to talk to, especially with his peers. And this was the opener from George, the 4.5, Pete.
Yeah, so we had the 4.5 and the 6.33 for Jaddy. Jaddy was the 2-turn combo, a little bit more activity from George Pitar for the 4.5. And then we'll get the score number from his last little left. But these two have been standouts in my eyes, and it's good to see that they've got this matchup, you know, Australia against Brazil, and a golden opportunity when you think about where they are in the rankings. You know, Jaddy's at 15, and everyone above him are out, right? I mean, not everybody, but pretty close. And so it's a great opportunity for him to rocket up the rankings. Same with Pitar. He's out, mid-20s, I think he's at. So a golden opportunity for him if he can get through.
Eli Hanneman just made it into the quarterfinals. He's hanging out with Rosie.
He's shaking up the top 10 rankings. You've just beaten the number 2 rated surfer on the Challenger Series. What does this heat win mean to you, Eli?
Oh, this means everything. This is what I've been dreaming of for a long time, to get to this point in a contest. And I kind of knew my matchup before going into it. I knew who I was going up against, and I think like that might be his worst result of the year. So, and that was like would have been one of my best. So, yeah, I was just telling myself the whole time, you got to beat the best to be the best.
And we've been hopping on about it in the booth about keeper results, but going into the quarterfinals, what does that really mean as you get a bit of momentum?
It's crazy, yeah. I mean, I've been traveling with all my friends, like the whole 2% crew, and I've seen so many of them succeed lately, and obviously Cole and Crosby and Jed and Cade. So I think just being around those guys and, you know, watching them and learning from them and seeing their consistency in these events has really helped me and like motivated me to like tap into like my full potential, because it's so hard to make heats on here. Like if you make one heat, you're like, wow, that could have been a final. So it's really hard, but it feels good.
It's amazing to see you find that kind of form, and going up against Jake Marshall's in the quarterfinals. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. We have the same coach. Chris Gallagher has been helping us out the whole event all week, and we were just doing mock heats the other day down the beach, so it's nothing new for us.
Thank you for the insights and best of luck in the quarters.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Looking forward to that quarterfinal. Jake Marshall versus Eli Hanneman. And I kind of shadowed Gally, their coach, during Jake's heat. The guy is so intelligent. And Jake actually has been following the exact game plan that Gally's been giving him. And now kind of a new addition, adding Hanneman to the squad as we'll catch up to rapid fire surfing from Jadson, Waxhead.
Yeah, forcing it on that first turn, but he makes up for it here. And he spins to win, and he makes it. So that'll feel really good for Jad. And you know from past events, when he gets on a roll, when he lands some of those rotations, he doesn't stop. Wow, no leash.
I like it.
You know what is crazy about this? Jadson used to do this on purpose, because when he first qualified, he felt so confident. He said he didn't even need one.
Yeah, well, he doesn't.
He's bringing it back.
I like it. I bring it on. You know, he's staying right up the road. He's with a friend of mine. It's the most random matchup of these two. Matt Buttry, right, of all people, right? I grew up with this guy, full, you know, Santa Cruz, you know, same school that we came up in. We were actually just chatting about it, like how he had gotten dunked. He actually had a story he told me is great. He had his fins knocked out by his shaper. Shaper knocked out his own fins because he burned his shaper. And the shaper broke his fins out. How good is that? That's Santa Cruz for you. That's it right there in the bottle. Anyway, he somehow randomly is staying with Jadson Andre. I made Joe laugh. This is great.
That's the irony.
Right? The irony. It's so funny. Like, he literally bit a piece of his nose
Did
off.
Did you do Dinger Pez?
Probably. But that's Santa Cruz for you in a bottle.
How did he meet Jadson?
Don't know, right? No, but basically what it was is funny. Gabriel used to surf the beach breaks here, Gabriel Medina of all people. So Matt had this already a thing against Brazilians already, because he had to surf with the way Gabby surfed out there. And he's like, this guy catches every wave and he just doesn't care. Blah, blah, blah. He had this like stereotype of the Brazilians. And he ended up just going, you know what? I'm going to meet this guy. I'm going to give him a chance. And then sure enough, now they're roommates. So he comes and he stays with him every time up the street. And he's like, Jaddy is the sweetest guy. He plays this video game. He's been playing since 13. He doesn't look at surfing. He doesn't watch surfing. He FaceTimes his dog. I'm like, how good is that? He FaceTimes his dog.
That is just
knows.
speaking to the character also of
Absolutely.
Jadson Andre. I think he's broken down barriers his whole career.
Big time.
Where when you'd ask everyone from the field, no matter where they're from Mick Fanning to Josh Kerr to the Brazilian Storm, everyone wants to call Jadson their best friend, you know, and he obviously represents Brazil, but he represents his kind spirit, his willingness to laugh, to really want to grow in this career, and he's never, ever waned off his career of really loving competition, and he lives and breathes for it. As he's up now, Jadson looking to better a 5.23. He's got the racetrack and a classic forehand air reverse. Jadson now with some room to belt it on the inside. We're seeing some vintage Jaddy right now.
He's surfing so far south. It's unbelievable. He is way over. Complete peak by himself. They are surfing totally different peaks, George Pitar and Jadson Andre.
Good pickup, Pete. And I think when you're free surfing at these types of waves and surf like this, you probably wouldn't need a leash. And that's what he looks like. He's free surfing right now, but he's sticking it, and that's a dangerous Jaddy. And back to the Brazilian passion that he has, I feel like it's a representation, especially in Australia, and any surfers from Manly can attest to this, is that they were intense and passionate when they first made a resurgence in surfing. And here he goes, pops that one over the top. And that Italo delivered board is looking mighty fine. He's pumping through the end section here. He's got something more and snaps it in. So the judges have loved the liveliness It's just the in-between sections are slowing it down, but we haven't seen a length of ride offering 2 dynamic sections like this pretty much all day, so he's found something.
Yeah, the magic of Jadson building speed through the flats so well and using a lot of that rail, extending it on a less than a 1 foot section. Jadson 5.23, 6.33. Now a bigger number should be building for the surfer representing Natal City.
And so what he's going to do here, probably at this point, he's going to hear this number, and rather than stay there, he may move over as soon as he's like, you know, he has no idea what this score is going to be. I love that they went this level, 7.23. And now he's like, oh, whoa, 7.23 is 6.33. Now you think at some point he's going to have to move over and start controlling the pace of the heat. We'll see if he does it. I mean, maybe he's just seen something really special. I mean, that's the reason why you would ever stay over in one spot is like, hey, I see the waves that I can get 7s and 8s on. I'm going to stick to it, and we'll see how it unfolds.
Well, it was about this time of the heat where Nolan Raposa earlier decided to go against his coach's wishes and actually just wait for bomb sets. That's probably what George is going to have to do now, having caught 2 mid-sized waves. And how did Jaddy get that 7.23? And here George goes.
George Pitar running after the right. Nice clean snap. This guy's been so fun to watch this week. There's the wrap, so 2 different types of turns, and he will look to shut it down. He's had a loud Australian support crew adding Hawaii's Kikoa Bacoso.
And Carlos Munoz.
And Carlos just so proud of that last wave from George Pitar.
It's energy, man, and it's hard to not get sucked into the vortex, you know?
Feels good, doesn't it? Let's go back and watch the first few turns, Pete.
Yeah, and Pitar has been so good, and I believe that his upbringing, not only in Vanuatu, but at Manly, has really put him in a great position here because he loves these little, you know, beach breaks like this. This is Queenscliff, right?
Well, the thing about Manly, it's one of the few beaches where there's like a car park watching the surf, like a promenade, right?
Yeah.
So finishing like this with dynamic end sections, I mean, that's it. That's what you're doing because there's 20, 30, 40 people from your board riders club sitting there watching.
Ooh, number came in. Big one.
Big score for George Pitar, 8.5. Takes the lead off Jaddy. Jadson with priority now needs a 7.61. This is what we're hoping for as surf fans, watching a seesaw battle with huge numbers being traded. So George providing a serious answer to Jaddy's rhythm.
Yeah, and Jaddy has moved over, and so they're now kind of sitting in the same zone. See, there you go. Like, you know, Jaddy went and put 2 numbers up over there on the south end and now has moved into the mid part of the heat. And but he needs a number, right? He needs a pretty big number, too.
And that's at high tide, just changing things up heat by heat. It's been changing all morning. But I think it must have been the sheer amount of water displaced by George on that wave, as opposed to Jaddy, who's manufacturing his scores, and he's teeing off on the perfect section. But George, he did have a little more flow and just engaging those large Toledo fins heavily into the wall, but just enough spring. He's a big guy too, you know, and
yeah, he's tall and utilizing it to his advantage,
exactly.
Really, because he's super light on his feet.
That's so hard. Like Cole, we were talking in the booth yesterday, it's almost harder to do that with a larger frame, to be gentle through transitions, but and throw that power down and keep the momentum down the line.
But it looks better because you have that extra weight and that extra size. So your turns just give you that little extra size.
And the 2 athletes sitting right next to each other both have completely different beginnings when it came to becoming a pro surfer. For George, living in a beautiful island chain, then moving to Manly Beach, which has so much history, going back to championships with Midget Fairley and Phyllis O'Donnell back in the 60s. You know, then Barton Lynch, and then the Board Riders Clubs is actually split right down the beach on which club that you're going to subscribe to. Talk about a rivalry.
And one of the longboarders, Declan Wyden, he's a lifeguard at Manly, local at Norstane, doesn't even surf Kelkel, which is the most consistent beach, less than 5 minutes drive to the north. Then you got North Narrabeen, 10 minutes away. It doesn't go there.
How can we make a comparison with distance there with Curl and also North State?
Kelkel would be
the next coast.
56th Street at Newport.
That is so close.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look that way.
Narrabeen would be the wedge.
That's really being a true local, just not even looking that direction, surfing your beach, being really proud of where you come from.
But you actually have board riders clubs that are on those beaches too, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, so your car parks, so you end up being, it's your community. It's where you're doing your dawn patrol. It's where you're checking the surf. It's where you're getting your food.
Yep.
You know, it's all kind of in that zone. So you don't really need to go anywhere else.
How about George? 8.5 in this seat. Had an 8.5 the other day.
Wow.
Already the best 2 waves so far of the event
for the Australian.
It's the extra spark he's carrying. It really is. I mean, he has something about it where you're just like, whoa, where did that come from? This extra speed that he's generating. And, you know, when you're looking at kind of weaker waves like this and you're able to generate speed without really any effort, it's not like he's pumping down the line. He's coming off a bottom turn. He's doing that. And he's riding, you know, that new carbon out of the CI factory. Top secret, right? We don't know what it is. But, you know, at some point when it gets launched, we will finally. But it looks like it works.
Felt like PU to me when I picked it up.
Well, that one's just got black spray paint on it.
So that one is. That just looks like
it does, and that was interesting. I felt the foil on that board, and it's heavy. It may actually be the heaviest and one of the thickest foil boards in the whole event.
Interesting. So it's not the new
smoke
stuff.
screen.
Yeah, it's a smoke screen, right? He's just promoting it, but not really. But I mean, man, the board looks amazing. You know, he's been riding it in the last few events, and that's the thing, right? When you get a Magic board, it doesn't even matter if it weighs a lot. You know, usually you want the lightest, most, you know.
Well, it could be a mental thing,
right?
Being this new trend with the black colors.
Oh, for sure.
It could definitely be. And we talk a lot about fins and equipment because in somewhere like Huntington, that is a key, and the surf ranch, they're key aspects which you can really distinguish between the monotonous nature of competitive surfing, especially four-man heats. If you need that little bit of edge, it could just be in your equipment. But now in a two-man heat, it looks like the dispersion of water that George is throwing and the flow that he's carrying, which is giving him the edge.
11:40 to go. George just kind of getting the space of Jadson Andre. Jaddy does have priority. Started off just blazing. 4 waves ridden in a short period of time, and he's been sitting. George got the answer with an 8.5. I was thinking about how different their beginnings were in pro surfing. Jadson wasn't actually allowed to surf when he was a little kid. His parents were really wanting him to be a soccer player. And then the famous uncle story is, hey, let's get you in the water. And they actually had secret surf sessions because he saw the talent in his nephew, but he couldn't tell Dad. Dad was, you know, Jaddy's dad was wanting him to follow in his footsteps and be a soccer player. But then he started winning events, and then his parents started going, okay, hang on, I guess our kid has some talent. And he got signed by Oakley when he was 12. The thing was, being signed and being in a small, sleepy city of Natal, it was like he had to leave home. So he's 12 years old, got to move about 1,000 miles away, and all of a sudden he took on the world. He won an event as a rookie, beat Kelly Slater in the final in Imbituba, and he's been around ever since.
And he brought those air reversers in competitive surfing at a time when, ironically, power surfing was the dominant feature.
Look at these two are chatting it up, laughing, smiling.
Well,
I love that.
And that's part of that Brazilian nature I was alluding to in the Northern Beaches, especially in Sydney and the Gold Coast, where the Brazilians are now such an ingrained part of our surf culture. It's not about nationalities or a language difference anymore. They're locals, and they've been there for generations now. And they're probably having a chat, and they've seen each other in the last few events. And here goes George.
George on the right, trying to improve on a 6.33. Cool looking cutback with some power. Oh. Explodes with the fins out. He gets hung up there. And we'll cover the back end of Jaddy as he was on the split. That was that cool little low road dagger just to put a punctuation mark at the end of that one. So we'll see Jaddy's complete wave to see if he's going to get close to taking the lead off George Pitar. Remember, George 23rd in the world on the Challenger Series. Jaddy a little bit higher at 15th because he kicked off the season with a quarterfinal finish at Snapper Rocks. Let's have another look here, Pete.
Yeah, well, we get to see Jaddy's outside section here. He chases it down, gets, again, above the lip, and wow, he has just got that so on lock. He's had it on lock for a decade. And does this go into the 7, you know, basically anything above a 7.23? Maybe it's a 7.6. We'll see what the judges think. You know, the section was a bit soft, I think, so that'll factor in. But yeah, anything above a 7.23 will lessen the need required for Jaddy.
Jadson Andre picked out Tahiti and the U.S. Open as 2 events he wants to win more than any other event on the calendar. Tahiti on the Championship Tour, and this one a Challenger Series event at the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Waiting for scores from that last exchange as we see Jadson start to take a wave towards the pier. Now setting up this one off the bottom, Jadson throws down the arc and then spins out, so not much on that left into the pier. His last score came in at a 6.47, so he's still chasing the lead from George Pitar, who's throwing down 8.5. So we'll be right back. Coming this October, WSL Pure grantee Native Like Water is releasing Hawa. With over 20 years of service, Native Like Water prepares and integrates teens and adults of underrepresented populations into ocean recreation, conservation, wellness, and intergenerational cultural exploration. The program focuses on one's sacred relationship to water through an indigenous lens. WSL Pure grant supports Native Like Water programs and is helping them to take their cultural narrative to new levels with the release of the up-and-coming cultural film, Hawa. Looking forward to the release of that film this October. Thanks for being with us here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Stop 4 of the Challenger Series. This whole idea of a Challenger Series tour is still relatively new. We've only had a couple of years to really go through it so far. We've had QS rated events we used to call primes, and we call them 10,000s. But now the Challenger Series is the way to kind of group them all together and really highlight this tour. There was always the story of top talent getting lost on the QS. It didn't have a lot of great coverage. You know, sometimes a surfer with a high profile was going, maybe I'll just do a free surfing program, make videos so I don't lose any momentum. All that topic's changed quite a bit. Now with a lot of highlighted events, broadcast coverage, you get to follow these really cool profiles on their road to qualification.
And generally better waves, although we are here at Huntington, one of the true testing grounds of professional surfing in history. And the story of the regional qualifiers and the guys making it through into the Challenger Series is a journey that I know I'm following in Australia, and just seeing these guys progress through and then seeing them at the Challenger Series level, and they're well and truly primed for that championship tour when they get there, as opposed to so many of the QS battlers, so to speak, that would eventually just get a few grovelly results, make their way onto the tour, and be back on the QS the following year, and may never get a chance to get back on because they have to surf through 8 or 9 heats to get to a final.
We've been hanging out with Brett Simpson quite a bit. He won the U.S. Open a couple times, was on the CT for a while as well, and there's years he was doing so many events and often surfing through injuries because he was trying to protect his spot. It reminds me of moments in Jadson's career where he would have to surf through the injuries, even though he knew he could apply for a wild card. There was a year he knew Bede Durbridge and Owen Wright would be a lock. So he's going, okay, I better really perform at Sunset Beach. Even though I don't feel great, I can't count on that injury wildcard spot. And he was heroic several times, just against all odds, Do some amazing surfing at one of the hardest waves on the planet.
He created a lot of fans because of it too. I mean, it was just so written on his sleeve. We got to see it, we got to hear about it, and to watch him succeed in those moments too is just amazing. So it's yeah, I mean, not only a great human, but like as a competitor and as a professional surfer, like just to see how much he puts into it, it's so hard to not be a fan.
Needs a 7.61. Jadson Andre chasing George Pittar. Doesn't have priority now. Last wave was just a throwaway 2 Ranger, and so George now wisely hanging on to priority and shadowing Jadson for the remainder of this heat. Winner of this heat will move on to take on either Kanoa Igarashi or David Silva in the quarters. That one's finishing off the round of 16 coming up next, as Kanoa is looking for a 3rd U.S. Open title this year. Decision time. George doesn't think this wave's going to do it for Jadson, so Andre will check it out on his back end. Already springing into the first turn, attacking that section, already shutting down. Nice lead from George Pittar.
We've seen that tide really gush in and completely change. So Jadson is now about 200 feet back up the beach from where he got that long 723 before. And the conditions have changed. It's a complete shore break now, which wouldn't be there if we didn't have all the sand at the moment, which we've seen in previous years. It's turned into a 1-turn scenario, but at least there's opportunity still out there, but it's going to be really tough to get a 7.61 right now.
Down to a minute 40. Thinking what Jadson could use here without priority. He obviously can do it in a closeout. That signature inverted forehand air reverse, I almost feel like was released to the world at this event significantly. Obviously a CT win that he used at Imbituba. He could do multiple versions of it when that left would stretch out.
Sometimes 3 or 4.
Exactly, yeah, and he was so consistent with it.
Ooh, an opportunity here.
Minute 10 to go. Jaddy dealing with an injury. He was on the CT to start the year and had to miss a lot of events. They duck dive through this one, but remember the damage he just did as a wild card when Kelly couldn't make it to Saquarema, beat world #1 Felipe Toledo, ending his hot streak, and also Griffin Colapinto. So got himself back into form quickly. And that last set that moved, showing some frustration for Jaddy because George was able to hang on to priority.
Yeah, that's a tough one. He would have been feeling so good at the midpoint of this heat until George really unloaded on 8.5. And I mean, even if George's wave did come in at a 6, it still would be really tough to get above that 7.23 right now because the conditions have changed. But there is a movement with 25 seconds left. George is stroking, and it's a split peak, and he's on the inside, and he goes right. Here he is, teeing off in this one, and just another complete. But that was a tactical maneuver.
Yeah, a bit of defense there for George. He's just staring at Jadson, see if he left anything for him, but there's nothing out there. Britt Merrick happy with that performance, happy with the way that surfboard looks. Under the Australian's feet, George continues to impress and stays on a roll that he found in South Africa, bringing it to Southern California. And we lose one of the big names from the draw, Jadson Andre, who had an incredible start. But George is 8.5, his second of the event, is going to carry him into the quarterfinals. Really impressed with his performance. Round of 16, heat number 8 features a local hero, a 2-time U.S. Open champ, Kanoa Igarashi, headlines the matchup against David Silva coming up next. have the final event of the regular season at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and everything will go down this September at the Rip Curl WSL Finals from September 8th through the 16th. We're just looking for one day to crown a world champion. Felipe Toledo, still world #1, and we also have Carissa Moore, #1 of the world. As we get down to the wire in the title race, remember Kanoa got there last season with one of his best barrels at Tahiti to bump out Griffin Colapinto. He ended up finishing 5th in the world. And right now just focused on another big event on his home court, representing Japan, but this is where it all began for Kanoa. His parents moving from Japan to Huntington Beach to have a pro surfer. They really wanted him to be in the position that he is in today, and they've got to be so proud of him. But he's got David Silva, one of the best guys in small conditions, who can find speed on just about anything, Pete.
Yeah, and look where they are, way up the beach. So again, seeing that there's some opportunity up there with this full tide, Kanoa on the backhand. This guy is so hard to beat here at HB. Just has such a good understanding of this beach, obviously growing up here and surfing here all the time, but just every condition, he is a top-notch surfer that is very difficult to beat competitively.
Just saw him carry that flow through his maneuvers, and he looks super relaxed. And when a surfer is able to link those maneuvers, although they're a little more down the line, but still tee off into lip, that's showing a really nice connection with their equipment as well. So easing into this heat, but he does have an activated David Silva, and we saw him yesterday put in one of the standouts in some of the worst deteriorated conditions, and he was a real standout.
So looking for a third title, you can go back to Tom Curran, who won in '83, '84, and also '88. Rob Machado won out here in '95, 2001, and also 2006. That's a big reason why he ended up getting his name on the peak over on the south end. Before him, it was David Nueva. Yeah, Rob, a multiple-time U.S. Open champ, winning 3, along with Tom Curran. So we'll see if Kanoa Igarashi can achieve that this season. Kanoa throwing down the 5 to kick things off. And I'm really excited to see David Silva. He did well at Manly, kind of at the relative to this event, the Oz Open in the past. I remember a wave he caught his 1 foot, did double alley-oops on it. It's not just the airs, though, from David Silva. He can actually throw down a lot of heat when he's on the open face. He had a very interesting board yesterday. Smaller trailer, little swallowtail. Thing was really alive in the water yesterday afternoon.
Really hovered through sections, and then when he stepped back onto his heels and really, it wasn't so much even like a coil up and a let go. He just turned his body, and the thing just exploded through, and just, you could see the stiffness and the board contort and twist through the turn, and it just released so much water, and he came out of it like a slingshot, almost like pulling back a slingshot, and it propelled him into the next section. And it was pretty hard to explain because no one was doing it.
You did a good job. And the thing about it is, I think that is literally the trick to winning here. I mean, I've mentioned it, accelerate through a maneuver. Somehow show some sort of acceleration through a maneuver. That pow, that moment, that framing of a maneuver, that is going to be the trick to winning big here. And Kanoa has been one of those guys that has learned that here on this beach break, but then applied it onto the championship tour on so many great ways. But I mean, that, you know, that fin drift, you know, type of down the line maneuver that he has on lock, that he does a lot, that was learned right here in this beach break, to be able to accelerate through a turn and come out with speed.
Let's get some more insight on Kanoa. First off, Mitch, is Kanoa an Angels fan or a Dodgers fan?
Well, he did throw out the first pitch at an Angels game last year when Shohei Ohtani was about to pitch, but he grew up a Hideo Nomo fan, not a huge baseball fan himself, but I would have to say, being an Orange County kid, he'd probably be an Angels fan, Joe. Sorry.
No, well done. No, that's totally fair and understable. Let's see how he feels.
Go Giants.
Go Giants, yeah. Mitch, more on his surfing, his headspace. What do you got for us?
Well, first of all, he's looked incredible throughout his first 2 heats so far, but just positioning-wise, guys, I mean, he really paddled out super far south, and you mentioned Nueva's peak, turned into Machado's peak eventually in the 90s, but he paddled out south, and David Silva, who was originally towards the Pier Bowl, eventually moved over to him too. But starting off with a 5-point ride, he's actually running a Storms model. It's a PU rather than the epoxy that he rode in his initial round. The big difference on this board, Future Fins boxes rather than FCS, so a bit stiffer. He feels that it works as springy as it can, and you mentioned that kind of eventual backside hit that he has where he slides the fins a little bit, Peter. That's why he opted for the lefts in contrast to the right-handers. But conditions looking super fun out there too with the higher tide. It seems like it's definitely brought in a little bit closer to the shore break though, Joe.
Mitchell, your opinion on Kanoa's season? I mean, last year, top 5 finish. This year, it wasn't the same to repeat as a world title contender. One thought I had is just the guy loves being in a jersey, and maybe the lack of events that he typically surfs in maybe just changed his rhythm this year. What do you think?
And I think that's the reason why he's competing at this event. Lack of consistency, yes, for the bigger events. I feel like he's had a lot of close heats too, especially at Sunset Beach and at Bells. But to me, the biggest difference is just him being by himself most of the year. He doesn't have the same kind of coaching staff that he had in previous years, and obviously that helped him out with a 5th place finish last year for the world title race. He's up and riding again, going left, Joe.
Thank you, Mitchell Salazar, for the report as we see Kanoa finish on his feet. 2 waves ridden in the matchup, both for Kanoa Igarashi, the 2-time U.S. Open champ. Looking comfortable and relaxed. I ran into him yesterday. It's just all business. Didn't feel like any weight of pressure whatsoever, but more focused on just getting through some rounds and just getting that time in the jersey, Waxhead.
That was an interesting point about traveling solo and not necessarily with the coaching stuff that he's had in the past, because the onus is on the surfer then to do all of that groundwork and watch the waves. And here we go here. He knows this obviously so well. Way down the beach and another down the line maneuver, and that one will be a nice settler. Second wave to go into his scoring total and put more pressure on David, but nothing super dynamic, just really good, solid technique. And he made an otherwise pretty ugly wave look clean.
Shuts it down there. Yeah, a lot of things going on too with Kanoa and the rivalry with Griffin Colapinto. That was
same coach at the same time too, right? So that might be a little reason why.
Well, with the final 5, I mean, perhaps not happy with where he was headed with that, and not having the versatility in his surfing, perhaps to think of trestles and think of, hey, can I win a world title? No, something's got to change. And yeah, restarting yourself is probably a good way to do that, and maybe learning that you do need the coaching stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know what? Sometimes these sparring crews start building. I remember when Snake just had about 6-7 athletes together. And there was one year that Zeke was like, hey, you know what? I kind of want my own attention. Still has a great relationship with Jake Patterson. Just was like, you know what? I don't want to be coached by all these people or in the same crew. I kind of want to be a man and do it myself. Had a vision there. For Kanoa, I think he just went over to Mitchell Ross, a great coach for surfers like Carissa Moore and beyond. So trying something different this year. Trying to find momentum as well after you turn into the best season to date. Sometimes there's a little bit of time to kind of recover from all that success. More waves on the way here.
I feel like he had a lot of unpredictability, and he just pulled out so many career best performances in the last 2 years, and here he goes now.
Oh,
wow.
Nice.
Backside air reverse for the local boy. Kanoa Igarashi will ride away. 3 waves ridden, all for Kanoa. 19:30 to go, and showing us different types of ways to ride his home break. Going to the air this time, Pete.
Northwest wind swell. It pulls and moves down to that south end. And so with that little increase here, this is exactly what that is. It's northwest wind swell. And what it does is it cups out these lefts and identifying. And now I'll give that one a full rotation. I mean, that was all the way around. He did land 3/4, but look, all the way around, spun around. And when you land reverse, that's reverse out of it. That was a full air and rotation. So that's going to be his best number. They're going to have to reward that because that was big. The rotation was there, and he pulled it super clean.
One of the coolest airs I've ever seen Kanoa do in competition was in the Olympic Games when he got past Gabriel Medina, who was a favorite for gold. And I just saw how clutch he was. We mentioned the wave in Tahiti. That was clutch to get into the WSL Final 5. But you can tell he loves pressure on him. He loves when everything's waiting on him and there's a huge spotlight, a huge platform. A lot of people get nervous in that situation, but that's definitely where Kanoa lifts his game.
And that was that unpredictability that going up against Kanoa in those years that people didn't know what to expect, but they knew they couldn't. He wasn't going to lay down, and if he needed an excellent score, he was getting them pretty much every event for quite a few years.
Think about all the adrenaline that comes from that moment, in those moments, right? That's, I mean, as an athlete, you want to be able to perform in that situation with all that adrenaline. I mean, you think about it, you have the success there, there's nothing better than that.
And then the confidence that comes with making an aerial like that on that stage and bringing that into a regular event, it actually could be, you've seen it happen a lot, it'd be hard to recover from that, especially if you have a loss in...
You can sleep for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
He's been giving us a lot of entertainment as we look at David Silva, who's been very patient on his opener. Connects well on the backhand, second turn. The The ability to climb and snap. Brilliant.
You know his strategy was, right? I mean, he figured Kanoa was going to do, catch a bunch of waves, move around, and David said, you know what? I don't care that he's going to move up the beach. I'll kind of get near him, but I want to get the 2 best waves in the seat. I'm going to be patient. Now you can see the strategy there for him. Right now, it's solid. Like, that's one of the bigger set waves we've seen in a while. And beautiful first tag there. Not an easy section. It was a messy section, and he glided right up and over, and he had some impact right there.
An ugly wave too, and he made it look clean. And wow, I mean that was a horrible wave to surf. If you're checking that going for a free surf, you'd think that wasn't even a wave, but that's gonna, and it was a solid one too. So strong. You saw the strength in his legs when he was claiming that. You could see, how much work he's been doing on that lower body, and he's always had that strong backhand approach. But there's something different in this event, and I'm wondering if he's on that same board. It'd be interesting to see because it's very different conditions to what he, the right is so different to those lefts that he was teeing off on yesterday.
Yeah, he's been on those Slater designs, so those boards are going to be EPS. There's, a lot of different technologies that they're using over there at Firewire, but yeah, mostly he's going to be EPS is some sort of version of it.
Yeah, what a great human, what a great athlete. So stoked on his support.
Bang.
From Slater Designs, and turns in a 7.83. So game plan very effective for David Silva. Being very patient, turns in the best single wave score. Now he's on wave number 2 under priority. Float to start, heading for the pier. Throw tail, and he throws it away.
That was unfortunate.
With the 8.25 for George Patara in the previous heat was just power surfing on a smaller right-hander. So to go 7.83 is, I thought it may even go a little higher, and I thought Kanoa's could have been a little higher too, given the scale of the heat. But 7.83, it's a nice one, and I think he'll back that up pretty soon and put some pressure on Kanoa.
Yeah, a couple of big sections for David Silva's opener. Everyone else could have been late to it, but the way he turned it into a climb fin throw is so radical. He's famous for that. Can build his own energy, can pop huge airs, big alley-oops, crazy backhand rotations as well. The one thing that, he struggled with on the championship tour is bigger surf, like big days at Sunset or big days at Main Break, Margaret River. Weren't his serious strength, but everywhere else on the calendar, he was always a contender. Down to 15 on the clock. Let's hear from George Patar with Rosie.
Well, George, we're getting to know you quite well. This is the 4th time that you've won a heat, the 4th time we've had you up against the glass. What is it about this event and the form that you're carrying that you're enjoying so much?
Yeah, I know. This is probably the most interviews I've ever had, but I don't know. I just feel like it's actually really similar to home out there down at North Stain, like just fun onshore beaches, and I don't know, I've just got the perfect board for it, and I feel just pretty relaxed almost, but I don't know, I'm just getting really lucky. Like, that wave came to me and I was able to kind of get a few turns on it, but I don't know, I was pretty amazed because I was watching Jaddy just go to the air. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to match this, but no, I was so happy.
I don't know if we're going to call it luck, because I did have a look at your past results in Bolito. You fell out in this round. It's all on your hard work, but going into the quarterfinals, having a keeper result, I mean, being new to the Challenger Series, what does it mean to be into the quarterfinals and going into finals day?
Yeah, you'd be actually amazed how much the round of 16's got me, like all through the regional series as well. It's just been this huge dilemma for me. I haven't been able to get over it mentally. But I don't know, I learned so much from that last heat in Bolito, just having a melt there, and I was like, I just need to be able to turn it around when I can in heats, and I know I managed to do it there, and I'm so happy. And being a quarterfinal at Huntington, I kind of dreamt of this stuff, so I'm so happy.
Keep the dream alive. Well, we can't wait to see you in the quarterfinals. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie. Peter?
Apologies to George Patar and the fact that he's Queenscliff. I know that there's a big, he's from North Stain, the other side of the beach, the other side of the pipe. Apologies there. Sorry, don't get on me. I'm coming to Oz again. Thanks.
I think he's going to forgive you.
Okay, cool.
That's definitely their thing on the beach, and that's what's so fun about the surf history.
I mean, it's literally the same beach. It's separated by a pipe, right?
Exactly, but those were the rivalries started, They had some great battles and created some amazing world champions. Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley, 7-time world champ.
Richie Lovett,
who we've been hanging out with all season on the championship tour.
Masters world champ, Rob Bain as well.
Yep.
Stuart Entwistle, amateur world longboard champ. And then you go Nat Young, Northern Beaches.
We're going way back.
Yeah. I like this. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many professionals. I we won't have enough time.
So did Duma ever come and visit Manly outside of a jersey?
Oh, not
no.
Outside of a jersey?
Yeah,
not
only
for,
in a jersey.
Not for quality waves.
Yeah.
Not given what he's. Well, the thing with Narrabeen, right? It's what you're allowed to get. You know, you can go there, but it doesn't mean you're allowed to get what you want to catch. So
wow, one of the toughest lineups to get a wave off, especially back then. Damien Hartman, 2-time world champ from North Narrabeen. Manly, not too far away, just down the road.
Yeah, no, it's a 10-minute drive if that.
Well, I mean, Tom Carroll always had a few issues
coming down
surfing there, and no, everyone really does. It's because they've got such a core group of surfers, and Northstain's got that now as well. Their board riders is popping off. They've got the claw, the Northstain claw that they use,
classic.
And it's
got to have a good logo, huh? For your board riders.
There's a great backstory to that I'll fill you in afterwards, and. I mean, it's definitely not fit for webcast viewing, that's for sure.
Okay.
And
we can do that offline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll be laughing right now, but it's a core board riders club, and it's really cool to see the mentality that they're carrying through these events too. And here goes Kanoa.
Precision through his first 2 turns and just lays into it.
Wow.
His father likes it. Looking focused. He's seen his son do that so many times. That was just that polished act of a 2-time U.S. Open champ.
He didn't even crack a smile. He clapped, but not a crack a smile. There's still 11 minutes to go, so we're staying focused on that. But that was just beautiful arcs, really. I mean, talk about surfing big and in small surf. That was beautiful what he was able to do on these 2 waves. And then here, just exclamation point, just hammered it. And talk about putting, pressure back on David. He has done that. He's already going to add some extra points here, and David's going to need a big number to catch up.
And joining the dots without any pumping in between, just rail-to-rail flow, which is so tricky to do out here. It was a very professionally surfed wave, and it's nice to see a white surfboard. Not many of them in the draw.
Yeah, right. And surfing to the criteria. I mean, the text goes out, and the very first paragraph is combination of major maneuvers, right? And that's going to be what those judges are definitely going to be looking at. So I'd expect this number to go up there. I mean, it was not the biggest wave, but also progression is part of that. And he's been able to do it all.
We'll be right back. Year for Kanoa Igarashi and all of Huntington Beach. He won the season before, and he officially was able to go back-to-back just like Brett Simpson did. And talked about the rivalry with Griff. This was a great showing of it, absolutely battling for this trophy a few years back. See the energy from Kanoa feeding off the crowd, Pete. This was special. His claims were coming from deep.
Next level, right? Those were coming from, they talk about deep. Those were coming from the heels all the way through to the out the head. I mean, how good is that, though? I mean, that was fun. I remember being part of this event, and sure enough, those two obviously have a great rivalry, but it's, again, one of those things that, you're feeding off their friends, yes, but, man, they talk about pushing each other and the level of surfing that needed to happen to win that thing. That's why we get to all benefit from it.
You talk about board riders clubs and that core upbringing and the supporters on the beach, and you know, HB and Santa Cruz have that in spades. You know, San Diego as well. There's all these, you know, it's this spirit that is carried onto the beach. And I say it's the older guys with coffees, and by afternoon it's replaced with beers. The tails get taller, and that win will go down in history for a very long time, especially the claims. How good you could feel the spirit as he's coming onto the beach.
Oh, it was so electric. Kanoa just turned into 777. Hitting the jackpot, as the Lake Rock and Fig would say when he would be doing the beach announcing for years of this event. Always thinking about you, Fig. Thinking about Kanoa, though, and Griff, you know, it's like the HB-San Clemente rivalry. I remember at the high school national title level, I mean, those are the best schools for surfing in Southern California, and it was so heated. You know, they'd have their national titles at Salt Creek, and it's HB on one side, San Clemente on the other side. And man, there was a lot of smack talk going down from the coaches, from the parents. It was really intense. I think that's kind of coming back in a lot of ways with that West Coast board rider.
And it's so much fun, man. It literally is, because you get this generational thing going on there too. We've got 50+ division and all the way down to the grommets, and you're like, and Santa Cruz is really taking this team thing. We travel all together. Like, we got Toyota Santa Cruz giving us a minivans, and everybody drives down in the cars together. I bring the Freeline van packed with everybody's stuff, right? And we all are just a posse driving down. We all stay at the same hotel, and it is so much fun. It really is, and it's just like this. I mean, exactly how the Aussies have done it for forever, and it's something that I think it's community based, but it's also the rivalries, and it's so healthy. It really is.
Well, it's something where women and juniors and seniors and professionals can all be on a mutual level, and you're all just as important in the team. Everyone's got to pull their weight and pull the jersey on and do the best they can.
5:45 in this one. Winner of the heat takes on George Pitar in quarterfinal number 4. David Silva has been really selective. 7.83 he opened up with. Now he's finally making a move for a 6.94. Has the speed. Just a little connection there. Quickly trying to run after the pocket, but that was not the wave.
Had the size, but unfortunately did not have the wall.
So now Kanoa, advantage with priority, and Silva's going to be searching, Pete.
Yep, and Kanoa is going to be very nearby. He's not going to let him go too far away. I still feel like Kanoa, you know, thinking about that 7 in his scoreline, he feels like he needs to post even a bigger number. I know how he is. You know, generally he'll play the defensive role, but not too heavily, knowing that he relies on the fact that, like, hey, I could score more points. So you know, I'll be obviously looking for another quality wave.
Well, at 7.77 for Kanoa it was, if anything, just a little lower on the scale. I thought that could have gone excellent, the scale of the heat.
I'm backing your opinion on that one. And, you know, size of the wave, yeah, I get it. It wasn't as big, but the surfing was just so seamless.
Well, comfortable for him knowing that he could do that at any point, too, if he can get a clean, not even a set wave, that he can easily beat that 7.
Judge 4 threw an 8.2 for this wave. Let's take a look, Waxhead.
Yeah, so I love this. Just looking down the line and then changes and really put his body into that. But look, seamless into the next turn. A little bit out in the face, but still covers it back. He's surfing what's in front of it, and this tees it off beautifully, keeps the fins in the water and disperses a lot of spray. It would have been very easy for him to slide that one and try and get a bit radical, but he kept it at bay and displaced a lot of water, and the judges have been liking that. So I thought maybe 8, but they're wanting to see something more.
Did you throw an 8, Pete?
Yeah, I did. I wouldn't have been too surprised if it went 9. But I mean, I guess there's, you know, the size of wave, the sections, critical sections, like I can start dissecting it. But ultimately, my first impression was, hey, best wave of the heat. And it didn't. Came in a little shy of that.
So Kanoa still out in front with that 7.77 and a 7.0. Went to the air there, so different ways to win out here. He's got it all wrapped up. The guy was traveling so early around the world. He's growing up in Huntington Beach, but actually spends majority of his time in Portugal these days. Loves his friends out there, loves the quality of surf. It's a lot bigger more often than not than what you'd find here in Southern California. Really proud to represent Japan and a silver medalist. Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Looking for a 3rd title here on the south side of the pier with 3 minutes to go and a pretty solid lead, Pete.
He does have a solid lead, and of course with priority too. If he's been in these situations before with you have the lead, he understands what he needs to do. You know, and you can see he's not literally like playing defense and playing that role of like sitting up there and breathing down David's neck. That is a strategy, but I don't really see Kanoa do that. I never have, actually. But I have seen him get very excited about his waves and riding them and his passion of that part, but his defensive role, he's not really, he's not a pest. He's not the thorn.
Yeah, he's
as
not
some
one of those
surfers
guys
can
who's
be.
trying to untie the arms with each other. He's not trying to hit you in the back as he's paddling, but he's very smart with positioning with priority to close it down.
Yeah, he's going to keep a radius that's very short, right? That's what he's got to do, and he'll take away opportunities if needed. He's going to look at this and go, yeah, you can have that, right? I mean, just so smart.
Silva chasing a 6.94, taps it off the section, little blowtail, controls it. Always has that real tall posture in transition, gets a little low road chip, and he'll celebrate, show the judges that he liked it. There's the support on the beach. So David Silva needing a 6.94.
You know, I said before on Kanoa's end turn how he kept the fins in the water, and there's a trend with the judging in the last few years that it's showing almost restraint, and if you can get that turn hooking and get speed out of that turn, you're actually going to be scoring more points. You can throw a lot of spray, but if you're drifting those fins and losing that momentum...
Speed, right?
Speed,
yeah,
exactly. It's the flow element, right? And this here, it's critical. Wow, well, I mean...
it was very critical.
It was a nose pick, you know, as well. So it's a lot more technical from this angle than it looked from the front angle, that's for sure. So
angles are important. It's really cool to see the judges' angle upstairs. It always stays the same. We're lucky to have all types of angles.
Well, I think back to that first 7.83, it was just 2 turns where he kept that momentum going and he didn't lose any of that speed. And it was an ugly looking wave, a 7.83. So that would give him some confidence, knowing he only needs just 1 or 2 big turns, but time's running out.
50 seconds. Igarashi right next to David Silva. He needs a multiple wave set to come through to force Kanoa to make a decision with priority. If it doesn't, we'll be seeing Kanoa just run through into another quarterfinal on his home break.
Fully unanimous that score was not enough. 5.6 there. I mean, you know, one judge went high as a 6, but everyone else underneath. So, yeah, they're pretty much unanimous that was not the score. I felt pretty confident in that.
Yeah.
That it wasn't going to go there, but
yeah, I think we all did. But yeah, good that you announced that, Pete. 5.6 for his last. Silva stalls because he's got to get out of the way. Kanoa playing defense will take him down with 10 seconds to go. Igarashi, a 2-time U.S. Open champ, still on his way to a potential 3rd title at this prestigious event. David Silva knocked out in the round of 16. And now Kanoa can sleep in his own bed, hang out with his younger brother, Keanu, and prepare for the final series. Quarters are set for the men's challenger now, as we look forward to the women's challenger taking on the lineup. We've got Nadia Arostarbe taking on Macy Callahan coming up next, followed by Ellie Harrison and Zoe McDougall. This is also the round of 16 to set up the quarterfinals before we leave the beach today and head into finals weekend. But back to Kanoa, yeah, clutch performance, making great decisions. That 7.77 was absolutely brilliant, but also balancing it with the air was special.
You can definitely see he's just warming to the occasion too. I think there's a lot left in the tank for Kanoa, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
As we check out the quarters, Reef Hazelwood takes on Nolan Raposa. Crosby Colapinto will have Mateus Hurdy. Jake Marshall, Eli Hanneman sharing the same coach, and Chris Gallagher go head-to-head. And George Pitar has been on a roll since South Africa and Bolito, coming into this event 23rd in the world. That's going to change, but he has to deal with one of the best to compete here at the south side of Huntington Pier, and Kanoa Igarashi. What a great series that we're going to be looking forward to. A solid final 8, Pete.
yeah, it sure is. And you'd say that there's a lot to be said about the American flags there in the top half. You know, Kanoa does represent Japan, but also roots right here in Huntington Beach. So I love it. It's great quarterfinal matchups.
Well, that semi-final one will have a goofy footer and a regular footer, so that's going to be one to watch as well, because you know Nolan or Reef are going to be throwing down fireworks in that quarter one.
Exciting times here on Friday. It's time for the women to take to the lineup in the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll bring in Kaipo and Mitch and a very special guest right after this.
Back in Huntington at the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The women are on the water. Heat 1 of the round of 16. We got the European from the Basque country, Nadia Espodar, against Macy Callahan for this match. Head-on-head competition. Winner of this round of 16 moves on into the quarterfinals. No waves ridden as of yet. Open priority between these two surfers, and an important heat because the points, they really change from the round of 16 onto the quarterfinal. But it's my pleasure to introduce Mitchell Salazar, who's always a pleasure to talk to, but even more, Shane Horan is here on the set. Thank you for joining us, Shane. Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Hey, Mitch, how are you?
All good, Shane. Great to see you.
So I just want to introduce Shane as the original U.S. Open winner. 1982, Shane Horan won this event with almost 1 million people on the beach up and down the coast here. It was when this event was the biggest happening in surfing.
It was amazing. It was the biggest event at that time. And at that time, there was no contest in America. And it was 1982. The World Tour had been going since 76. And we really wanted to be in America. Like, we had a lot of American friends. We love the surf here. Huntington was like an iconic beach. All they had here was the Catons, which was a winter contest. And when we came here, it was just California summer.
Yeah, California summer, a lot of people on the beach, festival atmosphere. And the way you won that 82 event was progressive at the time. A backside 360 in the final, let the whole crowd, the decibels went through the roof.
Yeah, well, we had a few of us could do frontside 360s. Dane, Buttons, Mike Purpose. There was only probably a handful of us on the planet that could do it. You see that bug flying?
Yeah, I saw.
Look out. So anyway, there's only a handful of us could do it. And the backside one, there was very few people.
Well, I mean, for myself, as a kid, I had never seen it before, right? And so I think I may have seen, Buttons was right around the same time. So Buttons, Kaluhio Kalani, and yourself, I think we're maybe only the two guys in the world who could do that at that time.
Buttons was the first guy I ever saw do it. I surfed a lot with Buttons. He was such a creative surfer. We had so much fun because we went out to do different things on every wave we did. And it was about just trying to find new maneuvers, new spaces on the wave. And Buttons, he was just so loose. He was like the Jimi Hendrix of surfing. And so I got to surf a lot with him, and he was the first guy to do the backside 360. And the day of the 360 here, it was closing out. It was a low tide, and it was coming up against the pier and bouncing off the pier. So it was really unpredictable and not very conducive to any kind of 360. But Sean Thompson was waxing me at the time. He had the 2 bombs in the final, and he had me on toast at the time. And so I've taken off on this wave, and it's closing out. And I had my mate Preston Murray on the pier calling waves for me, outside, inside. And he's gone, and I'm going for the wave, and he's waving me off it. And I'm losing. I need something, I've got to do something. So I kind of thought, I might be able to get a loop on this, and I've gone across, and the whole thing just squared up on the bank, and I've thrown the 360. I'm stuck in the lip coming around, like it's not looking good. And as I free fell down into it, I just went into the power stance that we all do when we're not making it. And man, when I hit the bottom, the whole crowd just started roaring, and I just fell in love with the Huntington, the whole place, the whole American people. It just turned my whole world around.
I remember there was a stampede of fans into the water as you were coming to the shoreline. Not just 1 or 2, but probably 100 people running out into the water to greet you as you came in after winning that final. That's the special moments that that stand in surf history. And with that, talking about surf history, congratulations, you're on the Walk of Fame now.
Yeah, yesterday I got inducted into the Hall of Fame. PT and the local Huntington community and surfers, a lot of the icons in the sport, they vote you into being inducted into the Walk of Fame. So I've got a plaque on the, as you walk up the main street of Huntington Beach, which I consider Huntington like the heart of surfing.
Yeah.
It's the summertime, the surfing, so many surf shops. It's got to be the one place in the world that had the most surf shops up one strip.
Yeah, I mean, long history here. I mean, 1914 was the first time this spot was surfed by George Freeth. 1959, we had the first West Coast Championships over here. So it's been decades upon decades of surf competition here. And you stomp your name as a victory here, Mitchell, and that moves you on into greater things. Most surfers can make a name of themselves by a victory here. Like Nadia Escobar, the bass surfer, this is a big opportunity for her.
It is, and she's coming off a great result over there in Bolito and going up against the runner-up at this event last year in Macy Callahan. So a great heat out there in the water. Seems like we are 25 seconds away from a potential restart, though, as we see the surfer from Avoca Beach Board Riders and residing now on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Shane, Macy Callahan from Avoca. You know Avoca Beach. I know you're from Bondi, but I believe your shaper, Jeff McCoy, was from Avoca. And you know a little bit about Macy.
Yeah, well, here we go. Are they getting the heat start here?
Yeah, no restart.
Right before it. So now it's going to be a 20-minute heat. We were on the verge of a restart, but Macy Callahan getting to her feet is going to stop that from happening. So it's going to be a quick heat, Mitch.
It's a tactical move, too. Great stuff right there from Macy Callahan. Gets the ball rolling on the left, and she is equally as good on the backhand as she is on the forehand. Kaipo, we should see a decent number right here. Setting the scale for the women as we do start the round of 16. First time we've seen them compete this afternoon, and waves are looking really fun. A little inconsistent every now and then. High tide helping out right now, though.
Take another look at it, Shane.
Yeah, well, here's Macy. You can see the chop on the face, so you got to look for those smooth spots. Bang off the white water there, got it quite vertical, coming around the section, trying to get a little bit of speed to finish it off, and there she is. It's hard to get, to finish off sometimes at Huntington. Here we go. Look at this, a beauty.
Aerostabe with a nice hook off the top there. It's just going to be one turn, Mitch.
Yeah, still a decent one, and we've seen those score quite high. And especially if you get something in the 5s or the 6s for just one maneuver, that could easily be a counting wave at the end of the heat too. And I bet since 41 years ago since you won that U.S. Open, Shane, I feel like equipment has changed quite a bit since then.
It sure has. Like with computerized shapes, that you can now dial in a board that can be. Here we go. Here's the replay. Look, she's got a nice turn there, smack nice in the pocket, good speed. And then not much opportunity after that. Yeah, the boards have really become like you can have a magic board and go and basically get that same board made today. It's like we couldn't do that in the day. When you had a magic board, you had to hold on to that. Sometimes we rode boards for years on tour. Like you keep that board in your quiver. You get a magic board, you keep it.
And your equipment was really unique when we talk about the laser zap and that design that you came up with, Jeff McCoy.
Yeah, well, in the early days, everyone was surfing on the fronts of their boards and hanging 5, and that's where the points were, and that's what people did to dig the groove and feel good surfing. And then I came along. I was a skateboarder. I loved skateboarding, grinding the top of pools, and so that style of surfing, I just took that into the water. I was actually a skateboarder before I was a surfer. I started skating when I was like 5, so I got right into it. These guys are looking at something here.
But we do have numbers in for the two competitors. A 5.17 for Aerostabe, a 4.17 for Macy Callahan. So we'll wait for the next exchange, but you can kind of finish it on the laser zap.
Yeah, so the boards were wider in the nose, and I just wanted to sort of stand on a board like a racing car driver and be able to just come around the corners, really fast and not have to move much. So what we did is we started to narrow the nose so it brought you back to the back of the board. Every guy today is actually riding a laser zap. All their boards are narrower in the nose than they are in the tail. That's the basic design of a laser zap. It's just got a wider tail than the nose.
Aerostabe with a couple of snaps on the backhand, make it 3. So she's going to have a commanding lead over Macy Callahan. And as we wait for that score, we're going to check out Macy getting a wave. She goes left into the pier. and that wave gets a little tricky, a little slower, not as much flow as Nadia Arostave. So we'll wait for those two scores. While we're waiting for those scores, let's hear from a two-time champ here and the last heat winner, Kanoa Igarashi.
Well, it seems like deja vu. Kanoa Igarashi going into finals day at the US Open. This feeling must never get old. Coming into friends and family on the beach, supporting you with Kanoa Igarashi jerseys on the sand, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, it means a lot, really, just to be at home here. Yeah, it's so cool to feel so close to the crowd here on the beach. Luckily, the sandbar this year is really far in, and I feel like everyone can really get close to the action. And it's crazy. As soon as you finish your wave, I feel like the people are pretty much right next to you. So yeah, it's a really cool kind of stadium feel here at the US Open. And yeah, the waves are tricky today, but I think it'll get better the next couple of days.
And in your quarterfinal, you'll be coming up against someone that narrowly beat you in the highest heat total of that round. George Patard, do you know much about him, and what can we look forward to in that matchup?
Yeah, no, yeah, that was the first time I saw him surfing right now. I was getting ready for my heat. And yeah, he surfs really good. He had a really nice right that actually inspired me to look for rights as well. Actually, his right, the wave wasn't that good, but he surfed it up to the score that he got. And so, yeah, I just kind of, I was pretty much going 90% lefts and 10% rights. But as soon as I saw that wave, I was like, okay, I might go around 50-50. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to competing against people that I've never competed against. And obviously, if you're in the quarterfinals of the US Open, you're on your way to qualification. So I'm sure we'll see him on tour, you know, whether it's this year or the year after. And it's nice to just, you know, get to understand competitors and you know, figure them out.
And as a championship tour surfer, what have you made of the level of the Challenger Series at the moment?
Yeah, it's crazy. I've squeaked by every single heat so far. I've happened to win them, but if you look back at the scores, you know, I'm not winning by a lot. And so yeah, I mean, it's really the level is really high. You know, it's a Challenger Series event, but I'm taking it as a CT event, and you really have to. All these guys are really well deserved to be here on the Challenger Series, and every single event, you know, I feel like the level gets higher and higher. So, I mean, for me, being here at the US Open finals day, you know, I know I have to bring my A game, so I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks for your time. We look forward to that matchup.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi did double duty. Earlier this morning, he helped out WSL One Ocean as well as Shiseido. We did some oyster restoration, so we did some of that work over there on our sustainability end. So had a busy day already with a heat win. We're going to see him in the quarterfinals. Scores came in a 5.6 for Nadia and a 4.67 for Macy. We're going to take a look at these, and again, Nadia with winning the exchange, Mitchell.
Yeah, but Macy gets her best out of her two rides that she's had so far. Has to fade back a little bit. Does really well to fit in that last turn. And unfortunately for her, that wave didn't stand up as much as she wanted. Great use of these rides so far for Arostave. And, you know, she's been doing extremely well just to rely on her backhand and not being forced to look left either. Great finishing turn right there, a couple of mid-fives. And, you know, winning in 82, we've been talking about equipment. Was that the year that Simon Anderson debuted the thruster?
That would have been in 1981, so it was a year before. But for more on equipment, I know a guy that loves talking boards, Matt Shanosky, the Wax Head. I think Matt has a question for Shane.
Yeah, Shane, huge fan, obviously being an Australian, but I'm more interested in your laser zap design. And did you travel with a quiver of them in different sizes? Because I do know that you rode a 5.6 or a 5.8 at Waimea Bay at 20 foot.
Yeah, that's right. I did travel with a few. I would change the rail shape more than the length of the board, so I just really would get a rail that really would hold in a bigger wave. I was trying to pull the lengths down. 5.10 was where I was at for a long time. Went down to 5.8, 5.6. I found they got a little bit too short in the turn. Then riding the 5.8 at Waimea Bay, I always knew you could surf a big wave on a small board. I started riding it at Sunset, at Pipeline. I remember one day I did this hook off the top, and Lopez was paddling out, and it was a rainy, grainy old day. There was only really Lopez and myself and about 2 or 3 guys out. And he comes up, he goes, "Man, that's one of the most radical maneuvers I've ever seen out here." I sort of hit the roof. I came off the bottom and I went up inside the roof, flew off the roof and landed on the face. And then I thought, man, I got to try this at Waimea Bay. So I paddled out Waimea Bay, and I'm sitting out the bay, and I've got all these Hawaiian mates with me, and they're going, and I had to sit right on the takeoff zone. I had no paddle in time, and they really helped me to catch like the biggest wave that had been ridden on a small board at that time. And then Laird took it to another level with the toe surfing. That's when I really went, yeah, small boards work great in giant surf. And now guys today in toe surfing are riding 5.6s and 5.8s, and you know, you see guys like Kai Lenny and these guys just taking it to that whole nother level. But it started somewhere, bruh.
And of course, Bondi, being a beach break in a summer nor'easter, very similar to this. You rode a very similar sized board when you started to do airs and 360s. And that's what's crazy. A lot of these surfers have 20 board quivers with 2 inches in between a step up and a small wave groveler. And you rode pretty much the same board all the way through.
Pretty much. We would ride the same board all the way through the quiver, or all the way through the tour. And it's like I found when I finished the tour and I started just surfing all the time, it took me 6 months to know a surfboard. But when I was on tour, sometimes we would chop and change. Like we'd be coming into California, we'd be going, okay, let's try and get a lighter sort of board, you know, or we'd go to Japan, we'd go, okay, well, let's get a flatter, wider board that's going to work through the flats. So you'd get a little, you'd put one board in your quiver. You know, you'd have your staple board that'd be, here we go, there's a rider riding.
Macy Callahan up and riding. She needs a 6.1 and just under priority, you know, just trying to fish for that 6.1. We'll see what she did on that. We'll get the score. When we come back, we're going to step away. We're going to come back with the conclusion of this heat. We're going to come back with more conversation with Shane Horan. This is all happening in Huntington Beach. It's the Wallex US Open of Surfing.
The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
Back at the south side of Huntington Pier, this is the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar and Shane Horan, a surfer that's won at every single stop on the championship tour, joining us here on the set. We went away for commercial break. We were promising to score 2.5 for Macy Callahan on her previous wave, but a couple of waves were ridden during that break. We're going to get to those waves and show you how Macy Callahan starts scratching back into this heat, Mitchell.
She does not need that much anymore, Kaipo, needing a 4.9 for her previous ride, a 5.83, and it's her best, and it's actually the best score of the heat so far. But as I said before, Erostarbe, a very capable competitor. She has never made it into the semifinals or better at a Challenger Series event. And this is the 5.83 of Macy Callahan. Gets to the lip, really engages those rails on the second turn, and fortunately for her, this wave kind of reformed here at the end and was able to get one more turn, and before that wave eventually faded out, so gets the best score of the heat and a strong one, Kipes.
Yeah, that 5.83. Macy still, and there's the whole spread from the judges. A couple of judges going up to a 6-point ride. Macy now needing a 4.94. Nadia, the judges still owe us a score for Nadia Erostabe. She's in the lead right now over Macy Callahan, and judges contemplating that last score for Erostabe. There she is in the red jersey. Just 23 years old, so young and just starting her competitive career. We'll wait for that score to come in. It comes at a 5.17, so the situation remains the same. A 4.94 is the need for Macy Callahan, and here is that 5.17.
And a decent looking left-hander. First time she's gone left all heat long. Opens up with a carve, gets a little hung up coming out of that second turn, and with the layback at the end, some good variation, but not sold on the score right there, so does not improve on her low score.
Yeah. There we go with the numbers. So she's in the lead. Macy Callahan needs a 4.94. Macy Callahan, a second-generation surfer. Shane, you were telling me a story about Macy's dad and some of his accomplishments.
Yeah, Macy comes from really good stock, Kaipo. She's her father is Gabe Callahan. That day of the 1981 Bells, which is an iconic contest in the history of surfing, was one of the biggest days that Bells had ever been surfed to that point. And Gabe, her father, actually caught the biggest wave of the day that day. He has a heart of a lion. He loved big waves, and because the Central Coast, it's a country town, and it's a different sort of breed of person to like the Sydney. Like I came from Bondi, I would go to the Central Coast, and it was like they'd call me a city guy, and I'd call their country bumpkins, like they'd be country guys, right? But they just had that really laid-back style about them. Like we were going to discos and rock and roll concerts and surfing crowded breaks. They like surfing uncrowded breaks, powerful waves, and just kicking back and having their cups of tea and just taking it super easy. So she comes from that, and I did a podcast with her earlier, last year, and she's really focused towards the surfing and her equipment, and she's like all these girls. They all really want this, you know. And you can see like she's clawing her way back into this heat, and it just shows the character of the girls. I love the girls surfing.
Yeah.
When the surfing first came on the television, I was watching the surfing of the women more than the men, because I like they're really competitive. They know when to move, when to paddle to the left, when to paddle to the right, paddle in. Look here, look at them here, like they're jockeying for position, right? Here you go.
Macy finds this left. Doesn't need a big score, just a mid-range score. Uses the priority, gets that first turn. Oh, a little bit of a catch of a rail there, and that's what Huntington will do to you, Mitchell, sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, it seemed like that wave really only had one scoring opportunity, and it was at the beginning of it. Still needing the 4.94, close to a 5 Kaipo, and gets a little hung up, as you were mentioning right there, but I also feel like there was an opportunity on the right. She was kind of indecisive in between two different thoughts, whether to go on the right or to go on the left. The 5.83 that she got was on the left, so she probably thought that she had a better opportunity on her backhand.
Well, she comes up short. 3-point ride for Macy Callahan. Now she's under the priority of Nadia Erostabe. Erostabe now with priority and the lead. You can see her starting to close in to Macy Callahan, keeping her real close. She can use that priority to block Macy Callahan from the next good wave coming through, Shane.
Yes, I think that wave Macy got then, you can see the chops on the face, and when there's chop on the face, you need to ride with that chop direction. If you cut across the grain of the wave, it's very easy to, here we go, she's just trying to jockey for position, trying to unsettle Estrada right here. But you really see all that chop on the face right there. You can see that it's not a complete smooth surface. So you need smooth. A lot of speed will help you in that situation, but also heading the direction of the chop, so you're getting the smooth run down the chops, which adds to the speed. She hit that bit of chop in that wave, and it killed her speed, which stopped the scoring potential at the end.
Yeah, and put herself in a tough situation. Now we're down to 1 minute, and this is going to allow Nadia Erostabe just to play some defense, Mitch. But what could change is if we get a 2 or 3 wave set, Nadia's going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to sell her on the poorest of those options out there, but unfortunately in this heat, we really did only see a 20-minute heat couple because we didn't go into the restart. Macy caught the 4.17 before that happened, but I think in this case right now, I haven't really seen too many sets with 2 or 3 wave options. 35 seconds to go right here. I feel like Erostabe is going to play the smart game and just use priority on the inside and take away the scoring opportunity, whether on the right or the left.
Well, this is going to be the play right now. Only about time for 2 more of these short interval waves to come through. And this is going to be the block here at the 18-second mark. This wave's not even going to break, though.
Close heat, 10.77 to 10.5.
Okay, switch of priority there, but it does give a little bit of a chance. We're going to see if Macy can get into this. Countdown, too late. Eliminated from competition, Macy Callan. Nadia Erostabe with her best finish so far this year on the championship, on the Challenger Series. She comes in and she's going to prepare for the quarterfinals. That was a quick heat because of the conditions, high tide, but Erostabe was able to figure out the puzzle right there and the victory. Well, Shane Horan, thank you so much for joining us here in the booth. And congratulations on the Walk of Fame, and thanks for all your contributions to surfing. We enjoyed having you here.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's been a pleasure. Great to see you guys, and enjoy the rest of the event. It's going to be a bottler.
Yeah, we sure are. Shane Horan. We're going to be back with more stuff from Huntington Beach at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Ellie Harrison versus Zoe McDougall when we return.
Huntington Beach, California for the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This is a really cool rising tide, a US-based group of young women who are at the very beginning of their competitive journey. They can one day be on the championship tour, be on the Challenger Series.
Rising Tides here at Huntington was my first Rising Tides. Now I'm on the opposite end of it. These girls are super talented, and I'm sure many of them will get junior world titles, and then they'll be on the Challenger, and then they'll be trying to take my job on the CT.
Competing for the USA team, I started at NSSAs and then I moved up to Primes, and now I'm here at the Challenger Series. My ultimate goal is to be on the tour.
Growing up, I surfed with girls like Carissa, who also came through the USA program. It's amazing to come back and help inspire the next generation.
The girls took over the lineup. You could hear the laughter from the beach, everyone having a great time.
Rise
Yeah, the rising tide's a great activation that we do on both the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. We're at the south side of Huntington Beach. Another heat in the water here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Ellie Harrison up against Zoe McDougall in this round of 16. Winner moves to the quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Your thoughts on this matchup, Mitchell?
Well, I think a contrast of styles, the great rail surfing from Ellie Harrison and the powerful surfing into the lip line from Zoe McDougall. Seems like Harrison up and riding her first wave, a 2.5, so small start for Ellie. Surfing down the beach and in that middle peak where we've seen a lot of these laps come into play, and McDougall had one of her own, Kaipo. 5-point ride to open things up. Surfer from Sunset Beach, setting things up right there. A couple of hits in the pocket. And as I said before, a very powerful surfer. You can see it on display right there when she hits the lip line. So a great start for her.
Yeah, 5-point ride start for Zoe McDougall, 23 years old, out of Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu. Just this year, she got a wild card into the CT Sunset event where she surfed to a 9th place finish.
Yeah, her first CT event, which was really cool to see her compete at home and, you know, making it through a round and being able to compete in front of your friends and your family. Pretty awesome experience, but this is already her best result this season on the Challenger Series, at least getting a 9th place finish, but she is at least looking to make it into the quarterfinals to secure herself a great result moving through.
Yeah, and she's up against Ellie Harrison, an 18-year-old out of Victoria, Australia, Barron Heads in particular. Ellie, in the last round, had a tremendous comeback and was able to turn the heat in 2 waves in which she caught in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I've been very impressed the way she's been able to compete, her composure, and I think more importantly, the way she's been able to perform on the waves that she's chosen so far. So with 25 minutes on the clock, your strategy does change drastically when you go from a 4-person heat into a head-to-head heat like it is right now. And you'd have to give the advantage to Zoe McDougall in a case like this. She has a lot of competitive experience in head-to-head matchups, Kaipo, but with these conditions out there right now, I would not be surprised to see a couple of scores break through on both the south end and towards the Pier Bowl.
Yeah, talking about the conditions, it is 12:47 local time here. We're just coming barely off of a high tide, and it's a high tide, a 4.8-foot high tide. Just about 20 minutes ago was our high tide peak. So talk to us a little bit about high tide here on the south side.
We did have a full moon on August 1st, so a couple of days ago, and I think right now, as you see the tides, 4.8 feet, that's pretty high for a noon. I would have to say that having this sandbar towards the shore break has benefited a lot of these competitors, not having that deep hole in the middle spot of the peak. But what I will say is that southern peak, to me, has been very beneficial due to this higher tide. I like Zoe's strategy moving over towards that south bowl.
All right, and Zoe with that priority as well. So the lead and priority, putting herself in a good situation for the moment. Nadia Aristabe making her 2nd quarterfinal so far this year, taking out a win. Let's hear from Nadia.
Yeah, Kaipo, this is a really important finish for you already. We're going to talk about where you are in the rankings in just a minute. But first, I want to talk about that heat against Macy. It was a grindy one out there. As you're getting ready to paddle out, what is the strategy that you're telling yourself?
You know, I know it was going to be high tide on my heat, so I was trying to get be close to Macy and try to get the best wave around her and try to make the most of it. I had 2 good ones, then I did a mistake catching that left because I gave Macy the priority, but glad the ocean stopped and I made it through.
It's always nice when the ocean times out the same way that you want it to. So you were an alternate here. That's how you got your spot at the U.S. Open. But like Kaipo just mentioned, already locking in a quarterfinal spot for the 2nd straight event. As you look forward to the back half of the season, what are you most proud of yourself for proving in these moments that you're giving yourself an opportunity?
Well, last year I didn't really have a really good year competing, even in the QSs in the Challenger, so I'm finally showing my surfing and also grateful to be here, competing here, and try to make most of it, try to go into the next round, go hit by hit, and hopefully get in the final.
Well, you're doing a great job so far. ¿Quieres enviar un mensaje para amigos y familiares?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, mucho muy grande a todos, vamos a seguir dándole y eso es que ricasco.
Congratulations, see you in the quarters.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
All right, great interview there. And yeah, a rising star in the way of Nadia Erostabe. We're going to see more of her here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We had some replays on some rides that happened during that interview.
Yeah, and as I told you, Kaipo, Zoe opting for the southern peak over here, and it's worked out well. The flow on this wave, and especially the consequences of that second turn, is going to be reflected in the scoreline for her. So opened up with a 5, expecting this to be a bit better, and it just seemed like her competitive prowess in this heat is really demonstrating the amount of experience that she has in comparison to Ellie Harrison. Harrison only 18 years of age, but she is very capable of dropping 2 great scores, as you mentioned she did yesterday, in just a matter of minutes, Kipes.
Yeah, we know that she can handle a clutch situation. Right now, she's in a clutch situation because she needs an 8.17, Ellie, there in the red jersey, to take the lead off of Zoe McDougall. McDougall picking up some great waves, opened up with a 5, then improved upon that with a 5.67 on that last left.
And already a good heat total when you compare to Nadia's total in the first round, in the first heat, excuse me. 10.67 in comparison to 10.77 for the win in the previous heat. You're already adding a scoreline that is very similar. You found 2 gems so far. Now the smart thing would be, with 2/3 of the heat still in the water, to be on a pristine wave. Obviously you want to select one of the cleaner ones out there, but if there feels like there's a double up in the line that you can recognize towards the southern peak where Zoe is, that's one of those waves that you want to be on, Kaipo. It seems like she might have found one right here.
McDougall. Good looking left. Finds some smooth face.
Wow.
And a quick combo on the backhand.
Easily the best wave we've seen out of the first 2 heats, and in terms of the quality, it was there, but the clean face, really, you don't normally see that green face that we see at point breaks, that we see a lot of clean beach breaks, especially at noon. It's very hot here this afternoon. The wind has still picked up from the northwest, but look at how clean this face is. Bottom turns, carves in the pocket, and then reaches the lip line for the second turn too. So fitting 2 great maneuvers in a real short space. Some awesome stuff right there from the Sunset Beach local. Tends to surf Eukai Beach Park quite a bit, and maybe that influence of having backyards right there as your backyard might help a lot.
Yeah, we can see that texture. You talked about the wind getting pulled in out of the northwest direction. It's, you know, just about 10 miles inland from here. It's really hot. So all of this heat that's generated inland is getting that convective nature, right?
Yeah.
And pulling the sea breeze and making these ruffled conditions.
And it's pretty normal that we do have those northwest winds during this time of the year, especially, you know, when we do have that convergence of the south swell coming through, which that's primarily why we see a combo swell in the water right now. But since the wind has been so strong the last few days, it hasn't allowed the south swell to have a bigger presence than the wind swell. So that's where we're seeing it be a lot more crossed up than actually with that southerly flow. But we still got to be very thankful of the conditions that we've had so far this week. I mean, we're on day number 7, and it's been nonstop action. So when you see the score lines, 12, 13 points in the water, things are looking good in terms of the forecast, Kipes.
Yeah. Been checking the water temperature. Where we hovering at?
67, 68. It dropped a couple of degrees the last few days, but still, you can see Zoe in a spring suit, quite warm.
Zoe finding this right-hander this time. She just kicks out, but she did increase her lead last wave for that left, that combination. The score, a 6.67.
Yeah, now Harrison looking something close to a 10-point ride for the lead, and here she goes.
Easily chip away at it. Smooth carve there. Keeping the rails clean on the inside here. Finds a little pocket, and she's able to exploit that pocket for numerous backhand turns and is right back in the heat after that ride.
It's a good use of adjective. Having that right there in the pocket, but really prioritizing that surfing in the most critical part of the wave. And I felt like Harrison was able to do that right there with 17 minutes to go. She's going to be right back in the heat. But what I really like about Huntington Beach, there's a big open playing field, but there's diversity of waves within the playing field too. You can go surf over by the pier bowl, a wave that's a bit more critical, but you can catch this left too that has a lot of ribs in it. But if you get close enough to the pier, it starts cleaning up on the inside because the sandbar is a lot better. And as you can see right here, it's because of that tide that this wave is so clean on the inside. So some great stuff, a lot of flow, easily going to be your best wave. and she's going to minimize the requirement that she needs for the lead.
So we're waiting for that score to get tabulated and expressed to us. 16 minutes, 35 seconds on the paddle back out. My feeling is that Ellie's going to be right back in the heat. She needed an excellent score previous to that wave, but she's going to chip away at it. Zoe McDougall with priority right now, changing positions, paddling up the beach.
Yeah, and speaking of translating, it almost feels like when you're judging, you're translating your thought into a score. You know, when people ask me, oh, how do you able to combine Spanish with English, or how do you translate things? You want to translate thoughts. You don't want to translate word by word. And I feel like that's an expression of what judging is by itself too, Kaipo, as we see a good score right there for Ellie.
Yeah, 5.83 comes in. Harrison has reduced the requirement. She now needs a 6.52. We'll see if Ellie Harrison can get past Zoe McDougall when we return to more action here in Huntington.
It's summertime in Southern California as we welcome you to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
That's right. Living Life anchors up on the Pacifico sailboat, a supporter and presenter here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We are in the round of 16, heat number 2 in the water, and up and riding Ellie Harrison just with a quick up and out. She's trailing Zoe McDougall. Ellie needing a 6.52. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And Ellie just making quick work of that. Not a lot of opportunity on that wave.
Yeah, and she was under the priority of Zoe McDougall as well, so needing the 6.52, and it seems like Zoe was up and riding herself, looking to improve on a 5.67. Decent opening snap right there in the pocket, and as you can see, this wave just backed off through this midsection, but might have given her one more scoring opportunity on the inside. Actually, a 2-for-1, so great conversion right there by Zoe McDougall. Might improve on the mid-5.
Yeah. Standing by for the score. It just set the situation, and Zoe was able to get that wave, reestablish priority after basically a misfire from Ellie Harrison, using her priority on a wave that just really didn't have much scoring opportunity.
Yeah, and the lack of experience at competing at a difficult location like this maybe been proven right there, but score coming through for Zoe, it's going to be close whether or not she's able to improve on the 5.67.
Yeah, it does not, a 5.43, so situation remains the same. Situation remains static. It's a 6.52 is the requirement for Ellie Harrison to take the lead. Ellie under the priority right now of Zoe McDougall, so that's makes the situation just a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's still attainable though with 12 minutes to go, and the success of surfers from the state of Hawaii has been significant here in the past. I mean, we talk about Andy Irons, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and I feel like one of the more underrepresented surfers on the CT, even though he was there for a few years, having past champion Ezekiel Lau in the draw this year too proved that this year's Challenger Series is extremely dangerous and capable of getting the win in the get-go of a lot of heats, and I feel that's where Harrison in this heat has brought her youth to her advantage, but we're seeing experience really play off in terms of the competitive prowess of Zoe McDougall right now, and especially with the use of priority in head-to-head matchups, it is extremely important to keep your cool and your calm in the last 10 to 15 minutes, guys.
Yeah, you talked about some surfers from Hawaii who have done well in this competition. On the women's side, we can look back to 1999, Rochelle Ballard taking a win here, Carissa Moore winning here in 2013, Malia Manuel winning here in 2008. So to your point, there's been some history right there with some victories for the Hawaiian Islands in Huntington Beach.
And not even counting the juniors either. That year in 2008 when Malia won, she was 14. Kokoho made the final with her and won the junior. So they just have a lot of experience competing here on the amateur side, and I feel like the commitment that they have of being here a lot of time during the summer, and especially if you're from the South Shore of Oahu, you're leaving great waves to come to average waves for the most part here in Southern California during the summertime. So a big commitment on their behalf.
Yeah, and well, part of your amateur development really is through the NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association, and we always hold those nationals here at Huntington Beach, and that goes all the way back to 1978 when we had the first NSSA nationals here in Huntington Beach.
Were you part of the national team?
Yes, I was.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure was. Yeah, it was an era of Peter Townend, Ian Carnes, John Shimoka was on with the national team with me, as well as Sonny Garcia. So, yeah, had that uniform. Welcome to the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico on CBS News Los Angeles. We are in the round of 16, and Zoe McDougall up ahead of Ellie Harrison. I'm Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar. It's been a long week of competition, and we're starting to get closer and closer to finals day, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I would have to say the most significant round in terms of points, Kaipo. Big difference between a loss in this round and then making it to the quarterfinals. This lady on screen knows how significant this heat is for her.
Woo. Oh, a fierce turn by the Australian. Oh, did she show control for that finish, Mitchell? I asked you.
I think it was incomplete at the end. Didn't show enough control to completely ride out of it, and probably still going to be needing the 6.52 with 9 minutes to go. Good use of priority and great wave selection so far from Zoe McDougall in this one.
You talked about the importance of getting through this round because of the points difference, because this is all about points on your ranking towards the end of the year. Here, you lose in this round, you just get 3,320 points versus 4,745 points as we look at this replay of Ellie Harrison trying to get back in the game here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for her, you can see right there at the end, she wasn't completely able to ride out in front of the whitewater, not showing enough control, and they deemed that incomplete at the end, only getting a 3.03, but massive difference in points.
Yeah, massive difference in points, so you need to get through this round. The goal of all these surfers, for the women, you need to be in the top 5 on the leaderboard at the end of the year, and that's how you qualify for next year's championship tour, the peak of professional surfing. We have 6 events in this Challenger Series. We take your best 4 results, so you can falter a couple of times, but now that we're getting past the halfway mark, these are must-win heats for certain surfers if they want to keep their dream alive.
Yeah, especially the 2 that are in the water right now, a bit further down in the rankings, but I really like the formatting of this year, having the regional qualifying series now, then the Challenger Series, and having the championship tour season after the midseason cut makes things real exciting. But, you know, having the CS and dropping 2 of your 6 events, I think is crucial for a lot of these surfers. They're able to relax a little bit more, including the one surfer that already qualified on the men's side, like Cole Houshman.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison in the red jersey needs a 6.52. That's the score that she needs to take the lead off of Macy Callahan, and here she goes. Winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. That was much better. Another dynamic snap, so 2 turns right into the shore break there. Looking fast.
Yeah, and needing a mid-6, and Zoe gave her a lot of space to catch that one wave, so great use of second priority by Ellie Harrison. just under 7 minutes to go, still needing a 6.52, and say she doesn't get that score, but if she improves on the 5.83, she gets her job done on this wave. Excellent two-turn combo right there. Maybe a smaller inside wave, but look at the commitment on that first turn. And that's just what she's been able to do in her first 2 opening round heats. You see the wave selection has been on point by the young surfer from Victoria.
Yeah, Ellie has made this round of 16 twice so far this season. She finished 9th, an equal 9th, which is this loss in this round at Snapper on the Gold Coast of Australia. She's coming off another equal 9th in the last event at Bolito, so she has not yet been able to break into the quarterfinals. So this would be an important advancement for Ellie Harrison. The number came in, and it came in short for Ellie on that last ride of 5.4. She's still searching for a wave and a performance to hit that mid-6 mark.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, it seems like there's a sense of urgency by Ellie Harrison now. You mentioned the 2 9th-place finishes, the Bolito Pro. Oh, what an event with amazing waves, by the way. A lot of consistency, just like here.
All right, so Zoe McDougall just with a quick snap there, and I would put that in the priority error column. She took that wave. She's not going to improve upon her scoreline with that wave, and Ellie Harrison now has a great chance with priority.
Yeah, I think she might have jumped the gun. The wave might have looked better from the get-go, and especially from her angle too, but her 2 best waves are left so far, so maybe she thought she was going to be able to improve right there. What I will say about Ellie Harrison is that for you to be 18 years old, qualify through that region in Australia on the QS, and be a rookie on the Challenger Series, already get 2 9th-place finishes, very impressive, and we're only talking about 3 events on the Challenger Series schedule so far, and with this one and 2 more to go, she still has a chance of qualifying and being one of the youngest rookies on tour next season.
Yeah, a bright future, right, for the Victorian surfer here. Patiently waiting. She does have that priority, so she does have an opportunity to get her score. She needs the wave to cooperate right now, but when we look at this shorter period and the energy here of this wind swell, likely that another wave is going to come through breaking in that spot.
Yeah, and in 4.5 minutes, you're definitely going to get at least one more opportunity, but the biggest thing about having more of a predominant wind swell than a south-southwest swell out there in the water is that a lot of these waves might not look great from the get-go, and they end up being keeper scores. So we saw that with Kanoe Igarashi a few heats ago. I felt like we saw that in Macy Callahan's 5.83 in the previous heat, but right now needing one of the best scores of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, Mitch, we got some great heats coming up following the conclusion of this heat. Look at this, heat 3. Number 7 on the leaderboard coming into Huntington Beach. Sawyer Lindblad, she's going to go up against number 3 coming into this event on the leaderboard, India Robinson. And the next heat, heat number 4, Luana Silva, who's been on a tear here, is going to come up against Western Australia's Bronte McCauley in that clash.
And Bronte coming off of a big win in Bolito and jumping almost 30 spots, I believe, to get into number 5. And she would be qualifying if the season were to end today. But I think that next heat, Sawyer Lindblad, India Robinson, to me, the best heat of the round. And I'm expecting fireworks. I actually picked Sawyer Lindblad to be the champion at the end of this event, and I'm sticking to it.
And, you know, I mean, it could be that. And the performances on both of them, the winner of that heat could go on to win the entire event, because that's going to be a big matchup. Oh, big backhand snap here. And another arc throwing, extending the body, big finish. Ellie Harrison, 6.52 is the requirement. I'm thinking she just surfed her way to that.
I feel the same, and she broke away from Zoe McDougall. Zoe seemed like she was going to be focusing on the pier bowl after seeing some energy move over there, but excellent use of positioning and great recognition by the 18-year-old in the red jersey, looking for her best score and the second best score of the heat.
Fighting back here, Zoe McDougall catches a rail. That's not going to factor into anything, so really leaning on that last wave for Ellie Harrison. She turned her heat. She flipped the heat in the last round, the round of 32. Is the Australian going to do it again?
It seems that way right now. We got a paddle battle on our hands with 2.5 minutes to go. And an important paddle battle, because whoever gets priority is going to control the end of the heat. Look at this, though. Great wave selection, up into the lip once, some variation there with the carve, and some precise timing with the last turn as well. In the pocket the whole time. Oh. Look at that, though. Down the line, she was eyeing each section and waiting very patiently off of the bottom every single time she was able to hit the lip line. So looking like it's going to be a pretty solid number. Would not be surprised to see a situation change here.
Yeah, we're under the 2-minute mark, and the paddle battle was won by Zoe. Zoe having priority. That's why you see Ellie paddling away from Zoe McDougall. Harrison, the numbers coming through, and they're looking favorable for the Australian, a 6.83. Ellie Harrison vaults into the lead. Now, Zoe McDougall with priority needs a 6-point ride. She got 90 seconds to come up with that ride and that number.
And these are where heats are won, right here. Whether you're under priority or you're surfing with priority. And this is a real bummer. You can see the reaction there from Zoe McDougall. These are the worst heats to surf in, because if you end up losing after leading the majority of the heat, it's a tough pill to swallow, Kipes.
Here's Zoe looking for a 6-point ride. Oh, and catches a rail.
Yeah, she's pressured now, and I feel like she lost this heat when she went on that one wave, a 2.23. She gave up positioning to Ellie Harrison. She was able to break away, and now with 55 seconds, Harrison having priority over McDougall, this heat might be done and dusted, Kipes.
You can see with priority and the lead, that's heat control to Ellie Harrison. She's zoning in on Zoe McDougall, paddling towards her competitor and making sure that she can use that priority for a defensive block in these final 30 seconds. It's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse, Mitchell.
Yeah, and priority gives you unconditional right away, so you can be on any wave or paddle for any wave you want, and priority will switch right there again with 25 seconds now on the clock.
Well, little salesmanship by Zoe McDougall to Ellie Harrison. Harrison, under priority, with the lead, takes us inside left. Extended snap there. Just a backhand flow to clear that section. Double up on the inside.
That seemed like a wave that Zoe should have gone on right there with 15 seconds on the clock. Surprised she didn't paddle for that one.
Well, tough moment there for Zoe McDougall. She was leading throughout the majority of this heat, but Ellie Harrison, for the second time in this competition, fighting back in the final minutes of a heat to take a win. She's off to the quarterfinals, Mitch.
Yeah, great heat right there, and a big comeback win again for the 18-year-old, getting her best result of the year so far, at least a quarterfinal finish, Kipes.
Wow, the action continues here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Sawyer Lindblad versus India Robinson when we return.
The Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. By Hurley, born from water. And by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
Just when you thought it was safe for a little afternoon siesta, think again. The action continues here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge on the call. The round of 16 rolls on. This is heat number 3, and this is a huge heat for both surfers involved. Sawyer Lindblad representing the USA by way of San Clemente, California at number 7 on the Challenger Series, going up against India Robinson, ranked number 3. We're talking top 10 ramifications here. I'm Chris, this is Rosie, and we're very excited to bring you this next matchup because, as we know, on the men's side of the draw, all of the top 10 surfers on the Challenger Series are out. So these two surfers right now looking to do some work.
Definitely, and as we see, Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand, up and riding, Chris.
Easily the standout from yesterday. Sawyer Lindblad did that multiple times for a convincing victory to get herself into this round of 16. It looks like she's starting off right where she left off yesterday.
And even upping the level, I feel like Sawyer, she's got so many gears that she can get to. She's extremely good at pacing herself throughout events, but inspired from her performance yesterday, coming into this one with a lot of flow. So that was the first opening maneuver, and it's just so cool to watch these women just do these maneuvers in such quick succession. 3-turn combo on an opening ride. I think that's going to start to set the scale of this heat, and we'll settle in, and the scores are going to pour in for us. There's so many waves out there at the moment.
And that's a very confident starter for Sawyer Lindblad. It's not going to be a huge number, but that's a momentum builder, and we've seen that become so important. With the waves dropping just a little bit in size, you've really got to activate on as many opportunities as you can get. So Sawyer Lindblad on the board.
And this is Sawyer's 3-point ride that she got during the break. So she's been very active, and we know, watching this morning's action, just how important it is to have a strong start, to get that early lead.
Yeah, so I flipped those waves. That was the 3. The wave previous before was the 7. That all makes sense. Speed, power, flow, that's the equation we're looking for, and that's exactly what Sawyer's giving us. She's starting with 5 minutes into this heat with a 10.33 total. That is massive. You look at how those last two surfers finished, 12.66, 12.34. Sawyer's almost done her job.
She's a coach's dream. I mean, if you're going to give someone a blueprint as they go out for their heat, to get a strong start like this is going to be one of those top priorities.
Front side, back side, relentless surfing from Sawyer Lindblad. And she's going for it too. I think that by putting a 7 and a 3 up on the board, she's given herself the luxury to really get loose out there and kind of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Sawyer Lindblad on her 3rd wave ridden, well into the lead. That's going to be another 3, so a non-factor for now. But meanwhile, India Robinson just out there waiting patiently, but hearing the news that Sawyer Lindblad is on an absolute tear. Will she answer back here? She will. This is India Robinson representing Australia, comes around that section. Nice opening slash there, good section to work with. Gets a 3rd. It's exactly the call and response that we love to watch. India Robinson answering back. Now the judges have a little something to think about.
This is a good comparison wave for the judges because very similar 3-turn combo, except you got the backhand versus the forehand, but that was powerful. All of those maneuvers from India is just what you'd expect from current world number 3 on the rankings. Let's really break this down. So the first maneuver, she knifes into it with the rail. She eyes off this next section, bangs it off with a lot of speed, and then hits it off that one. You know, India is someone that's really broken, had these breakout performances, spending time on the championship tour, and I feel like she's really matured in a short amount of time, and now watching her this season, her demeanor is just one of lots of confidence and self-belief.
And she's helping to empower young girls along the way on her rise to the top. She works with a program called Queen in Me. And basically, you know, she's trying to bring up the world around her. And look at those finishes she's had on the Challenger Series, a 1st and a 3rd. I mean, those are the type of numbers you need if you want to qualify for the championship tour, and I'd say she's well on her way.
Well, just with those 2 results, because this is the 4th stop, so she missed out on Bolito, but she's still hanging on to that 3rd place, and she's been so consistent. She breaks out of this round of 16, and she's guaranteed a 5th place or higher. So this woman has been so consistent, arguably the most consistent woman in the draw.
So these are 30-minute heats. If you want to know the basics, here's how it goes. You got 2 surfers in the water. These 2 surfers are trying to get 2 big numbers, so 2 good waves. Those waves will be totaled up. Whoever has the highest total at the end of this 30-minute heat will advance through. The surfer who finishes in 2nd place will get an equal 9th place finish here, which is a good result. But as we all know, you get to that final stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, the grand final. That's when things escalate, not only with the points that you're going to get, which are priceless, but also the prize money. It's not cheap flying around the world every other week, dragging 15 boards with you, so everything helps.
Well, you think about the point spread too. If you finish 2nd in this round of 16, there's 8 surfers that have to split those points. Once you make the quarterfinals, you're splitting it with 4 others, and then the semis, you know, it's 2, and then the finals. So you got to think about the point spread. We've been harping on about what is a keeper result, and really is all about making finals day. You're really on the precipice of a great result if you make it through this round of 16. So it's a very important round to win.
I would say the more you win, the more fans you gain. You go to worldsurfleague.com, you can make your own picks, the Pacifico fan picks. I like this, pretty much even. Sawyer Lindblad, 53%, India, 47%. And I think those numbers kind of echo the numbers that they sit on the rankings as well. I mean, they're very close. We'll get a picture of the Challenger Series top 10 for the women. I mean, some of those names are going to be out of this competition, so there's going to be some shuffling there as well. If Sawyer Lindblad can get a big finish here, I mean, she is going to make a huge leap. So for India Robinson, I would say this is got to be a defensive heat as well. You want to keep everybody beneath you at bay and keep your standing on top of the rankings. And here it is, your Women's Challenger Series rankings. Isabella, Sally, there's India right there. We lost Vahin Fierro a couple days ago. Alyssa Spencer, sitting at 6, is out, so this is a huge opportunity for Sawyer Lindblad. Sarah Baum still in the draw as well. She'll be trying to fight for every point she can get as well.
And only the top 5 on the women's side do graduate into the championship tour and qualify. So, you know, that window of opportunity is so small for the women in this field, is so stacked.
Down to the 20-minute mark. It's 1:22 p.m. Friday, August 4th, here in Huntington Beach, California. We're live on the south side of the pier. If you watched that last heat, or the previous heat before I should say, you got a treat. We had Shane Horan in here, winner of the first ever U.S. Open. And we could have had him in here all day long, an absolute legend with a million stories to tell. Yeah, this is where it all goes down. I mean, we've been having surf events here since the 50s. So, you know, you think of the Beach Boys, you think of the early days of surfing, you think of the classic events we have had here. I mean, there's been tens of thousands of waves ridden at this pier. And here's why. On any given day, these surfers have something to work with. Fun, playful, 2 to 3 foot waves on hand now. Beautiful sunny day. Water is 72 degrees at least, and Sawyer Lindblad is enjoying every second of it. And that right there shows you how close you can get to the action. That dude didn't even have to zoom with his phone. You got a sick photo of Sawyer Lindblad on the shore bank just walking by, literally 5 feet away from her.
Yeah, catching up with Kanoa earlier, he describes it like a stadium field with everyone right there on the sand. You hear every bit of noise coming from the fans. But looking at Sawyer, I mean, on that right-hander, on her backhand, the 733, on her forehand, just so impressed with her versatility going left and right. Love this little glimpse of her strength. The forehand, I mean, is so... There's so much chop on the face of the wave. I think that's something that you got to pay attention to. That earlier part of the wave was super bumpy, and then that second section gets a little bit cleaner as that water starts to draw off the sand bottom. But really just knifey surfing.
Yeah, that wave right there was a little Rice Krispies wave. Snap, crackle, pop. Big finish. Judges loved it. 5.33. Extends her lead even further. India Robinson did start strong. She did get that 6.5. So by no means with her back against the wall. She does need a 6.17, which is a decent chunk of points. But she's got a lot of power. And obviously she is a cool, steady competitor. I don't see her getting nervous. You know, maybe at the end of the heat, who knows? But right now, she's got those nerves of steel, and she knows that one big turn can be the big difference. This is your 7.33, Rosie.
Yeah, and this is the hallmark of this heat at the moment. So this is the caliber of surfing you need to be doing in order to get those big numbers. And this was right off the beginning part of this heat, the second wave ridden for Sawyer, and already rewarded with such a chunky number. Set the scale for this heat.
Sawyer Lindblad, of course, part of that star-studded San Clemente crew, 17 years old. She's been around the world and back. Recently spent a summer in Indo. You can check it out on her Instagram. Turn it up. The Koi Luray soundtrack. Because girls is players too. She knows.
And what a good thing to do. I mean, it's so good to have a balance. I feel like these surfers on the Challenger Series, they hunting so many things. We saw Sawyer in the World Juniors earlier this year. They're traveling all over the world, but to actually go back to that free surf mentality and go on a pure surf trip for a month, like that was always just like, it brings you back to the stoke factor and redirects your focus as you head into the last 3 stops on the Challenger Series.
School's out for summer for a lot of young surfers, but for these 2 young ladies in the lineup right now, it's all business. 15:28 on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad into a big lead for now. India Robinson has some catching up to do. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Es muy importante para nosotros, los integrantes de la escuela de surf Cuyagua, entiendan que parte de la esencia de un buen surfista está en proteger nuestros océanos y el medio ambiente.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. I am One Ocean. I know Rosie is One Ocean. We are all One Ocean, so do what you can. If all of us do the little things, they become big things. Check out WSL One Ocean at worldsurfleague.com. Looking at a beautiful peak of summer afternoon here on a Friday in Huntington Beach, California. In the water, Starting to feel some nerves percolate a little bit because Sawyer Lindblad is starting to run away with this one. She's got a 7.33. She's backed it up with a 5.33, but she's not too far in the distance as India Robinson just needs a 6.5. Rosie, I know you've seen Sawyer surfing a lot at her home break, Lower Trestles. What do we owe this progression? I mean, she's still a junior surfer. She's still competing in pro junior events, and now she's nearing the big leagues. What happened in the last few years to Sawyer Lindblad?
I think she's a product of her environment. She comes from a really solid surfing family. Her dad, her uncle, her brother, they all absolutely rip. And then you think about San Clemente in terms of talent and what we're seeing. She's surrounded by elite surfers. Griffin's on the championship tour, Kolohe, former tour surfer, Jet Crosby, Cole, Cade, all of these guys, there's that hotbed of talent, and I think that just brings everyone's level up.
So everyone she knows rips.
Pretty much.
Well, that helps.
Yeah.
And you're constantly inspired and pushed and driven by the people around you.
And she's grown up on a healthy junior tour where she's had opportunity to compete, to get this mindset and be able to become competitive. We've got the regional qualifying series now. So all of this creates this platform for these surfers to become the best version of themselves when they're competing on the Challenger Series.
India Robinson been pretty quiet, and that is going to stay with the volume at about 1. She needs to crank it up to 11.
That was
He wants to
harsh.
keep the pace that was set early by Sawyer, who's already been on 5 waves with only 1 real throwaway. I mean, 3s aren't huge, but they're momentum builders.
That was difficult to watch just because India had been holding on to priority for so long, and to take off on a wave that offered her nothing, that's really tricky. Look how much space is in between these surfers. Sawyer's way down south.
Well, she's from San Clemente, so maybe she just wants to be a little bit closer to home. Surfers from San Clemente probably compete here in Huntington more than they do back at home. There's an event here nearly every weekend, everything from, the entry-level Grom events to, national scholastic events, pro juniors, professional contests, QSs, some really awesome events coming up here in Huntington Beach as well. Events that celebrate surfers, with missing limbs, blind surfers, these events that you come down and you can watch and just draw so much inspiration, so much stoke. Huntington Beach is a really great host for all of us. Of course, plenty of places to stay. There's always seems to be waves here. I mean, 350 days plus there's going to be waves here. So it is a prime time location for surfing of every level. And all these seats that you're seeing right here, Rosie, those are free. You got to get here early, but there's free parking on the sand for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to come view the world's best surfers. And I was listening to Brett Simpson as we get to this wave.
Big snap there for Sawyer. Everybody else is on vacation around here, except for Sawyer Lindblad. It's like she's at her desk, hammering out work, and it's working in her favor. 7.33, a 5.33. We'll see if that one slides somewhere in between. Most likely will be closer to that 5.33. But just nicely done, and held India off this wave.
Held India off this wave. I mean, she made it all the way from back south, but that last maneuver, one of the best of the heat so far. So I think the majority of the points will come from the strength of that last maneuver. I'm not sure if it'll improve the 5.33. I mean, it could, but yeah, it just shows like once those sections start to line up for Sawyer, we're going to see more surfing like that. And that's what I said. Like it feels to me like Sawyer's pacing herself in this event.
It's almost like in a football game. It's a run play, right? She's just gaining yards. It's not a touchdown, but she's driving down the field and doing it with authority right now. With 8 minutes to go here in Heat 3, she does it again, improves. 6-point ride. I would say 90% of that score came on the end bit, that big vertical snap, blew the fins out. Lots of power there.
And I think as she hears that number, that's going to calibrate into her game plan. She's like, wow, I got a 6. That was really off the strength of that last maneuver. Like, if I link those two, if I link two together, I'm up in the excellent. Like, that's how I'm going to start pushing it up. And when you look at her scoreline, every time that she's taken off, she's pretty much improved her situation.
Well, Sawyer's on a roll. So the surfers in the red jersey so far finding a lot of success, and I'm going to include Ellie Harrison in that equation. She's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
Heart rate's just starting to return to normal here on the glass. Exactly how you drew it up, right? Back-to-back heats where you just win it in the final minutes? Or no, that wasn't the strategy.
Oh, no, not the strategy, but I was thinking to last heat, like just trying to get that last one, keep me cool. Yeah, don't really know how I did it, but yeah.
Well, the fact we talked about that after your last heat, just how you can mentally remind yourself if you're in that situation again that you've done it before. So what were you telling yourself?
As soon as that priority switched at 5 minutes, I was just like, all right, keep you cool, wait, a wave will come. And then luckily that wave came, and I don't know, I was just thinking, just do a turn, do another turn, do another, and then, yeah, worked out well, but yeah, scary.
And it worked out so well, you were on to your first quarterfinals finish on this Challenger Series. How important is that milestone?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, first quarterfinal. I know it feels good to finally break through that round of 16. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just keen to have some fun, get some waves.
Fair enough. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Big result there already for Ellie Harrison into the quarterfinals. That's where champions come from. You start making those final series in these Challenger Series events. You can do it a couple times on the year. Your chances of making it to the championship tour, of course, vastly improve. So for Ellie Harrison, I think her surfing would fit nicely on the CT.
She's a powerful surfer, and like she has this happy demeanor about her. Going into the quarterfinals at the midway point of the season, like there's still a chance that she can kind of get that ball rolling and go on a magic run.
We got about 5 minutes and 15 seconds left here in the round of 16, heat number 3. Sawyer Lindblad in the lead for now. India Robinson needs a 6.84. Ocean's gone quiet for the moment, but as usual, lots of sets will start pumping through. Cadence and the tempo of these waves been working with us all week long. Coming up next, Luana Silva in the red jersey. She'll be going up against Bronte McCulley. That's number 5 on the CS, going against number 11 on the CS. So contrary to what's happening on the men's side of the draw, where you're getting surfers from all over the rankings, on the women's half of the Challenger Series, these are nearly all top 20 matchups.
These are such stacked heats, and so many of them have such high stakes. I mean, even this one in the water with India at 3 and Sawyer number 7 looking to break into the top 5. Your destiny really is in your own hands when we look at these matchups and where everyone is sitting on the rankings.
Here we go again, Sawyer Lindblad. Challenging open face wave to work with there at the beginning, but she gets right back at it, goes down, no harm, no foul. I don't think that wave really had much to offer. But again, India Robinson was looking at it, and Sawyer looked back and said, I'll take it. .07, so a non-factor, but not a fail by any means. I mean, if you're putting up threes and tossing them away, you're doing something right.
Yeah, and I feel like throughout the morning, everyone just getting more opportunities, surfing into rhythm. That's part of the recipe here at Huntington Beach, just to keep that flame going, to find a wave that maybe has a bit of a chip wedge in it.
Peak rolling through here. It must be really tough when these waves come in. They all have a similar look to them, but there are these subtle differences, between the wave that's going to give you the chance to do 3 turns and the wave that just perks up and then completely flattens out.
And in all honesty, that's one of the hardest things to do at Huntington with conditions like this, is to pick that right wave that's going to have those bowly sections. Because on the takeoff, like you said, they all look the same, but there's just the few that kind of hit that bank just a little bit better, that have more critical sections to them, more steep face.
And it looks like there could be something rolling through here. A lot of lumps and bumps coming in. So again, trying to decipher what's an actual wave and what's a dud of paramount importance here. India Robinson does have priority, but Sawyer, she's a competitor and she's gonna battle India and just keep her honest and make sure that every decision that she tries to make has gotta be impactful. Here we go, India Robinson needing a 6.84. Comes around this first big section and a big, beautiful snap goes wrong. Dream turns nightmare quick. 2 minutes to go. India Robinson, that was a big shot, a big opportunity right there. And you can see by the way she's paddling back out.
That stings. That hurts so bad. India sitting with that priority. And watch what happens here. You see the chop on the face. She's eyeing off that section. That outside rail just gets caught up in that choppy section. She doesn't manage to bring it underneath her, that board underneath her. So yeah, it's so hard because you want to be looking down the line, but you've also got to really concentrate on the turn at hand. That was going to be a good wave for India. I had that feeling, it had that momentum and flow down the line.
That's a pretty common thing that happens to all surfers at all levels. You know, you're going up to do a turn, and I'm sure India was feeling it, right? That turn felt really good when she went into it, so maybe just that little bit of it added excitement, like, ooh, I'm on to a great one. Before you know it, you're thinking about your second turn, you're underwater.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like just getting too far ahead of yourself. And there's that moment where you feel that release off the top where you can kind of bunny hop down with that little bit of speed, but that outside rail gets caught as her eye line is looking down the line.
Here we go, another possible wedge popping up for Sawyer Lindblad. This thing went kind of wonky at the beginning. I mean, you see so many ribs and chops coming up, but look at how nice and clean it got towards this inside section. Big bonus inside reward for Sawyer Lindblad. So with 20 seconds to go, started off pretty even, and then things quickly went out of control like Adrian's kickback. Sawyer Lindblad with the 7.33 and a 6-point ride. That is a huge victory for this young surfer from San Clemente as time ticks away. Boom, it's done. Sawyer Lindblad into the quarterfinals. We lose Challenger Series number 3, India Robinson. Let the shuffling up top begin.
Great heat win for Sawyer and improving on her situation with that last wave, a 6.17.
Well, with that, we got another surfer from San Clemente blasting her way into the quarterfinals. And coming up next, you're going to see Luana Silva versus Bronte McCulley. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Walk with me, Susie Lee, through the park and by the tree. We will rest upon the ground and look at all the bugs we found. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, and we're on to another hammer of a heat. This is round of 16, heat 4. This is Luana Silva. That was Luana Silva. Up and over and out.
Surfing with a lot of speed.
I did like that.
I liked it. I was like, whoa, this is going to be something. But it shows us what we can look forward to.
These are 30-minute heats. Your surfer with the highest total for their 2 top waves will advance through. Second place surfer will get an equal 9th place on the day. And like we said, top 20 on the Women's Challenger Series, firmly entrenched in wave warfare. Luana Silva sitting at number 11. Bronte McCulley sitting at number 5. So if the Challenger Series ended today, Bronte McCulley would make that leap to the championship tour. But there are a few more events and a few more days of competition here in Huntington.
And the way Bronte got into that number 5 spot is she won in Bolito, and she actually traveled 20 places up the leaderboard. So it just shows you how much of an impact a win can have.
Bolito, oh my, that is a big jump. And that was a bad dad joke. Thanks for laughing, Rosie. 25:48 on the clock. Here we go. Luana Silva started strong right off the buzzer with a 5.83, and now she's trying to back that up. She's got space to work with, building speed, generating momentum into this inside section. Not an easy place to do a turn, but she went vertical and gave the judges a little something to ponder. Interesting wave. There wasn't much critical action, but she made full use of what was handed to her and held Bronte off.
Yeah, so she's been the most active surfer in this heat so far. Just taps through that section, trying to find some speed, eyeing off this section. But yeah, just fully engaged in what this heat is doing. This is the 5.83 that we had during the break. So first turn like a knife through butter there. This wave gets a little bit sleepy, so 3-turn combo there, and just like a Swiss Army blade through that last turn. Here's Bronte's option. Bronte on her backhand. We saw her in the opening rounds, just so lethal on this backhand. That board looks so sharp under her feet. Bronte's got a lot of experience surfing at the US Open. Like we said, she's hot off a win in Bolito, so she'd be feeling pretty confident.
Newsflash, the waves look fun. Waist high, wedging, warm, beautiful blue water. This is some Southern California gold here as we see Bronte McCulley on her forehand. Snap there. And you know, even though the waves are only about waist high, maybe chest high on some of the sets, there's still push. And there's still power in these little pockets. And you see that when these surfers, you know, can put themselves in the right spot on the wave. They get these little speed bursts, and the judges really appreciate that when you can contain the speed. And I think that one of the fastest surfers we've seen of the afternoon is right here, Luana Silva. The board under her feet looks perfect, and she's staying right there next to the white water, giving herself the push down the line. Just casual 4-turn combination on a 2-foot wave for Luana Silva. She is ripping.
She is surfing so well. She's been working with Leandra Da Silva, who's also coaching Matthias Herdy. So she's just traveling with such a good crew. We spoke about her being on the championship tour, falling off tour, having to get back and qualify via this tour. So she's, you know, learned so much in the space of 3 years as we watch Bronte on her backhand.
Yeah, I think for Bronte, you know, just sticking to her main strengths, that backside snap. I mean, that is a turn that has gotten her through a lot of heats. She is, of course, amazing going right and left, but when you look at those little rights and kind of the little power pockets they have, that really, that really is lends itself to her strengths. Big backside vertical snap is going to get you points every time.
And I think how vertical you can get on your backhand is so important as we watch Luana. Like you said, carrying a lot of speed, Chris, and the way that she's able to emphasize that hit off the top and really push that tail. I love this double up where it reaches this section just because it has a little bit of pushback.
And Luana's doing all the right things. A 5-1-0 on her last wave ridden. Here we go. Bronte McCauley sticking to her backhand. Comes around this section, blasts it. Solid combination there. Sometimes that's all you need is 2 big turns. Bronte is right back in this heat.
And that's an example of what you're talking about, her strength on that backhand, the way that she's able to do her maneuvers in such a quick space. I think that's going to be Bronte's best wave.
Yeah, and Bronte has had some championship tour experience. She got on as an injury replacement in 2016, and then she earned her spot the old-fashioned way in 2017. Gracetown, Australia, one of Gracetown, Australia's finest, no doubt. And it's because of surfing like that.
Yeah, the critical nature of that turn is something that the judges are really going to love and appreciate as we watch another replay of it. You see the way that she dips that hand into the face of the wave when she's going for a bottom turn and uses that as her mark to rotate around her shoulders and her hips. That on your backhand feels so nice when you hit up in that crispy part of the lip, come down with a lot of speed, and head straight back into that next maneuver.
I'm liking this heat. I mean, we're only 9 minutes in, and there's a lot of scores coming through. We've got a lot to talk about, of course, with these two surfers on their rise. Luana Silva has had some serious success in the past, and it just looks like she's come into 2023 in a new place, improved, polished in all aspects of her surfing. Not just what she does on the waves, but what waves she's been catching. I don't know. It's just it just feels like she has a little bit more confidence. The results are there as well. A 9th and a 5th, those are big finishes. 17th is something she's going to want to get rid of. So if she can get into the quarters or semis here, she would have matched her best result yet. If she can get in the finals, we're talking championship tour.
Yeah, and this is like where Luana, this is that opportunity for her to get ahead of the rankings. If she's number 11 at the moment, knocks out number 5, it really creates that bit of space as she heads into quarterfinals. But look at the score for Bronte.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what she needed to do. Great pace, lots of power, just perfectly executed on that wave. It was a 6.4, so that's the highest single wave total, or the single wave score of this heat so far. She pairs that with a 4.67 and jumps into the lead. Luana Silva needing a 5.25, so Luana knows exactly what a 5.25 feels like. She's got a 5.83 and a 5.10. Here's Bronte's results. That's how you improve, right? Start your year losing first heat, then you make a couple, get a 17th, and then bam, the Bolito Blitz. She gets first place there, which is one of the, I would say, I mean, they're all tough events, but Bolito especially, I mean, you've got a serious international contingent to deal with there. To win that contest, that is a huge shot of confidence.
Definitely, and you look at her scoreline, she's already got her 2 throwaways with that 25th and the 17th. This result is at least going to be, an equal 9th, depending on who gets out of this heat. So she's already bettering her points and her situation. But it's all about making it into the quarters and above for the women. I mean, we saw last year Teresa Bonvallo, she actually tied with the 5th place surfer, Sophie McCulloch, and it went to like a heat tie. Teresa was like throwing away 3rd places on the Challenger Series. So just shows you how tight this race is for the women to qualify.
We look back into the lineup and open up our books and check out the Women's Challenger Series rankings. Big names recently exiting this contest. You see India Robinson's name has faded out. Doesn't mean she's out of contention. That just means she's got some work to do to stay on pace with the rest of these surfers in that top 10. Bronte in the lineup right now, sitting at number 5. Sawyer Lindblad has done her job. She's going to elevate through those rankings. The Coliseum has opened up, and you know, I'm liking the crowd we have on hand right now. Everybody's really focused on the lineup. You know, it's not crazy busy like we've seen in the past, which is fun, but right now it's a real surf-focused kind of feel. You know, people are cheering at the right time. They're really engaged in what's happening. It's kind of like when you're at a baseball game, you know, and you look down and there's the one person who's got the radio with the earphones in, and they're really listening to the broadcast, watching the event. I mean, we're seeing that on the beach here as well. So from wherever you are in the world, we want to welcome you. Beautiful Southern California. We're live from Huntington Beach. We're 5 till 2 p.m. here in the afternoon. It's about 78 degrees in the air, 72 in the water. Jumped in the afternoon yesterday. It feels like Hawaii, Rosie.
It does. It's crazy warm at the moment with those southerly swells that we've been having, bringing that warmer current through.
Tide is starting to make a dip. Real low this morning, and it was pretty perfect timing. Pushing all day long. Juana Silva's up and out real quick. 16:36 on the clock.
That was a use of her priority. I mean, there's still so much time in this heat. I think we're going to see this lead kind of seesaw as both of these surfers have those mid-range scores. Bronte obviously has the advantage with the high mark, the 6.4. She's looking to drop the 4.67. So with that priority, I think Bronte on the next exchange, the goal and the idea would be to improve on that backup score.
With 16 minutes to go, Bronte McCauley is in the lead. Juana Silva needs a 5.25. What's going to happen next? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back. We're going to start calling her Belito Bronte because she went to South Africa and ripped the place to bits. This is how she got a big win in 2023 Belito Pro. Look at these waves. Rosie, why didn't you tell me South Africa was so great?
It's a secret, and we finally got waves in Belito. I think there's been a few seasons where the people haven't really experienced all that Belito has to offer. Cool to see Bronte take out a win.
You saw right behind her too, that was Cole Hausman that got a big victory down there as well. 13:40 on the clock. Bronte McCauley is on her way to becoming an absolute legend, and that's fitting because her father is a legend himself, and he is standing by now with Waxhead.
Yeah, hey guys, halfway through this heat, and we have Dave McCauley here, and we have Katiana and Kai in Luana's camp. So I'm right in between here. Dave, how's she going at the moment, and would you give her any advice right now?
Yeah, just stay calm and try to hold a nerve, and hopefully she'll get some more opportunities. There's some nice waves when they come, bit of a wait in between, so she's had a reasonable start, and hopefully she gets more opportunities to attack these nice lefts and rights.
I love the camaraderie. We'll get words from either one of the camps, depending on whoever wins. But I think you guys can see who's on the left side of me here, and we have the legend Dave in Bronte's corner here. But back to you guys.
Thank you, Waxhead. Yeah, Dave McCauley. I mean, just a legendary surfer, an absolute first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm sure he's going to be putting his hand in cement somewhere in the world someday soon. He is a ripper, and Bronte is a chip off the old block. Both goofy footers, both amazing on their backhand.
Yeah, I asked Dave if he was in South Africa with Bronte during that win, and he was actually camping and surfing in a remote part of Western Australia, and he said he got to watch the final. One of his friends had a satellite that could pick up like the feed, obviously, but yeah, really cool. Such
Amazing.
a rad family.
Luana Silva right now trying to spoil the McCauley party, and with surfing like that, it's going to help her cause. So she's looking to get a 5.25, and I mean, ever since the day one of this contest, and every heat that Luana has surfed, I just become more and more of a fan. Her style is so clean. Her turns are crisp. I mean, even on a small kind of challenging wave to surf, she just makes it look so nice.
Yeah, let's see. The 5.25 is the number that's required here. Smaller wave, but the surfing is right there. You got to think about it in the context of her two rides that she's already had. I would say that is a smaller wave, but the quality of maneuvers were right there. We'll see. It's in the judges' hands.
So 11:20 to go here. This could be an impactful score for Luana Silva. I'm trying to think back of the last couple of waves that she's had. That 5.10, the 5.83, they were pretty similar. And here we go, Bronte McCauley. The answer back. Big snap there. Both these surfers are surfing a really smart heat. You know, they're both relatively mistake-free. You know, I didn't see any big falls on any good sections, really. So it's one of these kind of head-to-head matchups that you just knew from the start was going to challenge both of their skills. So now it's just about waiting for the score for Luana, but she's not going to wait. She's going to keep going. This is right where she got that last one. There's one thing that she wanted was a good inside section. I was just about to say this looks and feels very similar to the previous wave, but the end section actually helped her. You saw it pop up a little bit, gave her that little power burst on the inside section, so she kind of got the opportunity to unleash a little bit. So remember, she's looking for, well, she got the first score she needed, the 5.5. She might have just bettered that.
Yeah, I think this is going to better her situation completely. I think she's going to, that's the best wave of the heat. Right?
That was a gift. That inside section was a straight up gift.
And then Bronte now has been pushed into second place. She needs a 4.93 on that wave. There was a little bit of stickiness in that wave, in my opinion. I mean, it still might be that number, but I feel like there were parts of that wave that just weren't quite, they didn't quite have the flow that Bronte would have liked.
So Bronte McCauley now quickly dips into that second place position, looking for a 4.93. Judges are starting to lock early numbers in, and it's gonna come through most likely just under. And she would have had to really extend her board through that last turn to kind of grab the attention of the judges. It's close, a 4.17, but now we're waiting for Luana Silva's last score that we think is going to be relatively large, and indications are saying it is. So Luana Silva now, she got the lead quick, and now she's running away with it with a 6.93. So there's your score line. If you're wondering, okay, well, how did we get a 6.93? Here's what we do. We got 5 elite level professional judges right above us. They all lock in their scores. We throw away the high, we throw away the low. We average the 3 middle scores. So the judging panel, which is situated above us, they're international panel, male and female, experts in this business. You know, sometimes I think about it, and when I think of, you know, surfers questioning or fans questioning scores, well, that's one opinion versus 5 expert opinions, and I mean, I'm going to go with the experts myself. So 47% of the Pacifico fan picks are with Bronte, 53 with Luana, and you know what? You fans, you're experts as well, because this really is a great even matchup. So those numbers are spot on. Good job, surf fans. Bronte McCulley now needs a 6.37. Even though it's just a few points more, that's a much more daunting number than a 4.93. I mean, the separation on paper wouldn't seem like a lot, but in terms of waves and scores, it's a big leap from a 4.93 to a 6.
There goes Luana finishing up her ride. It is, and I think for Bronte, she needed to finish that last maneuver if that number was going to get close to that requirement.
I love that Luana's just hammering away. You know, she's putting forth maximum effort, which you need to do in a heat like this, going up against a surfer who's, you know, sitting in that top 10, sitting in the top 5. She's trying to take her spot. That's really what this is, right? You're trying to climb the ranks, and when you see someone that you're going up against, you want to grab that spot away from them.
Well, she's controlling her destiny by taking out that 5th spot, by being that 11th place surfer, that underdog, and fulfilling that role of winning this heat. She's kind of creating that space on the leaderboard for herself to sneak into that top 5 picture.
Waiting for another score to come through for Luana Silva. That was her 8th wave ridden. She's throwing away 5s, which is always got to be a good feeling. And now with 6.20, they've been pretty separated through this heat. There was a couple little, you know, flybys from each other. No real paddle battling or blocking going down. So nice and clean between both these surfers. They're great sports. I mean, you know, they're going to be hugging and high-fiving after this, regardless of how it goes. And it's not the case with every heat. You know, there are rivals out here, but you know, I think these two surfers definitely respect each other and respect each other's skills. And you know, if the Jerry Lopez saying, the surfer in the water who's having the most fun is the best surfer, well, it looks like Luana's having a lot of fun. And when she's having fun, big things happen.
You know, we've been talking a lot about qualification and all those implications, but I also think you think about an event that's been running since 1959 here at Huntington Beach, the prestige of winning a US Open. This is one of the ones that you'd love to have that trophy on the mantle, and it really boosts your profile. Winning this event, you know, you talk about a US Open pretty much in any kind of sport, and it comes along with a lot of reverence from the athletes.
Well, I mean, in California, especially here in Southern California, when the US Open comes to town, you know, you have a couple weeks in advance of hype, cover of newspapers, you know, it's all over the internet. During, you know, we have news channels. We have CBS News LA here every day. And the coverage, not just within our awesome bubble, is pretty expansive. You know, you see these results on the evening news. You see them in the newspapers every single morning. And, you know, I love it. I love to celebrate surfing and the athletes that are in peak form, as we see Zoe Benedetto preparing for her matchup against Daniela Rosas. And this next one's actually going to be really interesting because both those surfers actually tied at number 42 on the Challenger Series. And I know that sounds like they're in the depths of it with no shot, but again, you get 10,000 points, you're skyrocketing through those rankings.
Definitely, and it's we've been talking about it, just having the opportunity to kind of forge your way in this event. Daniela Rosa, chatting to her yesterday, she's had so many things going on. There's Olympic qualification happening. There's World Juniors that have been on her radar, and then chasing this Challenger Series. So she hasn't really had the run that she would have liked through these events. She's finally made a heat in that last round. She's into the round of 16, so to get on a magic run. Careers have been launched at this event, Chris. You think about Malia Manuel taking out this event as a teenager, Courtney Conlogue being that hometown favorite, and then women that have gone back-to-back like Sage Erickson. I mean, those are all peak moments for people that in their careers that have achieved so much.
Yeah, there are only a handful of events with the prestige of the Wallex US Open of surfing. You know, and it's a big deal across the board. We have men's and women's championship tour longboarders here as well. And I mean, it seems like weeks ago that the longboarders were in the lineup, but for 2 days in a row, we were presented a really cool show of just beautiful surfing. And the good news is, you know, on the longboard side of the draw, we still have our quarterfinals coming up for men and women, and now we're starting to lock in the quarterfinals for men's and women's challengers as well. So the next couple of days, Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be fun. Oh, this is a great shot right here, because this is exactly what the surfers see before their heat, and that right there is a conveyor belt. No duck diving needed.
That is akin to like standing on one of those travelators at the airport. Exactly.
Travelator.
Like travelator.
Oh,
Is that what it's
heard
called?
that word, but I like it. A moving sidewalk.
There we go.
Travelator sounds way cooler. And I heard they're playing Coachella too. Is that 2 minutes to go. Here in round of 16, heat number 4, Luana Silva has a lead. Bronte McCulley needs a 6.37. Priority is with Luana. Feel like she's been controlling this heat from the jump, even though Bronte had a lead for 5 or 6 minutes. It's kind of been the Luana show again.
It has been, but these two coming down to 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds with priority. Luana's really going to have to play a smart game and stick to Bronte and try and play this to advantage.
Something's seeping through my headphones, and it's rock and roll music. So we've got surfing, we've got motocross jumping starting tomorrow. Nitro Circus is here Saturday and Sunday. Live bands, tons of games and activations on the beach. Even if you don't like surfing, which would be weird, you can come down here and have a good time. And if you do, pretty sure you're going to like surfing by the end of the day, because it is the best sport there is.
It is. I mean, we are biased.
Yeah, that's true.
But it is. I mean, and there is so much to do here at Huntington Beach. There's so much on at the moment. The waves have been firing. It's a 9-day event. What day is it today? The 7th, right? This is the 7th day.
25-day event.
This is the 7th day of this event window.
And on the 7th day, we did not rest. We went out in the water and ripped this place up in a beautiful way. You can go out there and slash hard, but guess what? You've got to do it with flow.
Oh, let's watch as this one comes down to the last 20 seconds. Luana has priority. She wants to hold Bronte off so she doesn't have any opportunity. Wow, Bronte's got some strong paddling arms on her. She is trying to scrape and scratch into a wave.
That just shows us that Bronte is the type of surfer who will never give up. What a performance by both of these athletes in the lineup. But at the end of that 30-minute heat, it's Luana Silva surfing her way into the quarterfinals with speed, power, flow, grace, and of course, impeccable wave selection. She did it all in that heat. But give it up to Bronte McCulley. Good fight there, 6.4 and a 4.67. So a nice, even matchup, just how we like it. And coming up next, we've got more. Daniela Rosas will be going up against Zoe Benedetto. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing, and we will be right back after these brief messages. See you in a minute.
check out WSLstore.com, or if you're Luana Silva, you can head to the store right here on site since she's here. There's her dad with a big hug. Super proud of her. Luana Silva ripping in that last heat, beating Bronte McCauley, 12.76 total. So that was a big heat. Both surfers know what it's like to be on the championship tour. And Luana will move on to the quarterfinals to take on San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad. Hi, everybody. Joe Turpel, Matt Chudowski, Peter Mel. Went to real names this time. Really fun afternoon. Daniela Rosas now taking on Zoe Benedetto here in the round of 16. Really fun to see these names start to build their profiles on the Challenger Series this year.
That's right, and Daniela yesterday really ignited that carbon deck board. We talked about equipment, and I couldn't believe how much she actually knew what was under her feet, and she put it to work, getting through that heat, and now she's at one of her career best results. Yeah, great to see all that feedback. Some of these young surfers actually spend a lot of time in the shaping room.
Yeah, and as you should. I would say every single surfer should actually go and find out every single thing about how a surfboard is made, what goes into it. It's huge to know exactly what's under your feet.
I know you always want these surfers also to actually go into the shaping room and make their own boards.
Yeah,
and then they
why not?
appreciate their shapers even more.
It absolutely is true, Joe, and it's good. I mean, think about it. Like, you don't think that race car drivers know everything about their car, right? Because you got to be able to go, oh, hey, this feels this way, and have a reason behind it, right? So we can tweak it to make it better, because every surfer is a little bit different. The way the pressure of their feet are, how frontside, backhand, the waves they surf, all those things. You got to be able to dial it in.
As we look at these two surfers, check out the ranks. They've actually had the same results at the same events so far this year. For Daniela Rosas, she's got maybe more experience globally since she got to compete at the Olympic Games. Coming from Mancara, which is way up north in Peru. Always talks about her hero and mentor being the world champ, Sofia Milanovic. But she was also talented in all kinds of sports, from basketball, football, and actually a South American champion in Taekwondo. So talk about an athlete, but happy to really push herself in pro surfing, and happy to be representing Peru and South America in this one. Already has a 3.67 on the board, so got the early start. And then you compare it to the Floridian, Zoe Benedetto, represents a wave called Fort Pierce Inlet. Kind of a challenging beach break, can get pretty chunky at times as we roll into this one. With Benedetto, a little wrapping turn on a softer shoulder. Tracking down the line, oncoming section, drills it. Nice finish there, Waxhead.
Yeah, I really like the old bent knee, little drop knee on the snap, and usually surfers will do that so they can push their weight forward as the wave's tapering off. It's a pretty typical Huntington snap, and we'll see that in the replay, but it's just nice to see it come into play. Because that hole isn't there this year, we're seeing some really committed end turns. So it's kind of nice to see the old HB in some weird way. And here goes Daniela.
Daniela Rosas now heading towards the pier. There's the wind up, attacking the whitewater, springs back to the pocket. Controlling her speed well, as she'll snap it again and hop out of there. So already backing up her 3.67, Pete.
Yep, good job. Early start, get that momentum early in the heat. You would have to say that both the strategies here for both these surfers would be to do that, apply pressure. Benedetto, it's funny, I was just kind of noticing, surfers do not want to stray. If there's any success in where they are on the beach, or, who they have with them, all of those things never changes. They are in the exact same spot. Zoe does her warm-up. She's on the south end of the beach. She's got Ryan Simmons there, Reed Posinius, who's her partner, and they're there. They got the same umbrella, the same act going on, the same warm-ups. You don't want to stray too far from what has been successful.
As we look at the finishing move once again from Zoe. And
are we that superstitious? I guess we are.
You know what? There's a lot of surfers that are. And then this combination, Pete.
Yeah, and the backhand, though, we've seen Daniela talk about some of the best of her career, and she's got a ton of experience. I love that. She's, it's funny, she was hanging out with Zoe, or no, it was, think of the name, but it'll come to me probably halfway through the heat.
Rolling into this one is Daniela Rosas, and just up and out. Superstitions are interesting, aren't they, Waxhead? It's, you're trying to repeat success and
absolutely
capturing a type of energy or even a mood that you might be in.
Well, there is one constant in Daniela's process is professional longboarder from Peru, Marfa here, Maria Fernanda Reyes, is sitting here coaching her, or at least being with her in her camp, and that's been a staple I've noticed throughout the Challenger Series. for Daniela, so that'll be a familiar face for her. And yeah, also the cross training that Daniela was executing just in the competitors area. We went up there to have a look at Dave McCauley and the Silvers camp, and I was nearly knocked over from these pretty erratic thoracic stretches on the ground. It was full on, so she's ready to go.
We've seen some really interesting warm-ups before heats. Sometimes you see martial arts before a performance. We saw that on the beach quite a few times yesterday. Sometimes it's just clearing your headspace, trying to just focus on top 2 waves and really making sure that you're ready to compete. Mark Akalupa used to tell me about some superstitions he had. If he won his first heat in a pair of board shorts, he would just be like, okay, well, that's the pair I'm going to use every single day. If he had a bar of wax that he started and he got a win, he'd be like, he only could use that bar of wax for the rest of the event.
I'm backing that one.
Did you do that too?
I'm backing that one for sure. And the fact is, you needed to wax it before every heat, even though you probably got cakes all over the thing from head to toe.
Daniela Rosas looks interested. She's had a 3.67, then to a 4. Let's see if she can get to a 5 at least here. First snap through the whitewater. Smooth bottom turn, and how is that? Attacking little backhand hack there. Now a little wedge that keeps on giving. She loves that left. She's identified it. It's been fairly reliable this week, that little left. Sometimes coaches identify that as spot A in this lineup because it's a fun running clean left.
And you have to be certain away from the pier, right? It's far enough away that the left will stay on the sandbank, not too close to it because it'll go into deep water. So you got to get it right at the right point. And it is part of that pier bowl. And I love it. Daniela Rosa. Oh, Leilani McGonigal. There it came to me just now. These two have been hanging together and kind of sparring in a little bit of the morning surfs and hanging out together. Fellow Spanish speaker. So it's just good to see these two, obviously competitors, but good friends. As I think a lot of people on tour, when you start traveling together, you become good friends, and there's certain people you gravitate to.
Yeah, even last night I was with some of the Basque crew, and we were talking about history, and we've actually got a couple of Basque surfers, and the talk of Spain versus Basque country came up, and it was an amazing conversation that I otherwise would not have had unless we were on the road. And they're all supporting each other. They're hanging out, they're talking, the longboarders and the shortboarders together. And I mean, it just is a superstition. Taj Barrow used to wax the top of his feet, beach breaks or reef breaks, and remember
Didn't matter, even if, generally it's because slime's on the feet, right? That's why you would wax the top. There is a purpose. It's not just
absolutely, to wipe it off, yeah. But I mean, on a beach break, maybe not so much, but you used to always do that as well. So.
Yeah, it's probably just that ritual, too, of getting started. It feels good. You can get that extra grip even while you're sitting waiting for a wave. Zoe Benedetto throwing down the wrap. Hunting some speed for the end section. She's been pretty reliable with her finish. She's been in the 3s so far. And Daniela Rosas is getting a bit of separation. So she started with a 3, 4, now 5.73. So she's heading the right direction. So Benedetto, if she repeats herself with another 3-ranger, she's going to have to really shift gears.
Yeah, and then making that happen during a heat, right? Identifying that and not just sticking to it, thinking at some point then something's going to change, because the surfing's there. This one a little bigger wave for her, so she gets the snap. It feels to me like it's going to be her best wave just because that carve was nice and spicy, and then the finish was good as well. A little bigger wave too, so a little more critical sections obviously, and hey, looks like I know what I'm talking about.
You do. 4.77 for Zoe. So that's a keeper. Her best so far. Still second, and Daniela leading. Let's catch up with Sawyer Lindblad, who won heat number 3 in this round. She's with AJ.
Sawyer getting very busy very early in that heat. 3 waves ridden before India had even taken off on 1. How were you able to utilize that rhythm that you found early on to get yourself on the best waves?
Yeah, I was really happy that I got that right under priority. It's like pretty slow out there. There's a heat on, heat off, and I just wanted to make sure that I was riding waves, and my heat could have been off. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got a couple before it went flat.
Fair enough. And one of the things that we were talking about is there's so much more to winning a heat and approaching a heat than just making sure you do the best on the waves. What was the strategy that you were using?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to be more aggressive in that heat, and when I had priority, I definitely wanted to sit on my other competitor just to make sure that she doesn't get anything under me. And yeah, I'm happy that my strategy worked out.
Understandably, on to the quarterfinals. What are you going to take from this heat to help you?
I'm definitely just going to try and be on the best waves in my next heat and yeah, I'm really excited.
As you should be. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Great job to Sawyer Lindblad. She's in the quarters to take on Luana Silva. Sawyer, number 7 in the Challenger Series, and she'll have a ton of support from the San Clemente contingent. She represents SC, and gosh, her whole family rips. I saw her brother Taj down here. He was a part of that pack when those early heats started, like the Jet versus Crosby showdown. So a ton of support coming there. Sawyer's dad absolutely shreds. So
Mark,
it's kind of making sense that she's in the place
He smoked
that she
me a few
is
years there
today.
Mark Lindblad, yeah. I mean, again, you mentioned that, and the DNA's there. I mean, brother Taj is a great surfer, and it just kind of trickles down into the children.
It really does. Zoe, with a look at a left this time. She's been loving the right. Quick on that snap, but she goes down. Her mom got her into waves at a young age. They ran a little surf camp on the beach, so those early beginnings were on the sand. Her mom and friends ran a surf camp, so it was natural for her to start surfing. More recently, she's actually been making trips to that Daytona area, and she's really been learning a lot from Shea Lopez, the guy who spent years on tour. Also had a major win here at the U.S. Open, and she's really thankful for all the experience that he has, and he's passing it on down. There's a snap from Daniela Rosas, and just keeps her honest there. Just one turn, didn't have enough pace to catch up to a finishing move. So we see Rosas head back out. 5.73 was her wave before, but I love how Zoe seems to be learning. Broke that system out of the threes that she kicked off the heat with, Waxhead.
Yeah, that's right. Zoe's got the feeling for the bowl. She's got a really nice, calm style that's suiting the tempo of the wave, where Daniela on the other side is actually just really going down and coming up vertically with a more, let's say, stable, strong stance, and she's really set her feet, where Zoe's shuffling her front foot around a little bit and bending that back knee, which does look a little more stylish and it feels better. But Daniela's got that wow factor at the moment for the judges, and that board's really helping her. It's stiff when it needs to be, but unfortunately the stiffness in those chops can actually be a disadvantage. And here she goes now. You see that it's like a direct drive. And unfortunately with those types of boards where the flex is a little different to a normal PU board, they can get caught up in the foam, and in which case it did. They react when you want them to, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I just love the instant speed. As soon as she gets in, you know, she's already got enough momentum to lay down a big first turn.
I think the biggest thing with the EPS is that it's like, you know, if you ever watched a styrofoam cup kind of sit on top of the water, it feels like it sits on top, you know, that's what it is. It transfers energy super quick, whereas if you flick it, right, and I did that the other day, I flicked the board, you can get this ting, ting kind of sound out of it, whereas if you do that to a PU board, it's actually a tuk, tuk. It's actually a dampening sound. So, you mean, that's the reality of it, right? It's going to transfer energy differently. So you're going to be able to transfer your energy to the board, and it's going to feel the energy of the wave just as quick back to your body. So that thing is something you have to get used to, right? And it's generally hard. Some people can do it pretty easily, but to transfer from a PU board to an EPS board and back and forth, depending on conditions, I mean, some of the best surfers in the world do it all the time. But I think it's for me, it's personally important to think that if you're going to ride an EPS, that it's almost like ride it and stick with it and feel it and get used to it and understand how it's going to work in all conditions. Switching back and forth between heats can be a little bit, because seems like there's a little adjustment period that you would have to happen. And sometimes that could affect performance.
So interesting in surfing. I don't know if any other sport can really compare, even some that we're related to, like in skating. There has been a serious evolution in snowboarding as well, but in surfing specifically, it's like we're never going to ever stop talking about equipment and changes and little tweaks here and there. Even in the middle of a season, it's really nonstop, and we really love surfing for it because you're never done. It's never like you found the formula and that's going to stick forever.
We had Shane Horan in the booth before, and I mean, I'm thinking John and Nate riding such small boards and big, powerful waves, and then you look on the other end of the spectrum with the longboards, and they're taking a nod from the past and moving forward. But I mean, the carbon that the surfers are putting fused in with these EPS materials is to counterbalance that. And if they're not riding those boards all the time, as Pete said, which they are, they're doing lots of reps here. They're getting here a couple days before, and they're surfing a lot, feeling those boards out. But sometimes if a swell comes up and it's the afternoon and they've only been riding that same board, they do have to adjust. And in a four-man heat, let's say we've got limited opportunities to capitalize on a set. We have seen, board choice probably go down the wayside a little bit when the swell is a bit bigger. But when it's small, the surfer can really rely on those little subtleties. And I do know that she does have, Daniela's got the fanning fins, which she goes to a lot. And it's, Dylan Moffat said it earlier too with his composite board. He really enjoys the consistency of the non-variable of a set of fins, but he'll change boards. He'll keep the same fins.
And that's the opposite. I mean, you could actually say if you like the board, maybe you change the fins to get a different feel, right? So there's all these things you can do. And it's, I mean, I guess the relation for me personally is like, say, F1 cars, right? They're constantly, whether it's, medium tires or soft tires, or, you're in the rain, you're changing it up. You're able to do it mid-race, right? And actually they're starting to even change, like, for example, right now you got Mercedes is having so much trouble with the porpoising in their car, right? And so they're trying to change foils on the car to make it so it sits down, and they're having those issues of trying to figure that out during a season, which is really difficult, and they're suffering for it. Right? Red Bull's just been taking everything.
It's like the shape of rankings.
Yeah.
So exciting. Loving the board talk as we've got 11:30 on the clock. I think one thing I'm learning talking to you guys, hey, if you get a board and it doesn't feel right, before you sell it, change the fins. Just get a completely different feel on what could be your magic board. You just maybe have put the wrong set of fins in. More on this after this break as Daniela Rosas is leading over Zoe Benedetto. We'll be right back. Afternoon here at the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We're running the Women's Challenger Series event, and it's been since 2016 since a Brazilian has won this event on the women's side. That was Tatiana Weston Webb. There's one surfer that wants to add another name out here for Brazil. That's Luana Silva. She's hanging out with AJ.
Luana, a hard-fought heat out there. What were you telling yourself to keep yourself calm as you were looking for some pretty big numbers late in the heat?
Yeah, I think I just never stopped believing in myself, and I had so much faith in myself that I can make it and I can surf as good as these girls. So I just had a lot of faith and just a lot of belief in myself.
As you should. You've matched your best result already on the Challenger Series this season. How important is it for you to have this milestone?
Yeah, super important. I think after my quarters and snapper, I kind of didn't have the best results, so this is definitely a boost in confidence for this event and the next two events for me. I know it's going to be hard because Bronte's just coming fresh off a win, so she had a lot of confidence, but I had nothing to lose either, so I'm super happy.
As you should be. We'll see you in the quarterfinals, but para o Brasil, como você criou impulso durante sua bateria?
Eu acho que eu só queria ficar calmo e só queria pegar minhas ondas, eu não queria ficar preocupada com a outra menina na bateria, e estou feliz com o meu surf e o meu performance, e vamos com tudo na próxima.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Obrigada.
Thank you so much, AJ, and muito obrigado, Luana Silva, representing kind of two worlds, kind of similar to Tatiana Weston Webb, just growing up on the island of Kauai. For Luana, growing up on the island of Oahu. Really cool parents from Brazil for Luana Silva, and she's happy to be waving the flag now. 12.76 total, and yeah, that was a tough draw with Bronte. Big win in Bolito. Bronte moved up quite a few spots, and she was actually in the driver's seat of that heat until Luana turned it around towards the back end.
That must feel really good, sitting at number 11 and also, knowing that she needs a bigger result, right? Quarterfinals is great and all. It has you knocking at the door, but she even needs to get through that next heat, right? As soon as she gets a quarter, she got that 1 quarter now, but you need to back it up with, a couple semis or a win like Bronte has.
Zoe on the move, finding some clean water on the left. And a little tight jams that she's throwing down in a tight space, getting quite a few of them down the line, chasing a 4.97. So Zoe getting on a nice little roll there. She calls that win in Barbados last year the biggest win of her career. She also had a win in Santa Cruz, a smaller rated event.
Coldwater Classic's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool win, even though it was only a 1,000.
Cool, yeah, no, exactly. As we look at the left, Waxhead.
Yeah, so that one was just a little face turn, little pocket jam here, and she's kind of manufacturing this, but doing a good job to keep that momentum down the line. At no point was she having to generate that speed on through pumping, so we'll see what that one comes in at. It'll definitely supersede that 3.8. We'll see if it can get rid of that 4.77, but a 4.97 maybe. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, no, I would. I mean, you had mentioned that she was going, top to bottom, but there was never really a high impact move, right? There was that one kind of little loose snap, but it was on the smaller section. So I don't see it quite going all the way there. Again, we're just, our opinion, and we actually got a really different view than say the judges do. I would say that the judges actually have a less of a view, really, because they're looking at it live. That's our kind of angle from the judges, right? You're not actually going to see them really up close and see the details that we get to see on the broadcast. So, a lot of times you're like, whoa, that looked really cool. And all of a sudden you see the score and you're like, that didn't make sense to me. And, and sometimes the opposite. It just depends on, they're wanting to have a very, and look, here's the score. We both were, hey, it wasn't enough to turn it. And it was. And a lot of it was because she packed those moves in next to the pier. And if you look at a comparison to the 5.73, hey, judges saw it a little differently. It just came underneath, but enough to get the lead.
Yeah, we will say video replay is important to the panel upstairs. They do have...
but it's not going to be a tight, detailed view, right? It's just literally going to be a very stagnant, kind of upper-level view, similar to what they're seeing. They have their own cameras up there. They're not actually seeing. If they're asking for a replay, they have their own mix up there and everything. So yeah,
to further your conversation, like when we have drones at the CT, they're not looking at a drone shot and an underwater vision, and they're not going to all those.
They're seeing what the crowd's seeing on the beach and what the competitors are seeing in the competitors' area. Where we're seeing this luxurious close-up side angle, and sometimes I find
super slow-mo, right?
It's a super slow-mo, and the severity of a turn is in the see, there's not much wash coming off this turn here, or quite clearly, but on certain angles, it shows us we can't see the dynamic scale of that maneuver in context to the whole beach. You'll see water flying on some turns, but close up it kind of looks a little weak.
Well, I think the most important thing when they build a contest site is where the judges are. I think that's always the first thought. Okay, where do the judges need to be? And then we can build everything else around it, little activation sites and places to hang out for fans. So that's always the number one thought. Where do they need to see to have the best view of the lineup? And that front-on view is what they go with for all the big scores. It's like when you're in the water with a friend and you see their turn from the side. If you're next to them and you go, that was pretty big. You watch the footage later and from the front and you're like, oh, that was actually kind of flat. Yeah. Angles are so important. So that's why they really put purpose in where they're putting the tower for the panel upstairs. To the left, setting up for Daniela Rosas, snapping before the whitewater section. Nice clean snap again and flow between turns and more water coming off the rail. Can she get a fourth finish?
Oh,
well done for the Peruvian.
Yeah, that's the best way for the heat, hands down. Very easily, you could say that. Just super clean on the face, and the timing was impeccable. There was a moment there where she had to wait for the wave to step. The third turn, I think we're going to go look at. But that moment where she waited off the bottom, and she waited, had to wait pretty long, but kept the speed there, and then she hit it perfectly timed. And that's excellent surfing. And I don't know if it's going to be an excellent score, but that to me was difficult, and she did it and made it look a little easy. Now the answer.
Yeah, the ride off the pier for the surfer from Florida. She'll ride away. She's been very consistent, riding out of nice finishing moves. She had the fun little smaller wedging rights to kick off the heat. She's looked left, so Zoe Benedetto has given us a lot in this heat. 2:30 to go. It's her 10th wave ridden, and she might be chasing a score after Rosas gets her left scored. How about the right, Waxhead?
Yeah, so that turn there, she wanted to really push on it, but needed to keep the momentum down the line, and she finishes really cleanly, similar to the 3.8 and the 4.77, but and a slightly bigger wave, but we'll just see that first turn, not a lot of commitment in it.
2:15 on the clock. These two building and pushing each other throughout this matchup, and both trying to get out of that deep spot on the rankings. They have exactly the same results. They made this round back in South Africa, but they both were eliminated, so a big chance to appear in their first quarterfinal this year. The running left for Daniela Rosas makes sense. If you're from Peru, you have a great backhand. She got to show it off right there, and that was a big turning point in the heat. Numbers are in now, a 7-5, way back in front, and significantly the best wave of the heat so far. Zoe is now waiting for her last score, but she needs something similar. She needs a 7.63 to get in shot in the quarterfinals, Peter.
Yeah, and the first turn, as Wax had mentioned, it was, you know, she had to get a maneuver done right there, but the wave had flattened out, the timing was a little off, but not necessarily the timing off. She had to get it up there because the closeout was coming so quick. In order to get 2 maneuvers done, she had to get up there at that moment. Not a whole lot you can do if the section's not steep in that moment. It still ended up going into her top 2, and it was a pretty good wave, but she's still chasing a pretty big number.
So Daniela with a lot of mentors, working with Roberto Mesas back in the day, one of her original mentors and surf coaches from Peru. And now with priority in a lead like this, looking very promising. Daniela will get to enjoy a quarterfinal here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Winner of this heat takes on Teresa Bonvola or Sally Fitzgibbons, who are coming up next. As you can see, that extra jersey in the water. Next heat will be counted in very soon. That's Teresa preparing. But a great effort for Zoe Benedetto. Took off on a lot of waves, built on her score line. Her best scores came later, so she was adapting, picking better waves, pushing harder, kind of learning live from the judging criteria as the numbers were read out. Zoe will leave in the round of 16, and Daniela Rosas will compete again here on the south side of the pier. Impressed with that left. Broke the scale out into the 7s. And the former Taekwondo champ will be a force to be reckoned with as this event continues. Board's looking really spicy. Great equipment choice for these smaller conditions today on Friday afternoon. We'll see who she'll be battling with in just a moment as we'll count down the start of the round of 16. Heat number 6 in just a moment. Teresa Bonvola, representing Portugal, will be taking on one of the best ever in pro surfing, Sally Fitzgibbons. That's coming up next. Thanks for being with us here in the round of 16. What a great heat. This is Sally Fitzgibbons, multiple-time runner-up in the world. Throwing down a tight forehand snap to start, hooking it in the pocket, and now right into motion on a finish. Every section, she had the right turn for it, and she's going to try to get on the board quickly against Teresa Bonvillain. Sally Fitzgibbons winning this event when it was a championship tour rated event back in 2011. She's won a lot around the world, like the prestigious venues at Bells Beach, winning search events more recently. Gosh, that busy year she had representing Australia in the Olympics was unbelievable. One of my favorite years I've seen of Sally, just proving her warrior status and dedication to her craft. As we see her up again, world number 2 in the Challenger Series, slides the fins and is having fun. 6-3-3 already, Pete.
What a start. I mean, it's exactly what she wants to do, to apply pressure to Teresa. And you see what she did there. She picked up that right and she paddled to the south end. You know, didn't go straight back out to the peak where Teresa was. She was just like, hey, maybe there's something over here. And sure enough, a little right-hander came to there. She's going to get a backup number really quickly. So, I mean, she's already going to go double digits in the first 5 minutes of this heat and apply a ton of pressure on Teresa. All of a sudden now she's in this, priority. She's going to have to make certain decisions. She's going to hear those numbers. And that's exactly what you love to do in a heat.
And that was not coincidence, because I saw her before on her Surf Coach app, which she developed with her dad. There is 5 coaches sitting in the competitors area drawing waves and times and consistency and length of waves with how many turns were scored. She was doing it on the app. So you had the digital version and you had the analog version right next to each other. We'll dive into it more next if she does progress through this heat. I'm sure I want to hear a little bit more about it, because it was a fantastic shot and she was doing it herself, coaching herself.
Why not, right? I mean, she's got enough experience there, right? So if you're going to do the timing, and that's something I think you see in everybody's books, right? That there's, I saw it in Bottles this morning. I was kind of sitting next to him, and all of a sudden he kind of just, I was looking at it, and he's like, oh, and he shuts it, right? But he's sitting there, and he's got literally a dot that basically says, oh, waves caught here, it was a right, and this is the score. And he's just marking it down, and then you get this map.
Sally had the same thing in a digital colored map.
I love that.
It's pretty cool.
Here's Teresa on the left, Pete.
She's got it going on. Let's see. Very good on the forehand, and she has been getting better and better each season.
And then Sally on this right, Waxhead.
Yeah, so this is the backup score, and just a nice settler there. So that one hasn't been put in yet, but she'll be stoked. She got that one on the paddle back out under priority. 25 minutes left.
Throwing down a little carve. Tight space there for the finish, but she'll get there. Teresa Bonvillain will wait for a few numbers as well. So Portugal versus Australia. This event has been dominated by surfers from the United States, but the next region with the most wins in the U.S. Open is Australia with 7 titles. Sally with that one we talked about back in 2011. Becky Benson won back in '82. We talked about having Shane Horan in here.
That's interesting. I feel like that event was it was so well televised at the time, right? And it didn't have a lot of that, at least for me as growing up. I just remember that one very specifically. It played a lot. It was I mean, was it even on, it might have been on ABC World Sports, right, at that time. I don't know for sure, but ultimately it was something that was very well covered. And that was the OP Pro back in the day, and it's a huge event. I mean, basically the iteration of this event here, the US Open, but yeah, that one sits with me for a while because of the backhand 60 and then the Becky Benson,
Same year.
Yeah, and she was a name that hadn't really come to the forefront during that. It was all Margot, it was all Jericho, it was all those, people that we would look at that era, and Becky was a new name to me, and now it's stuck with me.
Kim Merrick won the following year, a world champ from up north in the Santa Barbara region. One of Lakey Peterson's heroes. They've been able to see each other in the water and talk story, especially when Lakey was in the title race. It was really cool for Lakey to kind of connect with Kim Merrick and talk about the tour and where it's at today. So a lot of great names. One surfer that did get on the roll, Frida Zamba, won in '86, then won 3 in a row from '89 to '91 as Fitzgibbons rolls in. Quick whip in the pocket on the forehand hook. Second version, solid. Inside track looking great for Fitzgibbons. 3 similar moves and then punches it out for the 4th maneuver.
Wow, and the answer back. This is all fireworks so far. So here goes Teresa pumping down the line. and just sliding out of that. She'd already missed the critical section, so she needed to go for it in the end. But that one of Sally's, I think that maybe might eclipse the 6.33, but certainly the 5.17.
Sally's loving these fun-looking little waves on the inside. Already has a 6.33 and a 5.17. But throwing down a beautiful little frontside whip, and even though she repeated that turn, they made sense for the section, Pete.
Yeah, the quick transition, right? And it's not easy, and it's always something that you need to do, especially in these tight quarters, right? Those are very tight little pockets that you need to be able to whip your board in and out of with speed, and somehow she packed in 4 moves in such a small amount of space. So good job there for Sally. Didn't seem like it was too rushed either. And then you look at this one here from Teresa. Again, she got to that section, realized, hey, I got to do something kind of big, you know, and kind of basically threw it away.
And for those at home that are wondering how to decipher between pumping and flow and how we get through clean transitions and how the judges look at that, Sally had very minimal movement between her maneuvers, and it was just constant, much like Daniela in that previous heat. It was up and down, and holding the rail and then releasing the fins in constant flow and just unison and reading the wave really nicely. And that's why Sally will lock in this next score shortly, and I think it'll be a good one.
Yeah, and the same thing in the opposite, where Teresa was pumping the board and not really doing any maneuvers in between, right? She was just racing to get speed, to try and get to a section, and the judges aren't going to score you on that. You know, you basically need to be able to combine the maneuvers and do it in succession with, Corey, you talk about critical sections, which is the most vertical face, right? Sometimes these waves will be flat and mushy, and you'll start to see that difference as you start watching events over and over and over again, and every venue is a little bit different.
Unless it's the most dynamic end section aerial we've seen.
Yeah.
With which the critical nature comes into it, but exactly right, the pumping doesn't score.
Let's break it down. Just talking about connection from start to finish.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and again, the wave didn't have a ton of vertical face, but she was able to get the maneuvers done where her board's going all the way back, and that's commitment in the turn. When you're whipping the turn and getting your board packed the opposite direction the way you're heading, and it'll still keep the speed going, that's difficult to do, so there's that technical difficulty that comes from that. And she was able to whip the board really quickly back and still somehow create speed without pumping the board, which, again, is difficult to do. So it's not going to be a gigantic number, but it definitely is going to add to the, and it's nice. It actually fit in between, right? The 5.17 and the 6.33. It was kind of right there. It wasn't quite as good as the 6.33, but way better than the 5.17.
Flow is always going to look great. You know, but when you're in a wave like J Bay, it's easier. You're on a solid 4 to 6 foot face.
You're not creating your own speed.
It's a lot easier, especially for these surfers, to find flow and connectivity between turns. It's really impressive in small surf when you can have that same type of rail-to-rail surfing, not go to the hop. Always look back at, you know, the greats like Tom Curran, who was S-ing, you know, when we did have the Huntington hop with that gutter, typically. You know, you'd look at old footage of Tom, and he's like S-ing through the flats. He's actually not just bouncing up and down, and the ability to go rail to rail and have a real smooth transition is really highly rewarded these days.
Well, the only flat area on these boards is where we're paddling. And I often say to people on alternative boards and longboards, why do you stand on the tail when the fastest part of those boards is in the chest? Because that's why we paddle there. We don't paddle on the tail. On the shortboard, it's such a limited trim speed. So to hold those turns through the maneuvers and generate your rail right through, you've got very limited trim speed, so it shows a great level of technique for Sally to be able to do that in these waves.
Great opportunity to catch up with one of our heroes, a 4-time world champ. Lisa Anderson is with Rosie Hodge.
Thank you, guys. Well, I heard you guys talking about past champs at the US Open. Lisa Anderson, a 2-time champ out here at the US Open. Lisa, when I told you you've won this event twice, you were actually quite surprised because there was one win that you remembered in particular. Tell us about that year and that victory and what it meant to you.
Yeah, well, thanks for the reminder. I didn't realize what I had already done. That's what happens sometimes. The one time I remember winning, though, was so special to me because I was up against my hometown hero, Frida Zamba. So I know that she doesn't get a lot of recognition, and she deserves, but she's one of my biggest heroes. And that was a big win for me. Like, it was like winning a world title, surfing against her in this event.
Amazing, and we love the stories of the rivalries and everything coming up, and we see it here in competition today. I mean, we've got such a strong, talented field. What have you made of the women that are surfing at the moment?
I mean, honestly, they can't say enough about the talent and how fast it's rising. You know, the girls are just incredible to watch. I find it amazing to see the progression and how fast it's going. A lot attribute to do with wave pools and just like all the hardcore parents out there, but like it's just full on. It's exciting to see where women's sports is going, and especially surfing. With the Olympics coming up and all that, it's really been a fun ride to be part of.
And what does it take to win a US Open of surfing?
A lot of grit, because Huntington's a tough spot. There's quite a bit of a challenge out there sometimes with these waves. You know, you see the tides change a lot. There's no Huntington hop this year, I noticed, but there seems to be some fun waves out there. The girls are having a good time, and they're really surfing well.
Always love catching up with you, Lisa. Thanks for the time.
Thanks so much, Rosie. I know that's one of Rosie's all-time heroes. They get to surf together all the time. When Lisa was living full-time in San Clemente, she was always calling up Rosie, and Rosie was so excited, just surfing against, or surfing with one of her heroes. So it's so cool how connected Lisa still is to pro surfing, and especially in Huntington Beach, because, she had that famous story of born and raised in Florida and then decided to run away and went to the West Coast and found a way to become one of the best to ever do it. As she had Frida Zamba in the final. It's cool because I think Frida would have gone 4 in a row if Lisa didn't change that.
Well, that's why she
script around.
said that it was one that meant a lot to her, because Frida was obviously the dominant surfer in that era, and out here, and being a young gun coming through to beat a hero would mean even more.
Joe, remind me of what her other win was.
What's that?
Remind me of Lisa's other win, because she doesn't remember. I'm trying to think of it too, and I don't really remember.
Oh,
either.
out here?
Yeah.
Oh, she's actually had quite a few. She had the win in '94. Then she had the win in '97. So I guess those are the 2 wins.
2 wins, yeah.
That she was talking about here specifically. But yeah, she's won all over the world with 4 world titles. And then
one of the greatest.
Right in that mix when Lisa's winning, it's the other name you constantly see is Lane. Lane Beachley, 7-time world champ. But that was one of the coolest rivalries. I'd love to see a heritage heat somewhere around the world.
Ooh. You know who'd love
Lane?
this chat? It'd be Sally when she watches her post-heat. She'll, to be talking about Lisa and Frida during US Open, I'm sure Sally would love to take home another title, just being one of the veterans on the tour at the moment and on this Challenger Series. Maybe Teresa, if she goes on to beat Sally, might have the same thought process, in the round of 16 to knock off Sally while she's on a roll. That could be a huge catch there. And here goes Sally now, just floating over those sections, a little different tempo down the line and snapping that one through. So very different to her 3 waves so far. So we'll see how that one goes, but I don't think it'll be in her top 2 by the end.
Teresa starting off with a nice snap. Second move. Clean in the pocket, a little bit higher off the lip for the 3rd and final maneuver. Teresa, multiple-time wild card, as I think the hard story is, but I think she's pushed on it with some confidence, as the tie-break decision not in her favor to qualify as a rookie this year.
How crazy is that tiebreak, though? I mean, if you're going to go to, what's the next tiebreak even after heat wins? What if they were tied in heat wins? You had to go to the next result, right?
I think the gnarliest part about that was Sophie McCulloch had to win, but then Teresa, even if she got 3rd, she would have made it. But she had to get 4th in that final. It was just so crazy. And
how it all
happened.
Unfolded, right?
Yeah, and
because she was in the final as well.
And Sophie didn't know she even had a chance to qualify until the final was about to start. And someone's like, hey, if you win, you're on tour. And she's like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, and Teresa has to get 4th.
Oh, that was a crazy.
And you got to break the tiebreak.
So many great stories that happened last season. 13:20 to go in this heat, round of 16, heat number 6. It's Sally Fitzgibbons out in front. Teresa Bonvillain chasing, needing a 6.83. We'll see who ends up in the quarterfinals right after this. Leilani coming up next. She takes on Isabella Nichols. Leilani representing Costa Rica, and Pavones, one of the longest lefts on the planet. A longtime competitor, and she's taking on Isabella Nichols, who's #1 on the Challenger Series rankings. That's a big one coming up next. Here's Fitzgibbons throwing down the snap. Belts it again. A solid connection with the fins out. And just to tap the whitewater. That showed a lot of flow and confidence down the line. 2 big sections to demolish there for the Australian, as she's trying to run away with this one early, Wax said.
Yeah, she's gone to the lefts. Some luck earlier on with the rights, and now we're approaching the end of the heat, and here we go. So pumping down the line, and she squares up, bang, hits someone in the pocket, comes around, and then just when you thought she was finished, she slides the fins, and I mean, there's a little bit of drama in there, a little lack of flow, but that was still very dynamic turn there. We haven't seen one like that in this heat.
And unexpected, right? And so, again, we felt that. It was something where I didn't see it coming because it looked like he was almost behind it, and all of a sudden gets the whip and the drift. So it was nice and difficult, and she looks like she's going to improve once again.
Well, that's one that paddling out, you see your friend do. It feels good, it looks good, and I'm pretty sure it looked good to the judges with a 7.17.
Bang. Best number of the heat so far, right there for Sally Fitz. 6.33 is now her low score. We're thinking a lot of her highlights over her career. Kind of ran an era at Bells. Those are the beginning of her victories on the CT. But what about Cloudbreak and Fiji blowing her eardrum out? I knew you'd be really happy to talk about that one, Pete.
Well, you had mentioned all the highlights in there, and that was one that we were going to do, but we ended up moving on real quickly, so I didn't want to go back to it, but I'm glad you brought it back.
Please,
because that to
anytime.
me was one to me that was like, that. Talk about grit, right? And being able to, I don't know, I've never personally blown my eardrum out, but I've seen it happen to people.
Oof.
And I understand it's excruciatingly painful. It screws with your equilibrium. You can't, I've watched some, and I watched Brian Keolana break his eardrum at Waimea, and he was swimming sideways. It basically takes your equilibrium and spins it 90 degrees. So all of a sudden, you're always trying to kind of compensate. So I don't know how the heck she actually goes out there after doing that to go out and win when your equilibrium is definitely compensate, or whatever. So there's a word I'll come up with sometime.
Compromised?
Compromised. Thank you, Joey. And it's compromised. And to be able to win the event, it's incredible.
Well,
so
it was against doctor's orders. Yeah, I mean, like a good doctor would say, hey, don't go in the water. Your ear needs to heal. And so she's like, okay, we've got tape.
Well, no, you can't get water in there, because if you get water, that's when it goes sideways.
Keep in mind where she's from, the South Coast, and she surfs that much, she would definitely have a case of exotosis surfer's ear. So I know when I have water in one ear, the other ear is pretty bad as well. That equilibrium is out, but with the surfer's ear, it can actually, you can still operate a little bit with I have had friends with burst eardrum, but...
How are your ears?
My ears are horrible, Joe. Thank you.
Wax?
It's good we have these big speakers on our ears, because I wouldn't be able to hear you otherwise.
It's a pretty common thing, especially in Southern California. Typically, your right ear
in the wind
goes first from the prevailing
cold water.
wind.
I mean, basically what it is you have a bone growth that grows over the opening of your ear to protect it. It's basically something that your body is doing to protect yourself, but ultimately it ends up closing your ear and you can't hear anything.
The problem is you get surgery, but then
it goes back quicker.
It grows back, and then you sometimes have some ton of surgeries in your life as a surfer around these parts, as you have Sally setting up a snap off the lip. Quick little wrap. Just kind of playing around without priority now. And small little insider. Didn't really have the wave height to really push her numbers through the roof there, but just staying loose. 7:20 on the clock. Fitzgibbons has been heartbroken in the past. Remember when she showed up at Honolulu Bay, which used to be the season finale, wearing yellow. #1 in the world with a chance to win her first world title. It was Brisa Hennessy that year, came in as a wild card before she was on tour full time. Just nothing to lose. Young, kind human being, just doing her thing, catching waves. And Sally sat at the back with priority, and it was just like this moment, just nothing came through. And it was another year where she got that close to becoming a world champion.
You know, and it's something with Sally, she's got that fighting spirit. When there are a lot of waves, at least she could go down with a fight. But somewhere like Honolulu, you're just waiting for those sets to materialize. And the worst thing is it looks like they're there, but they go away. And here she goes on this left. So this is the 5.13. She's
throwing it away.
She's throwing it away. So,
but she's surfing good.
Yeah, I didn't mind that she took this wave. I think she's just staying connected. She's definitely a rhythm type surfer, just keeping her energy up. But speaking of Honolulu Bay, important wave for the shortboard revolution.
Absolutely. It was, on camera at least, it was the first place where people did figure-8 cutbacks and broke their line. So previous to that, surfing was very much straight. And it was all about style, and the Californian hot dogging style was about tricks and nose riding and drop knee turns, but everything was very lateral. Nat Young with Bob McTavish, and at the same time, a young Reno Abalira was there. And we also had Dick Brewer's boards on display. Jeff Hackman was there observing as well. These guys had boards with no rocker, dead flat, speed shapes. But what the Australians brought were V-bottom. Yeah, all under 9 feet, but Australians brought this V-bottom and the big wide tail, not too dissimilar to the 1982 winning board, the Laser Zap. Big wide tail with V, and for the first time, flexible fins, which allowed them to actually break the trim line and go vertical for the first time. That's where Honolulu Bay's that really made a name for itself. Apart from all the boards that got lost there previous to leg ropes, at that time it was so hardcore because it was you had no surf forecast, right? You just had to hang out, wait for it, and then you knew the bay was on, and you went out there without a leash, and you could just lose your whole trip was ended if you slipped off once.
And it went into the cave and disappeared forever.
Oh my goodness!
Vanished.
Still happens sometimes.
It does.
You break your leash. But yeah, really cool story there. That changed everything. Boards got shorter. That significant point, and then 81 was when Simon Anderson introduced the thruster setup, which is still the most common setup on our shortboards with 3 fins.
You wonder if we're actually going to have a design that could change everything forever again. I mean, you think about the thruster. Basically, at that moment, it was like we remember that point because now we're still, how many years later, and we're still riding thrusters. It's not like there's some significant change to that design. And you wonder, is there going to be something that's going to be able to come to the fruition and that'll change surfing forever with the design?
That's interesting. Yeah, it's like 42 years now since that was introduced. And I don't know, I guess we've had people kind of introduce quads at certain stages of their career. Toledo's, you know, been on one here and there, sometimes in hollow waves. But then now these guys on tour, they don't want to get sped out of the barrel too fast because they're trying to get a lot of points from the panel, so they're actually getting back on thrusters to slow down those quads a bit.
Yeah, well, it's something will happen with the invention of foils and foil surfing. My friend just took out the SUP foil Molokai race, and he also won that on a SUP previously, and he's diversified his own equipment. He's gone from a full-time SUP rider to now a foil rider, and I mean, that's wild.
You think
never hear that in surfing.
Are going to be doing? We're going to see some foil
Well,
fins?
I mean, you don't see a professional shortboarder transition to longboard world tour yet. I mean, you've got Julian Wilson who may give it a go. But I'm just saying there's maybe through trying other equipment.
Wait, was that a little tease right there?
Ooh, do you know something?
Oh, there's been a little bit of chat in the background. Connor Coffin alluded to it. Connor Coffin is here to support his fellow Venturan surfers that are surfing in the event as well. He's here to watch Cole Robbins. And yes, Sally giving a stab. But yeah, I think just from riding other equipment and creativity, because that's how it all happened, right?
This might be a good debate here. Do you think these surfers on tour, you guys could disagree here, would benefit from riding a twin fin in between heats? Is there any positives of that, Pete, or should they stick to their blades? Because a lot of them wait till retirement before they're getting on alternative boards.
Yeah, no, I think it would actually benefit them to ride a longboard first, foremost. I think
Sounds
that
like
would be
we might agree here.
Yeah.
Positioning, and I have a mentoring out of necessity called the Art of Trim and some of these surfers have actually hit me up to learn how to place themselves in the critical part of the wave on boards that don't naturally they're boards that naturally let you do it.
Yeah.
So to jump on a board, and a lot of shortboarders, Rosie can attest to this too, she's been struggling to feel the longboard in a way that it should be felt, and it is difficult because you have to take a lot of, excuse the pun, backwards steps to relearn how to feel the wave, and a single fin does that naturally. And on a single fin, your top turn is only as good as your bottom turn. You have to bottom turn, or you'll do a Jerry Lopez and not get any points out here.
Great story.
You had to have been watching this broadcast from start to finish to really pick up all of that. But that's the truth of it, right? Like, Jerry didn't get any scores.
10 years later, Shane was on a single fin, did a 360. Michael Peterson's career ended the day he saw Simon Anderson jump off DY Point with a thruster. He never surfed again. He paddled in.
He's like,
True story.
I'm done.
Rad.
I mean, that was all in a 10-year period. From Honolulu Bay, we're talking to Michael Peterson and Shane Horan. Things happen so quickly, but it was creativity. There was less social media. The magazines came out monthly, and everyone had the magazine on the dashboard of their car, hanging out, waiting for things to happen. So ride some other boards, people.
Yeah.
Tune in.
Yeah.
Agree, Pete?
Yeah, and I think I asked the question, is there going to be a, I don't think we answered it, but is there going to be a revolutionary moment coming in the future that could change surfing forever? No answer. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know.
It's great.
Material-wise, maybe, you know? Are we going to start filling boards with helium?
Are we going to have another, like, Simon Anderson moment?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking.
I'll tell you what, Matt Hoy can tell you Tom Curran beat him on a skip fry fish, twin fin fish.
That was because he psychologically just put him, I think that was the funny. You watch your hero paddle out on a skip fry fish in your heat and the championship tour. That would blow my mind. Hoy couldn't even surf after that, probably.
So many good things happening right now. 40 seconds on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons did some damage in this heat pretty early as well, but built to a 717. That was on the left. She got 3 turns on it, but it was really the 2-turn combo, specifically the second turn, that brought that to the best single number of the matchup. Number 2 on the Challenger Series, Sally Fitz. Looks like she will be heading into the quarterfinals. Teresa's got 15 seconds and priority. There are waves coming through, so maybe this will give her a shot for one last wave. Can this wave get here in time? It's just drifting past her. And we are already into the countdown. Teresa knocked out in the round of 16, and Sally Fitzgibbons will move on to the quarterfinals and have a heat with Danielle Rosas. As we see the patience for Teresa. Looked like she was just ready to fire, just a little bit too late.
I wonder if a 6-minute lull was in Sally's app notes. Because that was wild. That was one of the biggest.
We
apart from
covered
the
surf
Macy
history.
heat, the Macy heat where they nearly had a heat restart, that was nearly 9 minutes, and that was pretty close.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wow,
Fun,
that's
though.
fun, you guys. Let's take a break. Sally's going to move on to the next one. Leilani and Isabella will hit the lineup here in the round of 16 as the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, continues.
Coming in after a victory, looking to get back on the championship tour and doing pretty well so far. Sally Fitzgibbons, heat win over Teresa Bombalat. Sally Fitz on to the quarterfinals here at the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Well, welcome again. Great day we've had. We got another heat out in the water to talk you through it. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and a surfer that I literally watch grow up, Pua Makamai DeSoto. Thank you for joining us, Pua.
Thank you for having me.
Your experience here in Huntington Beach and this U.S. Open?
Yeah, I had a rough run this year in the comp side of it, but I've been coming here competing since, I don't even know, I was like 12, 13 at nationals, and I won so many national titles on this beach, so I have a lot of, amazing moments here and a lot of hard moments, and Huntington just always teaches you more and more things every year, I swear.
It can surprise you. It can humble you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what's going to happen out here, Mitchell. We've seen some surprising heats, and a lot of times it's just like, hey, did you get the wave?
Yeah, and it shows you humility too, and I think that's a perfect description of what this wave can do to you. And when it comes to competition, I feel like this is definitely a proving ground for a lot of people, especially for a lot of the younger surfers. But it's really great to see a couple of younger surfers move through, like the performance that we saw from Sawyer Lindblad earlier today, Kipes.
Heat number 7 out in the water. Winner goes to the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the challenge at hand. Leilani McGonigal representing Costa Rica up against number 1 on the leaderboard coming into the top 4 of the Challenger, Isabella Nichols. Pua, your thoughts on this matchup and, the strengths of each of the surfers?
Yeah, I feel like I've watched them surf a bunch. I kind of just met both of these girls over the last year or two. They're both really sweet. I think that Isabel is very powerful, so I'm excited to see what she has to bring in the heat. And Leilani, I haven't watched too much of her surfing, but she's had some power hacks I've seen as well. So,
well, here she goes. This is wave number 2 for the surfer representing Costa Rica from Pavones. Leilani McGonigal. A couple of quick snaps on the front, on the forehand. She opened up with a 417. She's going to quickly back up that opening ride, Mitch. Hometown Pavones, part of a great surfing family, Mitchell. Brother Noah Mars, an excellent surfer as well.
Yeah, I had the chance to do the qualifying series with him, and real fortunate to be able to grow up and watch Leilani ascend through the ranks as well. And she just barely scratched her way back on the Challenger Series, Kaipo, and we look at the 417 here. This is her opening ride, and decent. Oh, excuse me, the 2.5 here from Leilani. So that's just going to be the backup score. This is the 4.17, and as you see right there, just the commitment to the one big section on the outside. Leilani coming from one of the best left-hand point breaks in the world, as you mentioned, Pavones, and also San Clemente royalty. Her father originally, Sean.
Yeah, Sean McGonigal. So Leilani, this is her best go so far this year on the Challenger Series. Does not have a keeper result. Let's remind you that this series is a 6-stop series. We take the best 4 results that you have. So you basically got 2 throwaways. So this is really important for Leilani to get through this heat into the quarterfinals. Mitchell, we talked about the points difference between a 9th place finish and an equal 5th place finish.
And especially for Isabella Nichols too. She's number 1 in the rankings right now. She's already won one event, and she's been able to do great in all 3 events that we've seen so far before coming to Huntington Beach. But different animal right here, Kaipo. It's been a few years for her since competing at this venue, and already in the round of 16, but a quarterfinal would sound pretty good to her.
Here we go. First effort by Isabella on the backhand, banking through that section. Finds some clean face. Another snap off the top. Drops to the bottom. Has to do a quick turn there just to stay in between the ribs on this left going into the pier. So we'll see the first score for Isabella Nichols. We're talking about Isabella's year on the Challenger Series. A 9th place finish on Snapper, won the 2nd event at Narrabeen, and then just coming off a semifinal finish in Bolito. So she's on her way with some keeper results. Basically, the only way she's going to improve upon, and there's her places there, about her standing right now, is to get out of this round and get a 5th place finish to improve her overall standing.
Right, but they do count 4 events, so at least this would be a 9th that would be counting right now. I think she's going to be able to keep one of them in her scoreline, but imagine if you make it to the semifinals, the relief that you would have in terms of pressure, knowing that you still have 2 events to go, and one being in Portugal, which would be a great way for her, Kipes.
Here's a replay, Pua. Talk us through this.
Yeah, she had a little hit off the top, and you can see she definitely wanted more in that section. It is so challenging right now out there, so she's just trying to fit as many turns as she can in the little sections that there are, and it's bumpy, and yeah.
Yeah, 3-point ride checks in for Isabella Nichols. Priority with Leilani McGonigal, so we got a heat on our hands with 22 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We'll see if any of our surfers utilize that priority right now.
Pua, you come from a surfing family yourself. Your dad was a former world champion on the longboard side. Being a 2nd-generation pro, how cool is it to be able to compete here at the Challenger level?
It's special. It's super fun, and especially having my dad in my corner everywhere I go is, super awesome. And he knows how to do it and how to get it done, and not many people have that person to look up to or that person that close to them. So my dad has done it, and so it's special to have my dad in my corner, and special to have him constantly supporting me and pushing me super, super hard because he's done it. He knows what it takes. So I know what to do because he's, really giving me that path.
All right, well, you guys, Daniela Rosa, let's hear from her. She's with AJ.
Daniela, 3 minutes to go. You know you need a score. I think it was a mid-4, and then you drop a massive score. What did you see on that wave that you were able to take advantage of?
At the beginning of the heat, I was trying just to get in waves, catch opportunities, because the waves were really difficult to just catch it. And yeah, I just want to try to get relaxed, because in my head, I was like saying to me, like, Daniela, calm down. You just need to get a 4.5. And you just need to get just 2 couple of turns. And then this left came, and I was like, okay, Daniela, just relax, just 2 turns. And then the wave keep getting all maneuvers. And then I was like, okay, just trying to not catch the reels or something. And yeah, I was just so happy to make it, and so happy to make it to quarters. It's been a tough year for me, so it's actually amazing for me, and I'm just trying to get that confidence back, and yeah, just happy.
I was going to talk about that. Quarterfinals, your best finish on the Challenger Series so far this season. What have you had to work through in order to get to the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open?
It's been tough. I think, well, here in Huntington, it's super tricky. It's a tricky wave to read and just to catch all the opportunities. I was just calling to my coach in Peru, and he was like, okay, Daniela, just start great, then trying to finish great, got the priority, use it, intelligent. And I was like, okay, I'm going to be smart, and I'm going to just try to calm down myself, because it's been a tough year, and I was just putting a lot of pressure at me that I didn't get the results that I wanted. So I was here, and my mom, when I left Peru, she was like, okay, Daniela, just relax. It's a tough year. You have a lot of competitions yet to come. And I was like, okay, Mom, thank you. And yeah, just trying to get my best.
Sounds like that support system in your corner is so incredibly important. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yes. Gracias, Ma, a mi entrenador Sebas, le mando un abrazo enorme. Gracias a todo el mundo que me está apoyando. Gracias, Perú. Y nada, seguimos en la lucha. Gracias a mis sponsors por confiar en mí, en las buenas y en las malas. Y nada, saluda a todo el mundo. Gracias a mi familia también.
Congratulations. See you in the quarters.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will see Daniela in the quarterfinal up against Sally Fitzgibbons when we get to those quarterfinals. Mitchell had a wave ridden during that interview, and a 6-point ride checked in for Leilani McGonigal. Here it is. Talk us through this one, Pua.
Yeah, she came off the bottom. She's super off the bottom, and just one huge turn, releasing the fins. Huntington, it's definitely, something to always look at is those one-turn maneuvers. Sometimes that's all it really allows, as there's so many different little peaks coming at each other, and so she really capitalized on that opportunity.
And there's the score. Pua, you got a project out right now. I want to get to that during this lull. You got a new film project out with some other surfer girls from Hawaii. Tell us a little bit about the project.
Yeah, we just filmed a 4-part TV series with Amazon Prime and Hello Sunshine, and it's out on Amazon Prime now. And we just decided to highlight several Native Hawaiians and also some girls who grew up in Hawaii and were born and raised in Hawaii. And so it's a special opportunity to be able to shine the light on our culture and who we are, and to really put that light out there on it. And now it looks like Leilani's back up.
Leilani,
Nice
staying
first
busy out here, but just one turn. So yeah, so there's a cultural message in the movie as well, right?
Yeah, there is for sure. And it was just, following us to a few competitions. We had 4 competitions, one each episode, and following us through that journey and our families, and just sharing a little bit about who we all really are, and not just the part that you kind of see on the, you don't see much of any surfer when you're just seeing the interviews or them in heats, so it's unique to have an opportunity to share who we really are.
Yeah, it's a deeper dive into the culture, and it's something that, for your family is really interesting. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but your great-grandmother was instrumental in starting the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, which really was something that was a huge agency for Native Hawaiian rights, from land ownership to coastal access. I mean, it's an important movement, and it's still in existence today.
Yeah, my great grandmother on my father's side is Frenchie de Soto,
Yeah.
and she's the mother of Oha,
Yeah.
as well known. That's what she's known for. And, you know, she also is the person who re-legalized our language in Hawaii. We speak Hawaiian and get to speak our native tongue because my grandma went door to door getting signatures from so many people and, you know, working to pass that law. She stopped the bombing on Ko'olave with laws, and she passed, you know, 5 of the biggest laws in the Con, and, you know, that's really, you know, the opportunity we get now.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that was some building blocks that we continue to build upon as a Hawaiian culture. We're watching Leilani McGonigal starting to kind of run away with this heat, Mitchell.
Yeah, and Ouchtown population that wave. Some great turns right there, Kipes. Looking to improve on a 4.17. I think this is the best that Leilani has competed all year long, and the significance of this heat right now for her, obviously moving up a lot of spots just with at least securing a 9th place finish, but knowing that she's capable of getting big scores regardless of conditions. She did it on 2 rights yesterday. When she comes from a left-hand point break, I thought that was very impressive. And the 6-point ride, this is easily going to be backed up right here, Kaipo.
Yeah, Paul, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, she had a nice first turn. She definitely really capitalized on the little nooks that the wave had and the opportunity that there was. And that's something with Huntington is the wave never looks the same when you're paddling and you're standing up, and she really maximized on those little pocket sections that stood up for her.
Hey, Pua, is there any added extra pressure that you feel to represent, obviously, the Hawaiian nation on the Challenger Series, but also you being one of the few representatives that we see on the Challenger Series that will actually be attending university here in California?
I feel like there's a little bit of pressure, but honestly, I'm just grateful, and it's a privilege to have a culture that I get to stand proud and represent. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm, been so lucky that my parents have, taught me so much about it from a very young age, and had me just involved in the culture, and Hawaiian is my first language, and now I have a responsibility, and that's, my kuleana is to continue to perpetuate my culture and my language.
Yeah, kuleana being the word for responsibility, and Olelo Hawaii with a resurgence. I mean, you talk about that, great-grandma Frenchie did, and bringing back the Hawaiian language, because we almost had a lost language. We had a few generations where speaking Hawaiian was actually really frowned upon. And the powers that be at that time just didn't want to hear the native language. It's beautiful to see people like yourself with, helping this resurgence of our culture and our language, because we got to keep the language going.
Yeah, it's, such a important part of our culture. It's who we are. It's, how we've communicated with one another and how we be ourselves. And so, even in interviews, it's, we don't necessarily always get the opportunity to speak our language. So we always capitalize on interviews and, share that, and we speak Hawaiian in that.
I just got a light bulb because AJ McCord is always doing Portuguese for the interviews. I'm going to interview you. I'm just going to give you a pehea oi, and I'm just going to let you run with some Hawaiian language. So we're going to do that in the next opportunity we get up against the glass there. I like the idea. Thank you for it.
Thank you. Yeah. No, yeah. It's, even when we are asked the questions, like, at least for me, it's like I always respond in Hawaiian first, and I will respond in English after, because that's the opportunity I get to really shine the light on my culture and my language. And so, capitalizing on that. And
yeah. And the Hawaiian language, is not it was never a written language. So it's even more important because it's a verbal language. There was a time that it was put into press, but for Hawaiians, nothing was written. Everything was kind of chronicled by, our olelo, our legends, and olis, and dance, and music, and mele, so really interesting point. Great work that you're doing.
For sure.
Yeah, Pua, by the way, is going to Pepperdine, so she's super smart, too. Not only surfs good, but she's going to be in a top-ranked school.
Anglicized when you had to start writing it? Is that how you started to, able to write it and communicate through actual written language?
So Hawaii was actually one of the most literate nations, before we were overthrown. We were one of the most literate nations in the world. Mm-hmm. And what's the best language? There was a little bit of written, and, we were just super on top of our communications and education and reading and writing, and so they were actually one of the most literate nations before we got overthrown. And so it's special to be able to bring that back after they took that from us for many years. And so it's a great opportunity for us.
Yeah, it sure is. Speaking of opportunities, opportunity to get back on the championship tour, and harnessing that opportunity is Sally Fitzgibbons. Another great result on the way for Sally Fitz. She's into the quarterfinals. Sally's with AJ.
Sally, another quarterfinals already locked in for you on the Challenger Series this year. I know we talked earlier about just how difficult it is to time things out when you have to compete in the afternoon. How did you stay focused and locked in?
Oh, it's just so much fun. I love the sport. I love playing sports and the game, and it's all about managing energies. Like, obviously you're excited to surf first thing at like 8 a.m. when the heat start, and I mapped it out pretty well today. Like, warmed up over at shore break there, came down, had a little shorey surf, and by the time the heat came around, I was definitely, okay, I'm really ready to surf. And it's just such a treat. Cali summer, water's warm, and there was a couple little chip shots, so I was having a good time.
We've had the gift of watching you surf for a long time, and yet the stoke never seems to end. Being on the Challenger Series this back half of the season, how have you been rejuvenated by the next generation?
Oh yeah, that's the key word. Rejuvenating yourself and evolving. As you said, that word, a long career. Sometimes sounds like cruisy, yeah, but it's not. You have to wake up every day and think, okay, how can I create impact, both in the water and on the sand? And that's due to my little super caddies here. We got little Gracie. She's cheered me since she was born, but these guys have been on the journey with me for 10, 15 years. And so to come back and still be, in a sense, have my surfing relevant, that's the big reward for me, and that's why I come out with a big smile, because I wake up every day and I'm like, I think I can get a little better on my board, and that's what I keep doing.
It looks like you're getting better every single time too. Quarterfinals, what do you want to take into it?
Quarterfinals, big matchups, and I think that's the fun part. You really want to make a finals day back in 211. Having victory here was just I felt like I was crowd surfing all the way back to the beach. It was the year Slater one as well, so as a young Grom, I was like an idol on the stage with me. To replicate feelings like that, that's what, the drive, that's where it comes from, and all these surfers want it so bad, so that's what makes it fun. We want to show off and play this game, and if it all goes well, I'll be there on Sunday.
You're playing it well. We'll see you next time.
Hey, thanks. Be quiet. Everyone back home, they're having brekkie and the Vegemite on toast, so Mom, Dad, everyone up north, and my best friends. Love you guys. Yoo-hoo!
Well, there you go for Sally Fitzgibbon. She's into the quarterfinals. She's number 2 on the leaderboard coming into this event. Number 1 on the leaderboard wants to match her pace. Isabella Nichols needs to make it out of this quarterfinal to match that pace. We'll see if Isabella is able to get into those quarterfinals when we come back to more action here in Huntington Beach. Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Heat 7 around the 16 out in the water. Leilani McGonigal, she's out in the lead. Leilani, hailing from Costa Rica, on those Channel Islands surfboards made in California. For more on Channel Islands, I'm going to go out to Matt Shanoski, the wax head. Who you got, Matt?
So in the water at the moment, we have Leilani, and her shaper is here. And just after our last chat, when we were in the booth talking about different body shapes and surfboards, in terms of progression, what is Leilani on that suits her and do on her backside out here on those rights?
Yeah, Leilani's riding a Fever, which is one of our sort of all-around shortboard models that we've had for a few years, which is like not overly rockered. It's not like a CI Pro that's super curvy, but not too flat. It's a good all-arounder, and Leilani's a really powerful surfer. She's very well built, she's pretty tall, and so she needs something that's going to kind of carry her through those flat sections, but when she gets in a pocket, she has the power to really kind of twist it around, and that Fever model allows her to do all those things, and that was built by the crew in Costa Rica, so kudos to those boys. They're doing a great job down there.
And similarly, George Patar on the men's side of the draw has got an Australian-made Channel Islands board, the same model, the Fever. So maybe a trend going throughout there. Thanks, Britt.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
There. So Channel Islands, originally out of Carpinteria, California, now a global brand. So they're building Channel Islands on site in all those different countries. Channel Islands, Costa Rica, Channel Islands, Australia. Britt Merrick, a second generation shaper. His dad, Al Merrick, started the brand. And when I think of Al Merrick and Channel Islands, Mitchell, I think of one of the greats, Tom Curran. He won this event on a hand-shaped Al Merrick back-to-back in '83 and '84.
To be honest, I still think of Kelly Slater. And it feels to me like the last two times that Kelly won here in 2011, I still remember Channel Islands being underneath his feet and working to perfection. And so far, I feel like Leilani surfed a perfect heat in this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, Leilani already with a 6 and a 7 in the score bank. Isabella Nichols is scratching. She needs a perfect score of a 10-point ride pool. It looks like Isabella's in trouble.
Yeah, it's super challenging out there, and I think that Leilani has played the heat very well and with her wave selection, and Isabella kind of sat probably looking for a better wave, and it just, didn't really come. And, especially at Huntington, sometimes you just got to take a shot on some waves.
Yeah, what are shocker heats like this? I mean, sometimes it's an evolving playing field. It's the ocean. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way because the waves don't present themselves to you.
Well, it's hard because when you're watching the heats, you're, at least when I'm watching heats, I'm timing the sets. I'm trying to, really map out what a heat would be like if I'm out there and what's the best opportunities for me. And, as you can see, it's like, you want the best waves, but Leilani got 7 and a 6 on 2 smaller waves that, you wouldn't have even thought could have had that opportunity. And that's like turning a 4 wave into a 6 or a 7. And so, sometimes you got to take chances on those waves, especially at Huntington with how slow and inconsistent it can get. And yeah, here's Leilani.
This is her last wave. This was a 4.6, not one of her top 2, Mitchell.
It doesn't improve, but it just goes to show you that Fever under her feet is looking great. And that watermelon-looking board with the colors has been one of her old trusty favorites, but this is actually a brand new board that she's riding right now. And Leilani looking like she's unstoppable heading into the quarterfinals with just over 4 minutes to go, Kipes.
So 4 minutes remaining, priority with Isabella Nichols, but as this clock ticks down, Pua, she no longer has the option of getting the lead off of 2 scores. So she's really going to have to go perfect. And what's a perfect ride at Huntington Beach look like?
On a day like this, I mean, you would want to set. She kind of sat the whole heat waiting for a set to see if it'd come through, and I mean, it didn't really come through. So, I mean, I feel like the perfect wave today is just finding a wave that has a face that's not super bumpy and just tagging it and, having that control, the speed, the power, and the flow, and integrating all of that into your waves. And I'm going to be honest, it's a really hard day to find that.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Mitchell?
It's an impossible day to find it, really, and needing a 10-point ride, she was just never able to find a rhythm at the beginning of the heat. Leilani did. Opened up with a 4.17, backed it up with a 6, and next thing you know, she's on that 7-point ride on the left, and it just seemed like flow and rhythm were on her side, and she was able to capitalize at the beginning of the heat.
We talked about the points difference getting out of this round. 3,320 points for equal 9 finish. That would be losing in this round. 4,745 points for a quarterfinal finish. So that difference in points is going to come into play because Sally Fitzgibbons could take over the ranking as the ranking leader.
Given the way she's surfing, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually ends up being #1 at the end of this event.
There we go. There's the points difference, and you can see if Isabella would go down here, Sally Fitzgibbons is going to have open road to get to the top of the rankings.
And we got Sarah Baum coming up in the next heat. She's #8, and she's got a big heat coming up against Ariane Ochoa.
Yeah, and Sawyer Lindblad as well. She's on the list there. Highlighted our surfers still in competition. Sawyer Lindblad is in the quarterfinals as well.
And she's my pick to win this whole thing. And 2 minutes ago, Isabella's still needing the 10-point ride. Speaking of expectations and points pool, anything moving forward for you with 2 events remaining on the CS?
I've had a really rough year, honestly, on the Challenger, and it's my first year doing the Challengers, and it's definitely much different than, you know, our region back at home and just competing on the region series, and it really opens up the opportunity to grow. And I would honestly say, even though I haven't got the result I wanted at any of these events, I've grown so much, and I've learned so much about myself and who I am as a person, but also as a surfer and in the water. And so I think, you know, that's super special, and that's, I mean, I'm happy to have that, you know.
Well spoken, well said. A lot of growth right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's what surfing is really, especially professional surfing when you're traveling, and I know Pua can attest to this, it does make you grow up. You know, it makes you mature really quickly because you're handed all kinds of life situations. You're traveling in all kinds of countries. Everyone in surfing loses more than they win, you know, so yeah, there's a lot of life lessons to be had. And Isabella's going to, you know, her lesson probably from this event is to put a positive spin and reignite for the next stop number 5, you know, when we go over to Portugal, Mitchell.
Yeah, and she's still going to have a shot at the top 5 qualification right now, heading into the 5th event of the season too. But a good event for her coming up, and especially if there's a lot of swell over there in Edessada, I would expect her to be on the podium once again, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, she's going to have some time to prepare for that, as we're 20 seconds away from a finish here. Pacifico sailboat in the background there on this beautiful Southern California afternoon. Countdown's happening right now, and we're going to make it official in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And looks like this one's after the horn for Isabella Nichols. So Isabella will leave Huntington with an equal 9th place finish at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Meanwhile, raise up Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal on a run on her best result so far this year. Leilani is on to the quarterfinals. There's the number, 7-point ride, 6-point ride. That was enough to get it done for Leilani McGonigal. Well, Pua, we've enjoyed the conversation so much with you. We're going to keep you for another heat. Will you stay?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to be back with more of Pua Makamai de Soto. We're going to bring Mitchell Salazar back and Ariana Ochoa, Sarah Baum. They'll be in the water. Heat 8 when we return.
It's summertime in Southern California as we welcome you to the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
Leilani McGonigal on to the quarterfinals, hitting the beach, and the surfer representing Costa Rica has been smashing here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Valuable points and momentum with Leilani. A couple of selfies on the beach. Why not? It's a beautiful afternoon. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar, Pua Makamai de Soto. Heat number 8 out in the water. Last heat of this round of 16. Only one more spot in the quarterfinals. Sarah Baum, representing South Africa by way of Australia, is up against Ariana Ochoa. And I'm going to start with you, Mitchell. Your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, battle of the goofy footers to finish the day. Very evenly matched, with Sarah Baum coming off of a very impressive result at home in Bolito. And I'm not understating this, but I feel like she's very deserving of qualifying for the championship tour. And I feel like with that wildcard performance that we saw over at the Corona Open J-Bay, she is very well poised to qualify for 2024 and be there for many years to come.
Yeah, currently, Sarah Baum currently number 8 on the leaderboard as we come into this 4th event. She started the year off with a quarterfinal finish as snapper, 17th at Narrabeen, so that's going to be her throwaway. She's got another keeper result over there in Bolito, another quarterfinal. She went on, because of that keeper result, to get a wild card into the CT event, the Championship Tour event at J-Bay, where she surfed all the way to a quarterfinal finish at J-Bay, going down to Chris Moore in that competition. You could see she represents South Africa, but she's an adopted Novocastrian from Newcastle, Australia.
I bet if you ask her, she's saying that she's South African all the way, though. But she has been residing in Australia for the last few years, and coming up against a very young and experienced surfer in Ariane Ochoa. Ochoa has a lot of competitive experience, has won QS events before in the past. I think especially that win over there in Israel has catapulted her to stardom in Europe, but looking for a great event result here in Huntington Beach, Kipes.
Yeah. You mentioned both goofy foots. I'm going to go to Pua Makamai de Soto. You're a goofy foot as well. Southside Huntington Pier. Is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? Or does it matter whether you're a regular foot or goofy foot?
Honestly, I would say it doesn't really matter. I think that there's so many waves and opportunities at Huntington, both left and right, backside and front side. You know, it depends sometimes on certain days. If, you know, one break is, or one location, like near the pier is better. Sometimes it's, you know, easier for, I mean, I think it's just both, honestly. I was going to try to make a thing, but, you know, even when it's like that, like your backside can come in handy and you can hack those rights off the pier. Your front side, you can also hack those rights. So it's, I think at Huntington, it's not too much opportunity.
We just had a graphic up, Pua Makamai de Soto, but that's just a part of your name. Your full name, Pua. Pua Makamai Kui Kahano Haveo. Did I get it right?
You did.
Okay. And the meaning of that name?
The meaning is the precious descendant that stands in Lighton.
That's great. It's
a beautiful name.
Sure is, right?
It's a special name.
I might have to write that down, and maybe if I have a daughter eventually, I'm going to have to name her like a portion of that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times in Hawaiian culture, it's just the matriarch of the family will name the newborn, you know, so like.
You're my uncle, so maybe I get your blessing, and next thing you know.
Yeah.
You approved of Kavika already, didn't you?
Yeah, sure. No problem. Means David.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful name.
It's not like a long meaning to that one, but
no,
Kavika's cool.
You know what's so
Kaipo's
fun?
pretty quick too. Like
Kaipo's amazing.
I got a short name. Right?
Yeah, like Kavika Kaipo, KK, could be fun.
David, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll work on it. We got time. You know who doesn't have time? These two in the water, because the clock's ticking down right now. We only have one wave ridden, a 4.17 by Ochoa. So early advantage to Ariane. And just 25 years old. She's out of the Basque Country. For Ariane, this is her best result so far this year. So she's finally getting into kind of the keeper category as we're looking at results, Mitchell.
At least a 9th place finish guaranteed here, but she is great at beach breaks coming from Sopelana, that area of the Basque Country, Kaipo. There's an incredible amount of great waves over there, consistency with those waves too, but they're so close to the border of France that they're able to compete in the regional tour over there as well. And knowing how good the Portuguese surfers have been in the past, they've obviously been pushing a lot of the other Europeans. So Ariane with a vast amount of experience, but coming to beach breaks, I'd give her the advantage in this matchup. But once again, priority with Sarah Baum. She is looking to advance to another quarterfinal.
Yeah, well, Leilani McGonigal had some great surfing behind her. She's into the quarterfinal. Leilani's with AJ.
Leilani, you have just crushed so far in this U.S. Open, but you came in from this heat and you told me it's survival mode out there. What are the conditions like in the water?
Yeah, the conditions are definitely pretty rough. We've gotten like morning conditions, so afternoon definitely a bit more windy. The tide's bottoming out towards the last heats, so really just stoked to get 2 quick ones, but the heat really did feel long after that.
And so how did that affect the way that you attacked the heat, knowing the conditions you were going to be facing?
I just tried to capitalize on any big section that I got, and I got that one right that kind of closed out, but I was like, okay, one big one. They like that, so that's what I tried to go for, and it paid off. So yeah, I'm just really happy.
As you should be. On to the quarterfinals. What are you going to take into this next round with you?
Just try to clean up a couple priority mistakes that I've made, and just focus on doing my surfing. Sometimes I feel like I get too caught up in the competition part of it, but I really want to demonstrate because I have more to give.
Well, we cannot wait to see it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Pura vida a todos que están viendo allá en casa.
What'd you say at the end, Mitch?
Pura vida, pure life. I mean, but that's the saying in Costa Rica. And hello to everybody who's watching back home in Costa Rica.
Thanks for the translation. Appreciate that.
Hey, it's cool to see that we have a couple Latin American surfers in the quarterfinals on the women's side. Anela Rosas, Luana Silva, and now Leilani McGonigal too.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, we saw during that interview Sarah Baum utilized priority. Collar rail went down. Fractional score just an 0 for 0.93. So Sarah's yet to get her start out here. Slower conditions as a competitor. How do you stay focused when there's heats like this with big lulls?
Staying present. I think the biggest thing is staying present, and it is so easy, speaking from someone from experience, to get caught up in the future, caught up in the past, or caught up in a mistake you may have made in the heat, like a priority mistake or anything. And it's really about just, being present and taking advantage of the opportunity that's right in front of you. You cannot control the other stuff. And so controlling what you can control, being present, and, when that opportunity comes, taking it.
Yeah, that's a good insight in staying present. I mean, hey, you want to say hi to any of your family? It looks like you got a giant family, and it looks like we have a big lull. You ready to go?
Yes.
It's yours. Okay, let's go. You can say. I'm going to say hi, Dwayne. Hi, Malia. Thank you for watching. Uncle John, Uncle Ronald, Uncle Manny, Uncle Bruce.
Aloha I ka uohana makahome, aloha nui au ia o kou, mahalo ia o kou pau no ke kako o mai iau me nā Hawaii a nei e ho'oulua nei ka la huia e hoa o ana e a'o i na kanaka ia e. Mahalo ia Vans a me ka umau kanaka kako o a pau. Hau'oli a mahalo I ko o kou kako o he mea nui na ua na ka la huia. Mahalo ia o kou pau, mahalo ia o kou no ka nino ana ia ue hele mai, kono ana ia ue hele mai loko na I me o kou, I ka ohana a me na kanaka a pau I ka home. Ha'o nui au ia o kou a pau, aloha nui wau ia o kou, ike au ia o kou I ka wā li'ili'i.
Oh, Mike, you just gave me chicken skin grilled.
You get all of
that? Yeah, parts of it. Yeah, I'm not nearly as fluent as Pua. I'm a word guy. She's a paragraph woman right there. She can write a book, And I mean, Mitchell, for your ears, isn't the Hawaiian language beautiful?
Oh, it's amazing. And I had the fortune of living a year of my life in Hawaii when I was a kid on Maui. And Spanish and Hawaiian languages actually, we share the same vowels and we pronounce it the same, a, e, I, o, u. So it was actually very easy to me to pick up on it. We used to sing the anthem every morning when we went to school. And when I went back, when I was a teenager, late teens, it was so difficult for me to adapt to it because I had forgotten most of the language that I actually learned when I was a kid. So it's great to hear it now, but I still don't really comprehend most of the things. But I'm really proud of you and want to say congratulations on being able to preserve the culture too, because that's something that we don't see a lot in Latin America too, and I feel like we need to push that a bit more. So yeah, congratulations, Pua.
Thank you. It's unique because I feel like when I was younger, I was a little bit scared to, you know, speak my language when someone asked me a question in English, and I was a little nervous to just whip out the Hawaiian. And, you know, my mom would always remind me, like, why are you scared? Like, you know, it's actually beautiful and people want to hear it. And, you know, so I'm, you know, it took me some time to get to where I'm at, I would say, with, you know, representing my culture and being extremely proud of it. I've always been so proud of it, just a little shy to express it. And so, you know,
great
grateful for
job. Great job, Fula. 17 minutes on the countdown here, and we got Ariana up in the lead and Sarah Baum up and riding here, trying to mount a comeback at this moment. Needs to turn the heat around. Thank you for watching all week on CBS News Los Angeles. We appreciate your company. For those of you who want to continue to watch, go to worldsurfleague.com for the show to continue. .16:30 and waiting for a score for Sarah Baum to come through. Sarah needing a 5.91 to take the lead off of the Basque surfer Ariane Ochoa.
Yeah, she's going to get her best score right here with just over 16 minutes to go. And moving towards the southern peaks, she was holding down first priority, and it seems like a battle for priority right now. It's going to go to Ochoa, and a big moment right here, knowing that there really hasn't been a bigger score than the 4.17, the initial wave of Ochoa, and very inconsistent out there right now, Kaipo. We saw in the last heat the activity of Leilani McGonigal giving her the edge. She had a 13-point heat total, but as of right now, real small scores. They haven't really able to find a lot of these clean waves out there, and it's also because there's been a lack of consistency of those waves. It seemed like Baumi, though, might break away and go right.
Okay, so Ochoa with priority is going to take this one, going left. Big snap off the top, and that's all she's going to get. But likely, oh, well, maybe improve upon her second score, a 2.67.
Yeah, looking so, and here goes Sarah on the right. Her biggest strength and her weapon.
Sarah Baum, known for a strong backhand in her surfing, great leverage off the bottom. Unfortunately, again, the waves just challenging to end the day today.
Yeah, kind of surprised she's really sticking to the rights too. It seems like the lefts have had some better scoring opportunity, especially in the last heat. Leilani was throwing away a couple of fives on the lefts, and right now with 15 minutes to go, it's really going to be about adapting to the conditions out there with a brand new heat on hand, Kaipo. Looking at Ochoa's wave here, she's looking to improve on a 2.67. I would say so. One critical turn, big section, and then Baumi right here on the backhand. Slides the tail, not bad, but I mean, given the scores that we're seeing in the heat right now, she might improve on the 3.13 with just the one single turn.
Well, scores coming through, and we'll see if there is a lead change. It doesn't appear to be, so Sarah Baum's going to continue to chase Ariane Ochoa. Can Sarah Baum make that comeback? Well, we're going to find out when we come back through this heat. Heat 8 of the round of 16 here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll be right back after this. Coming this October, WSL Pure Grantee Native Like Water is releasing Hawa. Native Like Water, with over 20 years of service, prepares and integrates teens and adults from underrepresented populations into ocean recreation, conservation, wellness, and intergenerational cultural exploration. The program focuses on one's sacred relationship to water through an indigenous lens. Thank you to Mark, Alika, the whole crew over there at Native Like Water. Can't wait to see the release. That's going to happen October 10th.
So excited to see that.
Isn't it cool?
It's so cool. You know, I've worked with Native Like Water and Mark and Kaliko and Jacinda. I saw her in there, and all of those people that have come to the Buffs many years now, the Buffalo Carolina event, and they've stayed with us, and we've done some stuff with them, and they're all amazing people, and their culture is just beautiful to see it coming back. And they did the opening ceremony, and it's amazing to see what they're doing.
I was talking with those folks there. The exchange of experiences as Indigenous people is a curious evolution right now, and we're in a height where there's awareness for this, and everywhere now that the World Surf League goes, we have opening ceremonies utilizing the Indigenous people. And well, it was not that long ago where these stories weren't told. So I'm really, really proud of what the league's doing right now to bring that story and to bring that cultural awareness everywhere we go. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, we are going into people's homes. We're going into people's spaces and their places. And, you know, my dad would always say that surfing can almost be a selfish sport a lot, because, you know, we go to places and we have our comps and compete and we leave. And, you know, when we go places, we want to connect. I mean, especially me, I want to connect with cultures. I want to meet people. I want to, you know, say like thank you to the people who allow us to use their places and their homes and their oceans, and to see the cultures coming and to see the cultural ceremonies. It's so special because, you know, we just started, you know, that in Hawaii, and we started bringing that back a couple years ago at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
And now, you know, even in Australia they had it, and it's just so special. It just warms my heart so much.
It makes me very proud too. I got to spend some time with the Wadandi people and the Wadawurrung people in Australia and learn about their culture and the similarities. And even though we're oceans apart, the similarities in some of all of our legends, especially about creations and so forth, was really inspiring. And yeah, so hey, great job, World Surf League. You guys are doing a really, really good job. Thank you for all of that stuff that they do, and also WSL One Ocean. We're doing some good stuff with that too, is making sure that we're as sustainable as we can be, Mitchell.
Yeah, and looking at Bommy here, she's opting to go left now. Kaipo seems like searching for the 5.2 still, but hey, Pua, how's this? I've been trying to get Kaipo to go to Mexico now for a few years now. And his body language, every time we're working, he's like, yeah, I bet those waves sound fun. Where's my invite? I told him a few months ago, I was like, you're invited to come. I'm going at the end of August. I'm going back home. You're invited to come. Guess what? He still hasn't responded to my texts or anything. So you might have to get on the trip with us. It's going to be an all goofy affair when we go down there.
Mitchell's going to show us all of his secret spots.
And we're going to intertwine with the culture. I'm going to show you some different things over there, too. It's not all about surfing.
No, it's not.
It isn't.
It's the full experience. I agree with you.
Fully. It's the whole experience, especially traveling around the world and having those opportunities. They're not really given to you. If you want to have that opportunity to give and meet cultures, you have to show up. You have to put the time in. And, you know, it says a lot about people who are, you know, who have come to Hawaii and asked me questions about our culture and like that. It's special.
Yeah, approach it. The situation is approach it in a humble manner,
For sure.
too, reminding yourself that you are a guest.
And so welcome and wanting to learn.
Look at this, Mitchell. Ochoa, she was just electric on this, made a lot out of not much.
Yeah, and this was a real tough wave to ride, too. Flat sections, but able to really put on a couple of great turns right there, and a real flat section for the most part on that wave. That turn right there with the tight pocket was something real special from Ochoa, and you see right here was able to redirect towards the whitewater once again. This turn in the pocket, fully engaged. Feel like she's going to be replacing the 4.17, and props to the judges too, because they have had to adapt their scale to the conditions out there right now, and it seems to me like she's going to extend her lead and Bommy's going to be needing something more than the 5.2 at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a semi one-way street right now in this heat, but things can change. Looks like we got some waves coming through, and Sarah's got priority.
Let's see what happens. She's still looking at this right, it looks like, so.
It's a good wave.
Scratched into it. Nice little floater turn and another backside turn. I think she really needs to get a critical maneuver in, you know, and, you know, she really really maximized on what that wave had, and oh, it's so tough right now and super soft. And
just need your groveler board, you know. What makes a good groveler, Pua, for you?
I honestly am not too picky about my boards.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like I just, you know, surf what you have and, you know, rip it. And so I'm very comfortable on my epoxy out here, I would say. And, you know, even my main board that I would ride at Big Rocky Point, I'll ride it out here. And, you know, just being, you know, familiar with your boards is, you know, always awesome. And she definitely maximized on this wave. And I remember competing in these conditions when I was younger and just sinking to the bottom every time you stood up on the board. So it's awesome to see her, you know, just getting that rhythm in and, you know, hopefully improving on those threes.
I like that you're not picky about your board. You're taking it's the magician, not the wand philosophy, which there's certain surfers that can do that. Again, Tom Curran comes to mind. He can pretty much ride anything. He's just like, he's not so worried about his board. He just knows he's a good surfer. And I think, actually, now I know where you get it from. You get it from Makaha, because everybody can ride almost anything over there.
Wasai.
Definitely a place full of watermen and waterwomen, and, you know, being able to ride all kinds of boards in any condition, in every condition, like the buffs. There's 9. I do 9 to 10 divisions every year at that event.
You guys exhaust me.
It's all different boards for every single division.
9 to 10 divisions?
Yes.
Yeah, you were
in one contest in 2 weekends.
You were a water woman this year? You won the water woman award?
I did.
You did win.
Second time.
Yeah, second back to back. Yeah.
I won one in 2018 when I was 12 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, I was, you know.
So that means that Pua like placed the highest in all of those 9 divisions cumulatively.
Right.
Like making
and
pretty
the women's
much
side, yeah.
on the women's side, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a fun event. There's canoe, sub squash, stand up, tandem, boogie board, bully board, alaya, pipe-ball. So many divisions. I do every division. It's co-ed. It's so fun.
It is fun. Having fun with Pua Makamai De Soto and Mitchell Salazar out in the water. We have the last heat of the day. Let's take a look at the heat recap, for the heat, starting with Ariane Ochoa, Mitchell.
Yeah, Ariane was able to get a 4.4 with the one single turn right there, and this way for her, a smaller one on the inside that Sarah didn't even look at. Got a 4.27. Some great wraps on the forehand here. Really like this turn that's on this oncoming section. Really kept it in the pocket and the tightest space of that wave. So been able to get a couple of decent scores. Still hasn't broken the double-digit mark, but then Bommy getting right back into it at 4.2. So only now needs a 4.47. Really like the flow of this wave. And even though her wave selection has been a bit off in this heat, I thought this moment of the heat has been very crucial for her. Now only needs a mid-fork type of 3 minutes to go, and you see her opting for the rights. Meanwhile, it's been all less for Ariane Ochoa so far in this one.
Coming back to live action here, we got a little bit of a paddle, and Sarah Baum seeking something. There we got the graphic that you see, the unabridged version of this heat. All of the scores highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers. Again, Sarah Baum needing a 4.47. Sarah under the priority, so she's gonna have to get sneaky right here. Ooh. Ariane is gonna let her go. Sarah going left. She's got an opportunity right now to take the lead. Careful carve there, looking down the line, wants something explosive to finish. Snapping the fingers, feels like she got it. What do you think, Mitch?
It's right around there. I mean, she doesn't need much, but it would have to be her best wave, and compared to her right, which is a 4.2, I still feel like the right was stronger, but you definitely need to put emphasis on certain sections. She did it at the beginning and at the finish.
Replay, Pua, talk us through this one.
Yeah, Ariane gave her the wave. She was under priority. She got a little pump there and a nice, you know, in the pocket, staying in the pocket on that turn, and she's really trying to set this turn up and release the fins a little bit. So we'll see where this goes. I'm interested to see where it goes. You know, that turn had, you know, a lot of spray for how much water and how much wave there is, and it's, oh my God, it's super tough out there, and to see them just, you know, someone always wins at the end of the day. So
Did
they're
you see
working with it.
Ariana's smile in the background? She was just smiling the whole time Bommy was on that wave, and she's like, oh yeah, let you go, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the score that you need. But there was an element of progression in that finishing turn too, and some innovation right there from Bommy.
Ariane has to skip a section to connect in here, and that is probably not going to up the ante at all.
That's interesting, though. You let her go on the previous wave, and a wave that was way worse.
Yeah.
You used priority on with just over a minute to go.
Yeah. Things that make you say,
Yeah, Sarah definitely sold her on that one. It's all a part of the game. But yeah, you know, she held her off of that wave earlier, and you know, that wave, actually, I looked behind and it almost looked like it was gonna connect between waves.
Here's a cell.
So here's the, yeah. And you see it just die right there. It didn't really connect. So there could have been an opportunity if there's a little bit more push in the water, and she would have had like that one amazing big hit. But, you know, she maximized on what there was. You know, it was hard. But now, Bommy is priority, 20 seconds.
We're still waiting on that score, too.
Yes, and we're waiting. So it's going to be to the last seconds, dying seconds after the heat, you know, to really figure out what the situation is. And looks like there's a wave, but will they get there in time? Ooh, it's not enough.
Number's going to come under for Sarah Baum. She's going to have one more chance here.
Oh.
Just 2 seconds on the clock. Will this be a buzzer beater? Hook there on the backhand. And a forced second turn.
Possibly. I'm interested to see where that goes. That second turn, she kind of got above the lip, which was nice, and the first turn was kind of just a little bit floater, so this is
It wasn't
really
bad,
close.
though.
It wasn't.
She kind of had to go like through the lip.
Yeah.
She did get a little hung up coming out of it, and she's actually asking, like, she still hasn't gotten her previous score. But I actually think this is an interesting wave because she went up into the lip twice, and in comparison to her 4.17, it was a much flatter wave. She had to wrap it down, and I feel like this wave is going to be a bit closer than it was on the previous one.
Yeah, she got, you know, just a little, almost got hung up there, and then it kind of stood up for her, and she got another turn. Didn't come, it came in at a 3.63.
3.63,
so.
not enough. She's going to hear the news right now. And it will be Ariane Ochoa as our final quarterfinalist. Ochoa on the beach, getting the selfies. We'll see her in the quarterfinals. Mitchell, thank you so much for talking to us through Puamaka. My mahalo nui. Great job here, and we'll continue to monitor. Oh, by the way, make sure Prime Video. It's
Surf Girls.
Surf Girls Hawaii. Look at the series. Check it out. And we're not over yet. We have the 8:05 post show coming up after this. For that, we're going to bring in Joe, Rosie, and Peter, talk you through all today's action. Stick around.
It's still a great Friday afternoon. Thanks for joining us for the 8:05 post show. We've set the quarterfinals for the men and women on the Challenger Series. Such an important tour on the World Surf League as we will try to work out the top 10 and top 5 women that'll join the championship tour next season in 2024. Thanks for being with us. Such a special event here at the south side of Huntington Pier. Everyone wants to win the U.S. Open, and we're getting close as we head into finals weekend. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge and Peter Mel. I woke up this morning, Rosie. I was a little nervous when I saw the waves, but gosh, I saw some of my favorite heats of the week. Some really great moments this morning.
Definitely. I mean, and we've got our quarterfinals set, right? You get to that round of 16 and chatting to some of the competitors. This is a really tricky round to try and decipher and break through to get to those quarterfinals. I don't know what roadblocks some of the athletes, but some of them broke through today. And yeah, it was amazing to watch today's action.
Great for some support crews as well, Pete. Yesterday was a tough day for the Channel Islands crew. They lost a lot of their crew going down in the conditions at Huntington Pier. Today, they're 4 for 4. They're really happy, celebrating, moving on to Saturday.
Different day, yeah, and that's what things happen. You know, Brent Power, the team manager over there, and Britt Merrick. I guess Britt Merrick coming in today probably was the good luck charm. So he's got to come to every day in order for his team to do well. Everyone wants to perform in front of their shaper, right?
Yeah.
The CEO.
Best beard in the business, I think.
Yeah, you just trimmed it. You saw it was nice and groomed. This
that might have been the difference.
Yeah, it could have been.
As we have the winner of the last heat, Ariane is with AJ on the glass.
Yeah, that was a really tricky heat to get through. You had to wait all day, and then the conditions just felt like you had to grind out those scores. What did you see on the waves when you saw how they were shaping up for you? What did you want to do?
Yeah, like it's been a super tough heat. Last heat of the day, always they are hard, but more when there is no waves. So yeah, I just tried to not to catch everything because they were really bad waves. So we kind of selected, but also start quick. And I think the key has been that being the first to change, and after try to be on top of Sarah and make it right decision, but it was really tough heat, and Sarah is a super good surfer, really good friend. She is a warrior too, and yeah, wasn't the best condition for that beautiful battle between us.
It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be a win, which is what you were able to do on to your first quarterfinals of this Challenger Series season. You battled through so much to get to this point. How much confidence are you carrying forward into the next round?
Yeah, I'm super happy to get it made into the quarterfinals. It's been a really good year, even if I didn't get the result that I wanted. I have been feeling confident, and this is just making me extra more confidence. And yeah, after the all hard work I have been putting with my coach Felipe since the beginning of the year, and my sports psychologist Maria, like it's just it's the result, but we have been working before a lot. Even the result that weren't showing up.
Well, congratulations, all that hard work paying off. ¿Quieres enviar un mensaje para tu familia y amigos?
Sí. Muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, sois muchos los que me estáis apoyando y realmente se siente este apoyo aquí. Eskerrik asko, etxean zaudeten guztioi hor mezua bidaltzen, niretzako garrantzitsua da eta indarra ematen dit aurrera jarraitzeko, así que nada, mañana por más.
Mañana, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Love hearing it. Terrace Asco. Keeping that Basque Country spirit is beautiful. San Sebastian, one of the greatest cities in the world, and they're on a roll into the quarterfinals. That was a big heat, Rosie. I mean, Sarah Baum just came off a wild card performance into the quarters at Jeffreys Bay. Thought she might feed off that momentum, but ends up going down in the round of 16.
Yeah, that was a tough round to fall out of. She would have noted that this would have been a golden opportunity for her. A lot of people on the leaderboard falling out in the same round. So if she had snuck through into the quarterfinals, she would have created some space and climbed up a couple numbers. So unfortunately for Sarah, she went down to Ochoa, and well done to Ochoa.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking about the veterans of the tour, we saw them really establish themselves today, and obviously experience paying off in key moments. Sally Fitzgibbons, Pete, is really leading the charge with a good shot to be right back on the championship tour.
Well, and thinking of the trending things that are happening is all the top 10 surfers have been bowing out in this event, and she's the one who hasn't. So ultimately, that's just going to be a great news for her, being that she's into this quarterfinals. But she understands this probably more than anyone. Her job's not done yet. It really needs to get into that semifinals. When you think about semifinals, that's 4 surfers left. Only 5 qualify, right? So that's a true result. Quarterfinals isn't enough. And if she wants to be able to take that win and guarantee a spot into the championship tour, the seed's going to be good if you take the win here on the Challenger Series. So it's important to her, and I know she knows that.
Teresa Bonvillain ended up going down, and it was really just Sally Fitzgibbons dominating from start to finish. There were some key turns that looked great from Bonvillain. Got into that 5 range, but Sally built to a 717. That was actually on her backhand, really explosive with a big 2-turn combination that's taken her into the quarterfinals. She hasn't missed a quarterfinal this year, and that's kind of a reminder of how consistent Sally has always been. Even on the CT, she had a record for 45 quarterfinals in a row, right in that range. She's kind of feeling that consistency this year on the Challenger Series. As we bring up the finals day bracket, Rosie, what's standing out to you?
Ooh, Sawyer Lindblad today was so impressive, coming up against another informed surfer, Luana Silva. All of these quarterfinals are amazing. I mean, a lot of people having their breakout performance. Leilani McGonigal, Daniela Rosas. So yeah, there's a lot of surfers in the mix that are kind of new to this quarterfinal matchup.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The glaring moment is that there's some youngsters, there's also some veterans. It feels like to me, we had mentioned yesterday, like who are the favorites in this draw. I like the top half of the draw for Sawyer, and I like the bottom half for Sally.
Looking forward to that. We're going to break those up leading to finals Sunday. So we'll probably see all those quarters tomorrow and then build into the finals on Sunday as we get closer to crowning our champions. On the men's side, you always want to look at past champs and local heroes. Kanoa Igarashi has been sharp as he chases a 3rd U.S. Open title this year, Rosie.
He looks so comfortable too. I mean, the guy, he comes out, we interview him on the glass, he doesn't seem to be breaking a sweat at all. But he says that he's found it very challenging coming up against this new crop and generation of surfers. So it's good to see that he feels like he's being tested in a jersey at the US Open, but he did perform to the 2nd highest heat total in the round of 16.
Yeah, we saw David Silva put himself in position with a cool 2-turn combo. Actually was the highest score of the heat and just couldn't really back it up, Pete.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He felt like he got a wave at the very end here where he did put it together. It was just too small, and Kanoa too strong. Of course, they started the heat kind of on the south end, a little different strategy from Kanoa to kind of move away, but David was right on his tail. Ultimately, it turned out where the consistency and the wave choice from Kanoa got the win. And looking at this quarterfinal bracket, man, there's definitely some names there that have been scratching at the door to get to that championship tour. And with the women, it's semifinals. And with the men, you got top 10. There's 8 surfers left. So this is a great result for all of these surfers. But ultimately, when you start thinking about round by round and going into winning, how much that can get you a little bit of breathing room, all of these surfers in this quarterfinals want to take that win.
Jake Marshall versus Eli Hanneman, a cool one there, both being coached by Chris Gallagher. So they've been sparring together without anyone watching. But now it's going to be for the world to enjoy in quarter 3. Crosby wants to move into the top 10. He's got Mateus Hurdy, who's fired up. And the cool part about quarter 4 is George Pitar from Manly Beach, he was actually hoping he'd get a heat with Kanoa. I mean, not everybody wants to take on the guy who's got maybe the best track record of this event, but that's saying something about George and who he wants to compete against this year.
And I asked Kanoa the question, what do you think of the matchup with George, and have you seen him surf before? And he just said the first time that he'd actually seen him was the heat previous to his, just watching the conditions. So that's an interesting one, and I think George had the highest heat total of that round. He's done the best surfing. When you look at it, he's won 4 heats. So he's got perfect record in this event so far. That's a really good matchup.
Yeah, great to see George in this position. I think we might talk about him a lot, especially on this 805 post show, which brings up the Cup Noodles Wave of the Day. A special surfer, great regular footer, real quick in transition. He actually didn't know if this was going to be a big score. He's got more to give, but he turned in an 8.5 for the 2nd time in this contest.
Yep, he's been the most informed surfer. I mean, we got to see him. He's, like you had mentioned, winning every one of his heats. He's surfed in 4 heats. He started from the round of 80, which is the very first round of this event. So the man has been on point. He's been in touch with his equipment, and that shows. I mean, when you've got kind of that magic board, pretty much can't do anything wrong, and so far he hasn't.
He went to talk to Brent Power from Channel Islands, and he's like, was that an 8.5? I felt I bogged a little bit. And there's actually, it's kind of cool. He's like, wait, you think you did? It looked incredible. good signs for George.
Yeah.
He knows he's got more to show heading into the finals weekend.
Yeah, that was such a fun take. Even chatting to him on the glass, he was like, I just got lucky. Jaddy was doing airs, and I was like, you didn't get lucky. You absolutely ripped. You, like, shut that one down. But, yeah, really cool to see these new faces and the new crop of talent coming through.
Let's talk surf,
Sure.
wave-wise.
Haven't we been talking all day, surf?
No, well, I mean, I want to know how it's going to be
Oh,
the
okay.
next couple of days.
I
Thanks
want-
to our partners at Surfline. Pete, what do we got?
Yeah, thumbs up. I think today was a bit of a rough one, you know, and I think that we still have this swell that's just been circulating down there. One thing about this playful run of south-southwest swell that was coming in for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that had to go through the cheese grater, and that means that there's a bunch of islands in there, and so anytime that swell has to go through that set of islands, it's going to be less consistent. It's going to take away some of the energy, and so that's kind of what we've seen. There is some sets there. You just got to be able to pick one of those heats. It's got those waves, right? You can't really pick them. You just got to surf what you got in front of you. But ultimately, we're going to have the same kind of pattern we've had lately, right? It's going to be 3 to 4 foot. That's kind of you know, Groundhog Day, 3 to 4 foot throughout this whole event. Sometimes it's during your heat, sometimes it's not. And then the winds, you know, we're going to see that southerly flow once again in the mornings. So a little bit lower tide early. Those early heats are going to be a little bit rougher around the edges, but then it improves through the day. And then we get to the end of the day. The end of the day tends to be a rough one. We've seen it the last 2 days. Gets a little bit windier. The tide gets a little higher. So it's a bit rough, but hey, you got to do what you got to do. Whatever is put in front of you, you got to make it happen.
I say we've been scoring. I mean, it's a 9-day event. We've gone through now 7 days, but yeah, it's been very similar in the wave height. No gutter once again. We haven't been talking about the Huntington Hop at all, so looking forward to what we see first thing in the morning, which brings us to our top 5 moments here on the 805 Post Show here on Friday. Coming in at number 5 on the list, Reef Hazelwood, 717, 6.4, and a tough heat against Morgan Siblick. Crucial win for Reef moving on.
This was so fun to watch, this matchup. Morgan's been unbelievable throughout the event, so you'd have to say Reef was the underdog coming into this one. And he just put on such a performance. He started early and then built throughout the heat. And under priority, he got this wave from Morgan Sibilic.
His support crew is kind of saying that was probably one of the best performances he's had in a heat by way of shutting it down. And we go to number 4 on the list. Ellie Harrison had a solid fight back today, Pete.
He sure did, and you think about that because it was dominated by her competitor early in this heat, and to stay with it, stay involved, and keep fighting, it gets her a win, and it's an important win, right, into the finals day. And, well, it's finals day. We're going to do quarterfinals, so I guess we can't really call it finals day yet.
Finals weekend.
Okay, finals weekend.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
like
Nice
stretching
turn.
it out.
But ultimately, Ellie did, and she came out of that one winded and very stoked.
Number 3, Maui boy Eli Hanneman takes out CS rank number 2 and Jacob Wilcox today.
This was a huge heat. I mean, Eli came in, he was beaming. He's looking so in form and so engaged, but to take out someone like Jacob, I mean, if Jacob had won this heat, Joe, you know what the scenario is.
He would have qualified officially for the championship tour, so there was a lot in that for Wilcox, and Eli just stuck to his game plan that he worked out with Galley and was able to chip away at these lefts. He's so happy to be in a quarterfinal. He knows how hard it is to compete on this CS tour as Sawyer Lindblad gets the number 2 spot.
Yep, well, this was one of our favorites, I think, throughout the entire panel as far as our analysts are concerned, is this woman here and how she's going to perform at this U.S. Open. So much experience, and she did not disappoint today. She put on a great performance. Didn't look like anything was going to bother her. She surfed well. She went right. She went left. That's one thing I think that she has, is the ability to score big numbers, both going right and left. So watch out for this woman.
Sawyer Lindblad moving on into the quarterfinals and winning the post show. Nolan Raposa buzzer beater takes out Cole Hauschman.
This heat was insane. Cole Hauschman was running away with this lead. Like, he had it in his back pocket and he was on the PCH. But Nolan, like, for real, like, Nolan had priority. He was sitting there. He was waiting. There was so much time. The pressure was winding down. I think it was like under a minute and he got that wave. Just insane to see him turn it around and have such a clutch performance.
There's Cole congratulating Nolan. I mean, remember, Cole came off back-to-back wins. It took an old friend to change that momentum. And I think when I saw Nolan scream there, I think he said, "This is my comp." You know,
Yeah.
I think that's what he said. It was like he's owning this arena. Surfs out here probably more than anybody. And you want to take that confidence to kind of protect what would really be his true local lineup.
Yeah, and I didn't actually get to mention it and maybe call it out, but I felt like to me that this winner of this heat, whatever it was in that one, was going to take the event. And I actually mentioned it to Olman Nolan, and he's like, "Yeah, I know. That's how it's going to work." And that's the confidence that he's bringing into these next this finals weekend.
Yeah, impressed with his confidence, especially kind of being more of a wild card this season, Rosie.
Yeah, he didn't get to go to Australia. He got a 9th in Bolito, and now he's counting at least a 5th. If your predictions come true, you're rubbing the magic ball there. He could win this event, and I agree with you. Once you have that little breakthrough performance, it can push you all the way.
Thanks so much for the day, you guys. For Pete Mel, Rosie Hodge, I'm Joe Turpel. On behalf of our entire crew here for the World Surf League, thanks so much for watching. We'll leave you with the highlights from today, and we'll see you bright and early for a lot of quarterfinals for the men, the women, and also longboard action coming soon. Take good care. We'll see you soon.
This is the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Our Challenger Series men are ready to rip. Here we go. First wave of the day, ridden by Reef Hazelwood. Wow. Sliding his tail around there. Oh. Morgan now flaring up a little bit. Cole Hausman, and he chopped that thing up for parts. Here we go. Nolan Raposa looking for a 5.68. Big start there for Noel Rapp. Another massive backside whip. Has he done enough?
Two good friends fighting for the same cause of moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you're my friend on land, not in the water.
A runner for Mateus Hurdy. Throwing the tail high to the sky. Solid frontside air reverse, and he likes it.
Deep bottom turn into the backside whip reverse for Eli Hanneman.
Jadson and a classic forehand air reverse. George Pitar, this guy has been so fun to watch this week. Kanoa Igarashi, the 2-time U.S. Open champ. Backside air reverse for the local boy.
The women are on the water. Winner of this round of 16 moves on into the quarterfinals.
Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand, up and riding, Chris.
Easily the standout from yesterday, Sawyer Lindblad. This is India Robinson representing Australia, comes around that section. Nice opening slash there, good section to work with.
Just like a Swiss Army blade through that last turn. That's the best wave of the heat.
That was a gift. That inside section was a straight up gift.
Left setting up for Daniela Rosas. And she get a 4th finish.
Oh,
well done. Here's Fitzgibbons. Belts it again. A solid connection with the fins out. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.